On Monday morning, Olivia Morrow sat quietly across the desk from her longtime friend, Clay Hadley, absorbing the death sentence he had just pronounced. For an instant, she looked away from the compassion she saw in his eyes and glanced out the window of his 24th floor office on East 72nd Street in Manhattan. 2 weeks, she said. 3 at the most. I'm sorry, Olivia. I was hoping— Don't be sorry, Olivia interrupted briskly. I'm 82 years old. To know I have a very short time left, but will still be able to think clearly and walk around unassisted until the very end, is an immeasurable gift. Clay Hadley's eyes narrowed. He understood the troubled expression that had erased the serenity from Olivia's face. Before she spoke, he knew what she would say. Clay, only you and I know. Do we have the right to continue to hide the truth? Mother thought she did. She intended to take it to her grave, but at the very end, when only you and I were there, she felt compelled to tell us. It became for her a matter of conscience, and with all the enormous good Catherine did in her life as a nun, her reputation has always been compromised by the insinuation that all those years ago, just before she entered the convent, she may have had a consensual liaison with a lover. Hadley studied Olivia Morrow's face. His father had been her mother's cardiologist, and he had taken over when his father retired. Now in his early 50s, he could not remember a time when the Morrow family had not been part of his life. As a child, he had been in awe of Olivia, recognizing even then that she was always beautifully dressed. Later he realized that at that time she had still been working as a salesgirl at B. Altman's, the famous Fifth Avenue department store, and that her style was achieved by buying her clothes at giveaway end-of-the-season sales. Never married, she had retired as an executive and board member of Altman's years ago. He had met her older cousin Catherine only a few times, and by then she was already a legend, the nun who had started 7 hospitals for handicapped children, research hospitals dedicated to finding ways to cure or alleviate the suffering of their damaged bodies or minds. Do you know that many people are calling the healing of the child with brain cancer a miracle and attributing it to Catherine's intercession? Olivia asked. She's being considered a candidate for beatification. Clay Hadley felt his mouth go dry. Not a Catholic, he vaguely understood that that would mean the Church might eventually declare Sister Catherine a saint and worthy of veneration by the faithful. Of course that will mean that the subject of her having given birth will be explored, and those vicious rumors will resurface and almost certainly finish her chance of being found worthy, Olivia added, her tone angry. Olivia, there was a reason neither Sister Catherine nor your mother ever named the father of her child. Catherine didn't, but my mother did. He rose and walked around his desk, with quick steps for such a bulky man. Now he took Olivia's hands in his and kissed her gently. Clay, my own situation remains between us. I will tell the few remaining people who care very soon. In fact, I'd obviously better tell them very soon. On her deathbed, her mother had told her that after Catherine realized she was pregnant, she had spent a year in Ireland, where she had given birth to a son. He had been adopted by the Farrells, an American couple from Boston, who were selected by the Mother Superior of the religious order Catherine entered. They had named him Edward, and he had grown up in Boston. I've followed their lives ever since, Olivia thought. Edward didn't marry until he was 42. His wife has been dead a long time, and he passed away about 5 years ago. Their daughter Monica is 31 now, a pediatrician on the staff of Greenwich Village Hospital. Catherine was my first cousin. Her granddaughter is my cousin. She is my only family, and she doesn't know I exist. Now as she withdrew her hands from Clay's grasp, she said, Monica has turned out to be so like her grandmother, devoting her life to taking care of babies and little children. Do you realize what all that money would mean to her? Olivia, don't you believe in redemption? Look at what the father of her child did with the rest of his life. Think of the lives he saved. And what about his brother's family? They're prominent philanthropists. Think what such disclosure will mean to them.
I am thinking about it, and that's what I have to weigh. Monica Farrell is the rightful heir to the income from those patents. Alexander Gannon was her grandfather, and in his will he left everything he had to his issue, if any existed, and only then to his brother. I'll call you, Clay.
Dr. Clay Hadley waited until the door of his private office closed, then picked up the phone and dialed a number that was known to very few people. When a familiar voice answered, he did not waste time in preliminaries. It's exactly what I was afraid of. I know Olivia. She's going to talk. We can't let that happen, the person on the other end of the line said matter-of-factly. You've got to make sure it doesn't. Why didn't you give her something? With her medical condition, no one would question her death. Believe it or not, it's not that simple to kill someone. And suppose she manages to leave the proof before I can stop her. In that case, we take out double insurance. Sad to say, a fatal attack on an attractive young woman in Manhattan is hardly an extraordinary event these days. I'll take care of it immediately. Dr. Monica Farrell shivered as she posed for a picture with Tony and Rosalie Garcia on the steps of Greenwich Village Hospital. Tony was holding Carlos, their 2-year-old son, who had just been declared free of the leukemia that had almost claimed his life. Diagnostic tests confirmed that hunch, and Carlos's chances were calculated to be at best 50-50. Now one with you holding Carlos, Dr. Monica, Tony ordered as he took the camera from the passerby who had volunteered to become the acting photographer. Monica reached for the squirming 2-year-old, who had by then decided he'd smiled long enough. This will be some picture, she thought as she waved at the camera, hoping that Carlos would follow her example. Instead, he pulled the clip at the nape of her neck, and her long, dark blonde hair fell loose around her shoulders. After a flurry of goodbyes, Monica stepped back inside the hospital and walked to the elevator bank. She reached up to gather the strands of her hair and refasten the clip. Leave it like that. It looks good. Dr. Ryan Jenner, a neurosurgeon who had been in Georgetown Medical School a few years ahead of Monica, had fallen in step with her. Jenner, wearing scrubs and a plastic bonnet, had obviously been in surgery or was on his way to it. Oh, sure, and maybe I should drop into your operating room while it's like this. The door of a descending elevator was opening. Maybe I wouldn't mind, Jenner said as he got into it. And maybe you would. In fact, you'd have a heart attack, Monica thought as she stepped into an already crowded elevator. Ryan Jenner, despite his youthful face and ready smile, was already known to be a perfectionist and intolerant of any lapses in patient care. Being in his operating room with uncovered hair was unthinkable. When she got off on the pediatric floor, the wail of a screaming baby was the first sound Monica heard. She knew it was her patient, 19-month-old Sally Carter, and the lack of visits from her single mother was infuriating. Before she went in to try to comfort the baby, she stopped at the nurse's desk. "Any sign of Mommy Dearest?" she asked. "Not since yesterday morning," Rita Greenberg, the longtime head nurse on the floor, answered, her tone as annoyed as Monica. "But she did manage to squeeze in a phone call an hour ago to say she was tied up at work and ask if Sally had had a good night. Are you going to discharge Sally today?" "Not until I find out who will be taking care of her when the mother is so busy." Followed by the nurse, Monica went into the small room with a single crib to which Sally had been moved because her crying was waking up other babies. "She'll work herself into another asthma attack," Monica said angrily as she reached in and plucked the baby from the crib. As Sally clung to her, the crying immediately lessened, then evolved into subdued sobs and finally began to ease off. "My God, how she's bonded to you, Doctor. But then you've got the magic touch," Rita Greenberg said, Let's give her some warm milk, and I bet she'll settle down." As she waited for the nurse to return, Monica rocked the baby in her arms. "Your mother should be doing this," she thought. Monica laid the sleepy baby back in the crib and changed her wet diaper. Greenberg returned with a bottle of warm milk, but before she gave it to the baby, Monica reached for a cotton tip and swabbed the inside of Sally's cheek. In the past week, she had noticed that several times when Sally's mother came to visit, she had stopped at the large courtesy counter in the lounge area and then brought a cup of coffee with her into Sally's room. Invariably, she left it half empty on the nightstand by the crib. "It's only a hunch," Monica told herself, "and I know I have no right to do it, but I'm going to send word to Miss Carter that I must meet with her before I will discharge Sally. I'd love to compare the baby's DNA with her DNA from the coffee cup. She swears she's the birth mother, but if she's not, why would she bother to lie about it?" Then, reminding herself once more that she had no right to secretly compare the DNA, she threw the swab in the wastebasket. After checking her other patients, Monica went to her office on East 14th Street for her afternoon hours. It was 6:30 when, trying to conceal her weariness, she said goodbye to her last patient, an 8-year-old boy with an ear infection. Nan Rhodes, her receptionist bookkeeper, was closing up at her desk. In her 60s, rotund, and with unfailing patience no matter how hectic the waiting room, Nan asked the question Monica had been hoping to put aside for another day. "Doctor, what about that inquiry from the bishop's office in New Jersey asking you to be a witness in the beatification process for that nun?"
Nan, I don't believe in miracles. You know that. I sent them a copy of the initial CAT scans and MRIs. They speak for themselves.
"But you did believe that with brain cancer that advanced, Michael O'Keefe would never see his 5th birthday, didn't you?" "Absolutely." "Doctor, you also told me that when you gave them the diagnosis, Michael's father was so upset he almost passed out, but that the mother told you that her son was not going to die. She was going to start a crusade of prayer to Sister Catherine, the nun who founded those hospitals for disabled children." Nan's expression softened as she looked at the slender young woman whose body posture was so clearly showing her fatigue. "Doctor, I know it isn't my place to badger you, but there are going to be witnesses to testify that Michael O'Keefe should not have survived. I think you have a sacred obligation to verify that you had that conversation with the mother the very minute you warned her that he could not recover, because that was the moment she turned to Sister Catherine for help." Monica realized 2 facts. It was useless to argue with Nan, and in her heart she knew Nan was right. "I'll go," she said, "but it won't do that would-be saint any good. Where am I supposed to testify about this?" "A Monsignor from the Metuchen Diocese in New Jersey is the one you should meet. He suggested next Wednesday afternoon. As it happens, I didn't make any appointments for you after 11 o'clock that day." "Then so be it," Monica acquiesced. It was not an assignment he relished. The disappearance of a young woman doctor in New York was stuff for the tabloids, and they would be sure to wring it dry. The money was good, but Sammy Barber's instinct was to turn it down. Sammy had been arrested only once, then acquitted at trial because he was a very careful man and never came close enough to his victims to leave DNA evidence. Sammy's shrewd hazel eyes were the dominant feature in a narrow face that seemed out of place on his short, thick neck. 42 years old, with muscles that bulged through the arms of his sports jacket, his official job was as a bouncer at a Greenwich Village nightclub. A cup of coffee in front of him, he was seated across the table from his would-be employer's representative in a diner in Queens. Well-dressed, in his 50s, classy, silver cufflinks with the initials DL. He had been told there was no need for him to know the man's name, that the phone number would be sufficient for contact.
"Sammy, you're hardly in a position to refuse," Douglas Langdon said mildly. "From what I understand, you're not exactly living high on the hog from your lousy job. Furthermore, I have to remind you that if my cousin had not reached several of the jurors, you would be in prison right now."
Langdon shoved a photograph across the table. "This was taken this afternoon outside the village hospital. The woman holding the child is Dr. Monica Farrell. Her home and office addresses are printed on the back." Before he touched anything, Sammy reached for a crumpled paper napkin, then used it to pick up the photograph. "Beautiful broad," he commented as he studied it. He turned the photo over and glanced at the addresses. Then, without being asked, he handed the photograph back to Langdon. "Okay, I don't want to have this picture on me if I'm ever stopped by the police, but I'll take care of everything." "See that you do, and quickly." Langdon shoved the picture back into his jacket pocket. As he and Sammy got up, he reached back into the pocket, took out a billfold, peeled off a $20 bill, and tossed it on the table. Neither he nor Sammy noticed that the snapshot had caught on the billfold and fluttered to the floor. "Thanks a lot, mister," Hank Moss, the young waiter, called as Langdon and Sammy exited through the revolving door. As he picked up the coffee cups, he noticed the picture. Setting down the cups, he ran to the door, but neither man was in sight. "They probably don't need this," Hank thought. But on the other hand, the guy did leave a big tip. He turned the picture over and saw the printed addresses. "Listen," he told himself, "just in case this is important to anyone, I'll drop it in an envelope and address it to Occupant. I'll send it to the suite on 14th Street. That's probably the office of the guy who dropped it." Olivia was one of the first tenants of Schwab House on the west side of Manhattan. Now, 50 years later, she still lived there. Before moving to Manhattan, she and her mother, Regina, had lived in a small cottage behind the Long Island home of the Gannon family. Her mother had been their housekeeper. Over the years, Olivia's second-hand furniture had been slowly and carefully replaced. The overall effect on a first-time visitor was invariably the same. The apartment was a haven of warmth and comfort, and gave off a sense of peace and serenity. It had even been her refuge 40 years ago at the heartbreaking crisis of her life, when she finally faced the fact that Alex Gannon, the brilliant doctor and researcher whom she desperately loved, would never allow their relationship to go beyond a close friendship. Catherine was the one he'd always wanted. After her appointment with Clay, Olivia went straight home. A small and unwanted protest at her fate made her decide to lie down on the couch in the living room rather than on her bed. 2 weeks, she thought. How many hours is that? It doesn't matter, she thought, as she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, the shadows in the room told her that it was late afternoon. As she slowly got to her feet, the need to review the proof about Catherine again suddenly became overwhelming. In fact, she had the frightening sense that it might somehow have disappeared from the safe in the den. But it was there, in the manila file her mother had given her only hours before her death. Catherine's letters to Mother, Olivia thought, her lips quivering. The Mother Superior's letter to Catherine, a copy of Edward's birth certificate, the passionate note he had given my mother to pass on to Catherine. "Olivia!" Someone was in the apartment, was coming down the hallway toward her. Clay. Olivia's fingers trembled as, without putting them back in the file, she thrust the letters and birth certificate into the safe, closed the door, and pushed the button that automatically locked it. She stepped out of the closet. "I'm here, Clay." "Olivia, I was concerned about you. You promised to call this afternoon." "I don't remember making that promise." "Well, you did," Clay said heartily. "You did give me 2 weeks. I would guess that not more than 7 hours have passed. Why didn't you have the doorman announce you?" "If I had been announced, you might have turned me down, and I wanted to see you. I did deliver a bombshell to you this morning." "Olivia, there is a reason why you gave me a key and permission to come in if I suspected a problem." Olivia felt her resentment at the intrusion begin to disappear. Then she followed Clay's glance. He was looking at the manila envelope in her hand. From where he stood, he could obviously see the single word her mother had written across it. Catherine. Monica lived on the first floor of a renovated townhouse on East 36th Street. In her mind, being on the tree-lined block was like stepping back in time to the 19th century, when all the brownstones had been private residences. Her apartment was to the rear of the building, which meant she had exclusive use of the small patio and garden. When the weather was warm, she enjoyed morning coffee in her bathrobe on the patio, or a glass of wine in the evening there. After the discussion with her receptionist, Nan, about Michael O'Keefe, the child who had had brain cancer, she had decided to walk home as she frequently did. But neither the walk nor the excellent pasta and salad she prepared for herself that evening did anything to settle her uneasy sense that a dark cloud was hanging over her. "It's the baby," she thought. "I have to discharge Sally tomorrow, but even if I check the DNA and learn that Ms. Carter isn't the birth mother, what does that prove? Dad was an adopted child. I can hardly remember his parents, but he always said that he couldn't imagine being brought up by anyone except them." Dad always wondered and longed to know more about his birth parents, Monica mused. In his last few years, he was pretty much obsessed by it. Sally was terribly sick when she was brought into the emergency room, but there wasn't a hint of any kind of abuse, and she was obviously well-nourished. And certainly Renee Carter won't be the first person who turns her child over to a babysitter or nanny to raise. The ringing of the phone was an unwelcome intrusion. As she picked up the receiver, she was saying, "Dr. Farrell," even before she realized the call was coming through on her private line. "And Dr. Farrell is well, I trust?" a teasing male voice asked. "I'm very well, Scott," Monica answered, her tone cool, even as she felt a sickening worry at the sound of Scott Alterman's voice. "Monica, Joy and I have called it quits. It was always wrong. We both realize it now." "I'm sorry to hear that," Monica said, "but I think you should understand that has absolutely nothing to do with me."
It has everything to do with you, Monica. I've been quietly seeing an executive search bureau. A top-drawer law firm on Wall Street has offered a partnership. I've accepted it. If you have, I hope you realize that there are 8 or 9 million people in New York City. Make friends with any and all of them, but leave me alone.
When she left Monica outside the office on Monday evening, Nan Rhodes took the First Avenue bus to meet 4 of her sisters for their regular monthly dinner at Neary's Pub on 57th Street. Widowed for 6 years and with her only son and family living in California, working for Monica had proven to be a godsend to Nan. She loved Monica, and at the dinner she would often talk about her. Tonight, at their usual corner table at Neary's over a pre-dinner cocktail, Nan got back on the subject. "I know Dr. Monica has lots of friends," Nan sighed as she picked up the menu. "She has a genius for making people like her, but it's not the same, is it? No matter what you say, blood is thicker than water." That subject exhausted, Nan had a new tidbit to share. "Remember how I told you that nun, Sister Catherine, is being considered for beatification because a little boy who was supposed to die of brain cancer was cured after a crusade of prayer to her?" They all remembered. "He was Dr. Monica's patient, wasn't he?" Rosemary, the oldest sister, said. "Yes, his name is Michael O'Keefe. I guess the church feels it has enough evidence to prove that he really is a miracle child." Liz, their waitress, who had worked at Neary's for 30 years, was at the table, menus in hand. "Ready to order, girls?" she asked cheerfully. Nan enjoyed getting to work at 7 a.m. The early arrival gave her plenty of time to keep up with the mail and work on the endless medical insurance company forms. Alma Donaldson, the nurse, came in at 9:15 as Nan was opening the just-delivered mail. As she took off her outer jacket, Alma was quick to spot the concerned expression on Nan's face. "What's wrong, Nan?" she asked. "Look at this," Nan said. Alma walked behind the desk and stood looking down over Nan's shoulder. "Someone took a picture of the doctor with little Carlos Garcia," Alma said. "I think it's sweet." "It came in a blank envelope," Nan said tersely. "I can't believe his mother or father would have sent it without a note of some kind. And look at this." She turned over the picture. Someone printed the doctor's home and office addresses. That seems awfully peculiar to me. Maybe whoever sent it was trying to decide which address to use, Alma suggested slowly. Why don't you call the Garcias and see if it came from them? I bet the ranch it didn't, Nan muttered as she picked up the phone. Rosalie Garcia answered on the first ring. No, they hadn't sent a picture and couldn't imagine who might have done it. Monica came in as Nan repeated that conversation to Alma. The nurse and the receptionist exchanged glances, and then at Alma's affirmative nod, Nan slipped the picture back into the envelope and dropped it in her desk drawer. Later, Nan confided to Alma, "There's a retired detective from the district attorney's office who lives down the hall from me. I'm going to show it to him. Mark my words, Alma, there's something creepy about that picture." "Do you have the right not to show it to the doctor?" Alma asked. "It's addressed to occupant, not directly to her. I will show it to her, but I'd like to get John Hartman's opinion first." That evening, after phoning her neighbor, Nan walked down the hall to his apartment. Hartman, a 70-year-old widower with iron-gray hair and the weathered complexion of a lifelong golfer, invited her in and listened to her apologetic explanation of why she was bothering him. "Sit down, Nan. You're not bothering me." As Nan watched intently, she saw a frown that deepened on his face, as holding the picture and the envelope with the tips of his fingers, he studied them both. "Your Dr. Farrell isn't a juror on some trial, is she?" "No, she isn't. Why?" "There's probably an explanation, but in my business this is the kind of piece of mail we'd consider a warning. Does Dr. Farrell have any enemies?" "Not one in the world." Then she hesitated. "The only thing that I can think of is that someone from Boston calls her from time to time. His name is Scott Alterman. He's a lawyer. I don't know what happened between them, but if he calls the office, she never gets on the phone with him." "He'd be a good place to start looking," Hartman said. "Nan, did anyone besides you handle the picture?" "No." "I've got absolutely nothing important to do tomorrow. I'm going to take it down to headquarters and see if I can pick up any discernible fingerprints. You wouldn't mind my taking your fingerprints, would you? Just for comparison purposes? It would only take a minute, and I still have a kit in my desk." "Of course I don't mind." Less than 10 minutes later, Nan was back in her own apartment. John Hartman had promised to return the picture to her by tomorrow evening. "You should show it to Dr. Farrell," he had said. "It's up to you whether or not to say you gave it to me." "I'm not sure what I'll do," she had replied. But now as she locked and bolted her door, she found herself thinking about how vulnerable Monica Farrell was in her apartment. "That kitchen door to the patio has a big window," Nan thought. "I've already warned her she should have a much stronger grill over that window." Nan did not sleep well that night. Her dreams were haunted by distorted images of Monica standing on the steps of the hospital, Carlos in her arms, with her long blonde hair streaming on her shoulders, then coiling like tentacles around her neck. It was late afternoon of the day after his meeting with Sammy Barber before 52-year-old psychiatrist Douglas Langdon realized that the photograph he had snapped of Monica Farrell was missing. He was in his corner office on Park Avenue and 51st Street when the nagging sensation that something was wrong became defined in his mind. His billfold was always in the right-hand back pocket of his trousers. He took it out and laid it on his desk. Except for a clean white handkerchief, the pocket was now empty. "But I wasn't wearing this suit last night," he thought hopefully. "I was wearing the dark gray." Then, dismayed, he remembered he had dropped it in the cleaner bag for his housekeeper to give to the in-house valet service. "I emptied out the pockets," he thought. "I always do. The picture wasn't there or I would have noticed it." There was only one time he'd had any reason to reach for his billfold, and that was when he paid for the coffee in the diner. He had either pulled the picture out then, or less likely, it might have slipped out of the pocket and fallen somewhere between the diner and where he had parked his car. Suppose someone found it, he wondered. Lou's was the name of that diner in Queens where he'd met Sammy. He reached for the phone, and after a moment was speaking to Lou, the owner. "We don't have no picture, but wait a minute. A kid who works for me is here and said something about a customer losing something last night. I'll put him on." "Sorry to have kept you waiting," Hank said. "It's not important, but I think I dropped my daughter's picture last night when I was at the diner." "Is she blonde with long hair and holding a little kid?" "Yes," Doug said. "I'll send my friend over for it. He lives near the diner." "I actually don't have the picture. I could see that one of the addresses on the back seemed to be an office, so I addressed it to occupant and sent it there. I hope that was all right." "That was very thoughtful. Thank you." Doug replaced the receiver, not noticing that his palm was moist and his whole body felt clammy. What would Monica Farrell think when she saw that picture? "There's no reason for her to be suspicious," Doug said aloud softly, then realized he was trying to reassure himself. The muted ring of the intercom interrupted his reflections. He pushed a button on the phone. "What is it?" he asked abruptly. "Dr. Langdon, Mr. Gannon's secretary called to remind you that you are to introduce him tonight at the dinner for troubled teens honoring him. And Linda Coleman phoned to say that she's caught in traffic and will be late for her 4 o'clock session with you." "She wouldn't be late if she had left in enough time to get here." "I agree, Doctor," Beatrice, long used to coaxing her attractive and long-time divorced boss out of a bad mood, said with a smile in her voice. "As you always tell me, with patients like Linda Coleman, you need to see a psychiatrist yourself." Douglas Langdon turned off the intercom without responding. A chilling thought had come to him. His fingerprints were on that picture he had taken of Monica Farrell. When something happened to her, if that picture was still around, the police might test it for prints. There was no question of calling Sammy off. "How do I work this out?" Doug asked himself. He had no answer when 3 hours later at the Pierre Hotel on Fifth Avenue, seated at the table of honor at the black-tie dinner honoring Greg Gannon, he was asked quietly, "The meeting yesterday evening was satisfactory?" Doug nodded affirmatively. Then, as his name was announced, he arose and strode to the microphone to deliver his speech praising Gregory Gannon, president of the Gannon Investment Firm and as chairman of the board of the Gannon Foundation, one of New York City's most generous philanthropists. On Tuesday morning, Olivia woke early, but did not get up for nearly an hour. Then, slipping on a robe, she went into the kitchen. She always made a fresh pot of tea to start the day. Her thoughts were scattered. As she savored the last of the tea, Olivia turned her mind back to the pressing problem of what to do about the evidence in her safe. "Clay absolutely wants me to let it go," she thought. "But when the chips are down, it's none of his business, even if he is on the board of the Gannon Foundation. Catherine was my cousin. Of course, when Mother died, I agreed with him that it was better to leave things as they were," she reminded herself. "But that was before the miracle of Catherine saving the little boy's life, and before the beatification process began." A thought crossed her mind. "Clay saw that file folder in my hand with Catherine's name on it. He's the executor of my estate, such as it is. When I'm gone, if I haven't resolved this one way or the other myself, I wouldn't be surprised if when he opens the safe he gets rid of the file. He would think he was doing the right thing, but is it the right thing?" Then the answer came to her suddenly. She would visit Catherine's grave in Rhinebeck, where she was buried on the grounds of the mother house of her order, the community of St. Francis. "Maybe I'll get a sense of what she would have wanted me to do there," Olivia thought. In these last few years, she had given up driving long distances herself, and instead called on a service to send a driver who would take her where she wanted to go in her own car. An hour later, the intercom buzzed to let her know that her driver was in the lobby. "I'll be right down," she said. As she was putting on her coat, she hesitated, then went to the safe and took out Catherine's file. She slipped it into a tote bag and, feeling relieved to have it with her, left the apartment. The driver turned out to be a pleasant-faced man in his early 20s who introduced himself as Tony Garcia. The Henry Hudson Parkway North was crowded. As usual, Olivia noted wryly. She had tucked a book in her tote bag along with the Catherine file. An open book, she had learned, was the best way to discourage a loquacious driver. But in the next 2 hours, Garcia did not say a word until they drove through the gates of the St. Francis property. "Just turn left and go up that hill," she told him. "Beyond it you'll see the cemetery. That's where I'm going." Low stone markers were on the individual graves. Occasional benches offered a place for visitors to rest. Catherine's grave was opposite one of them. With an unconscious sigh, Olivia sat down on the bench. "Even such a short walk makes me so tired," she thought. "But I guess I should expect that now." She looked down at the lettering on Catherine's marker. Sister Catherine Mary Kerner. September 6th, 1917 to June 3rd, 1977. Rest in peace. "Rest in peace," Olivia whispered. "Rest in peace. Oh, Catherine, you were my cousin, my sister, my mentor." She reflected on the tragedy that had entwined their lives. Their mothers had been sisters. Catherine's parents, Jane and David Kerner, and my father had all been killed in a car accident when a drunken driver crashed into their car on the highway. That was a month before I was born, Olivia thought. Catherine was only a child herself, just turning 12. She had come to live with us, and from what I know, she became my mother's right hand, the strong one. Mother told me that she could barely handle the grief, and that Catherine was the one who got her through it. Olivia felt the familiar hurt as her thoughts turned to Alex Gannon. "Oh God, Catherine, no matter how strong your vocation, how could you not have loved him?" she whispered into the silence. Alex's parents, the Gannons. Olivia wished she could better remember the faces of the people who had been so kind to her mother. They had insisted she stay on as their housekeeper and live in the cottage on their estate in Southampton after her father, who had been their chauffeur for many years, had died. "I was only 5, but I remember Alex and his brother sitting on our porch talking to you, Catherine," Olivia reflected. "Even then I thought Alex was like a young god. He was in medical school in New York, and I can remember Mother telling you that you were crazy to think of the convent when it was clear that he adored you." Olivia felt the unwanted tears come to her eyes. 6 months after Catherine left for the convent, Mother remarried, and we moved into the city, she thought. But when old Mrs. Gannon died, I went to her funeral with Mother and met Alex again. That has been over 40 years ago. "Oh, Catherine," she whispered, "how could you have given him up? And what shall I do now? I have the letter Alex asked my mother to give you, the letter begging your forgiveness. Shall I destroy it, and the record of your son's birth? Shall I give it to your granddaughter? What do you want me to do?" The faint rustling of the leaves falling from the trees that were scattered around the cemetery made Olivia aware that she was suddenly chilled. "It's almost 4, she thought. I'd better get started for home." On the way back, the traffic was much heavier, and she was impressed by Garcia's steady and skillful driving. When they were nearing her exit off the Henry Hudson Parkway, she commented on that and asked, "Tony, do you work full-time for the service? If you do, I'd like to request you if I have any more trips to make." "No, ma'am. I'm a waiter at the Waldorf. Depending on my hours there, I let the service know when I'm available to drive." "You're ambitious." Garcia looked into the rearview mirror, and she could see his smile. "Not really, ma'am. I've got a lot of medical bills. My little guy was diagnosed with leukemia 2 years ago. You can imagine how my wife and I felt when we heard that. Our doctor told us he had a 50-50 chance, and those odds were good enough for her and for him. 2 days ago we got the final word. He's cancer-free." Garcia fished into his jacket pocket, pulled out a photograph, and handed it back to Olivia. "That's Carlos with the doctor who took care of him," he explained. Olivia stared at the picture, not believing what she was seeing. "That's Dr. Monica Farrell," she said. "Do you know her?" Garcia asked eagerly. "No, I don't." And then before she could stop herself, she added, "I knew her grandmother." When they were down the block from the garage, she reached for the tote bag and said, "Tony, please stop at the curb for a moment. I'd like you to put this bag in the trunk. There's a blanket quite far to the back. Slip it under the blanket, please." Without showing that he was surprised at the request, Garcia followed instructions, then drove Olivia the rest of the way home. Greg Gannon brought the latest proof of his generosity to his private office in the Time Warner Center at Columbus Circle. "Where'll we put it, Esther?" he asked his longtime assistant, as he stopped at her desk and took it out of the box. The tribute was a Tiffany-engraved glass prism about 10 inches high. "Looks like an ice cube," he commented, laughing. "Shall I save it for when I have a martini?" Esther Chambers smiled politely. It was a rhetorical question that she did not attempt to answer as Gannon walked into his private office. "I'll put it in the trophy case later," she thought as she read the inscription. "For Gregory Alexander Gannon, in recognition of his continuing kindness to those who need it most." Alexander Gannon, Esther thought. Instinctively, she glanced through the open door that led to the foundation reception area, where a magnificent portrait of Greg's uncle dominated the room. He had been a medical scientist whose genius for inventing replacement parts for knees and hips and ankles was the basis of the family fortune. "He died 30 years ago, before he realized how much good his inventions would do," Esther thought. "The patents have all expired, but the Gannons got hundreds of millions of dollars for years from them. At least the family put some of the money in the Gannon Foundation. But I doubt Dr. Gannon would have approved of the lifestyle of his brother's family." 35 years ago, she had begun working for Greg Gannon's father's small investment firm. Their office at that time was in Lower Manhattan, and the business had been struggling until the medical procedures invented by Alexander Gannon had released a tsunami of money and recognition. The investment firm had flourished, and the income from the patents had changed the life of the Gannon family. Greg was only 18 then, Esther thought. At least after his father passed, he took over the investment firm and the foundation. Peter never did much except pour money into Broadway musicals that closed on opening night. Some producer he is. If anyone knew how comparatively little those two give away, they'd stop kissing their feet in a moment. Oh well, better remind myself that I get well paid, I have a nice office, I have a fat retirement package when I choose to take it, and a lot of people would love to be in my situation. Esther began to go through the batch of mail that had been placed on her desk. It was she who examined the hundreds of requests for grants and steered the appropriate ones to the board, which consisted of Greg and Peter Gannon, Dr. Clay Hadley, Dr. Douglas Langdon, and for the past 8 years, Greg's second wife, Pamela. For the most part, the requests that went through had been the kind that would put the Gannon name on hospitals and art centers where the family name would be displayed large and their largesse could not be missed. In the past couple of years, there had been fewer and fewer of those grants. I wonder how much money they really do have left, she asked herself. Monday night after Scott Alterman's call, Monica had barely slept. Tuesday night was the same. Her first thought on waking at 6 a.m. on Wednesday had again been of him. He's not serious, she thought, as she had tried to convince herself all the previous day. He's got to be bluffing. He wouldn't give up his practice in Boston to move here. But even if he does relocate, except for the occasional phone calls and sending flowers to the apartment once or twice, he hasn't really bothered me much in the 4 years I've been here, she reassured herself. At 8:15, she was at the hospital to make her early rounds. She stopped at the nurse's desk to speak to Rita Greenberg. Sally's temperature has stayed normal, and she's been eating pretty well. Do you want to sign her discharge papers, Doctor? Rita asked. Before I do, I want to talk to the mother myself, Monica said. I've got a heavy schedule at the office. Please call Ms. Carter and tell her I have to meet with her before I discharge Sally. I'll be back here at noon. In the corridor to the elevator, she ran into Ryan Jenner, who was approaching from the opposite direction. This morning, he was wearing a white jacket. No surgery today, Doctor? She asked as she passed him. She had expected a casual, not today kind of answer tossed over his shoulder, but Jenner stopped. And no windswept blonde tresses? He replied. Monica, some of my friends from Georgetown are coming up for the weekend. We're having cocktails at my place and going out to a Thai restaurant on Friday night. A couple of them, Janine Westervelt and Natalie Kramer, told me they hoped you'd be there. How about it? Startled at the suddenness of the unexpected invitation, Monica's response was hesitant. Then, realizing she was being asked to meet with former fellow students and not for a personal date, she said, I'd love to see Janine and Natalie again. Good, I'll email you. Promptly at noon, Monica was back in the hospital waiting for Renee Carter, who arrived at 12:30, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had kept Monica waiting. She was wearing an obviously expensive olive green suit with a short belted jacket. She's not going home to take care of Sally, Monica thought. She's probably got a lunch date. A week ago, it had been the elderly babysitter who brought Sally to the emergency room. Now Monica realized that even with the makeup, Carter looked older than she appeared that night. At least 35, she thought. Today Carter was accompanied by a young woman of about 20, who nervously volunteered that she was Christina Johnson, Sally's new nanny. Carter made no attempt at apologizing for being late, nor, Monica noticed with dismay, did she make any attempt to pick up Sally. I fired the other babysitter. She turned to Christina. Why don't you dress Sally while I talk to the doctor? Sally began wailing when Monica, followed by Renee Carter, left the cubicle. Monica did not turn back to look at her. Instead, heavy-hearted at the thought that Sally was being taken away by this seemingly indifferent mother, she firmly warned Carter to pay close attention to Sally's allergies. Do you have any pets, Ms. Carter? No, I don't have time for them, Doctor. Then, with visible impatience, she listened as Monica explained the importance of watching for signs of asthma in Sally. I certainly understand, Doctor, and I want you to take over as Sally's pediatrician. Then she called into the cubicle. For Pete's sake, Christina, hurry up. I haven't got all day. He's on the warpath, Esther Chambers thought, as Greg Gannon strode through her office after lunch on Wednesday without acknowledging her presence. What's happened since this morning? She watched as he went into his private office and picked up the file she had prepared for him. A moment later, he was standing at her desk. I haven't had time to go through this stuff, he snapped. You're sure everything is in order? She wanted to snap back. Tell me one time in 35 years it hasn't been in order. Instead, she bit her lip and said quietly, I double-checked, sir. With mounting resentment, she watched as he stalked through double-glass doors and turned down the corridor that led to the conference room of the Gannon Foundation. He's worried, Esther thought. What's he got to worry about? His funds are all showing an excellent return, but half the time he's in a rotten mood. I'm sick of it, she thought wearily. He's getting worse and worse. Why am I hanging around here? I can afford to retire, and when I sell the apartment, I'll buy a house in Vermont instead of just renting there for a couple of weeks in the summer. The boys love to ski and snowboard. Manchester is a beautiful town and has great skiing nearby. Her lips relaxed into an unconscious smile as she thought of her sister's teenaged grandchildren, whom she loved as if they were her own. No time like the present, she thought as she swiveled her chair to face her computer desk. Her smile widening, she opened a new file, labeled it Bye-Bye Gannons, and started to type. Dear Mr. Gannon, after 35 years, I feel it is time. The final paragraph read, If you wish, I will be glad to screen possible replacements for my position for 1 month, unless, of course, you prefer I leave sooner." Esther signed the letter, and feeling as if she had lifted a weight from her shoulders, put it in an envelope and at 5 o'clock placed it on Greg Gannon's desk. The receptionist was on the phone. Esther waved goodbye to her and went down in the elevator to the lobby floor, trying to decide if she should take time to shop in the gourmet supermarket on the lower level. "I don't need anything for tonight," she decided. "I'll go straight home." In her apartment building, she stopped at the desk to get her mail. "There are 2 gentlemen waiting for you, Ms. Chambers," the concierge told her. Puzzled, Esther looked over at the seating area in the lobby. A dark-haired man, neatly dressed, was walking toward her. Speaking quietly so that the concierge would not hear him, he said, "Ms. Chambers, I'm Thomas Desmond from the Securities and Exchange Commission. My associate and I would like to have a word with you." As he handed her his card, he said, "If possible, we would prefer to talk in your apartment, where there's no chance that we might be overheard." Sammy Barber had not become a successful hitman by behaving impulsively. In the most unobtrusive way possible, Sammy began to methodically study the daily pattern of Monica Farrell's comings and goings. Within a few days, he was able to establish that she never arrived at the hospital later than 8:30 a.m., and 2 days out of 3 returned there at 5 p.m. Twice she took the 14th Street bus across town from the hospital to her office. The other day, she walked in both directions. She was a fast walker, he noticed, taking long, graceful strides in her low-heeled boots. He doubted that trying to push her in front of an oncoming bus would work. She never stood perched on the edge of the curb or tried to beat a light as it was turning red. On Friday morning at 8 o'clock, he was sitting in his car on the opposite side of the street from the converted brownstone where she lived. When Monica left her apartment at 8:10, Sammy waited until she was safely in a cab, then got out of his car and walked across the street. He was dressed in a hooded ski jacket and wearing dark glasses. Across his chest was a heavy canvas sack with empty boxes protruding from it. He knew that anyone seeing him would think he was a private service messenger. Averting his face to avoid the security camera, Sammy opened the door into the outer vestibule of Monica's residence. In an instant, he learned what he had come to find out. There were 8 buzzers with name cards next to each of them. 2 apartments to a floor, he thought. Monica Farrell was in 1B. That's got to be the back apartment on this floor. His hands in gloves, he rang the bell of the tenant on the 4th floor, claimed a delivery, and gained entry into the inner hallway. Then, wedging the inner door open with his bag, he immediately called that woman back and claimed he had rung the wrong bell and the delivery was for the tenant in 3B, whose name he read from the card next to that bell. Wanting to know the layout of Monica's apartment, he walked noiselessly down the long, narrow hall to 1B. He was about to try his string of master keys to unlock the door when he heard the whine of a vacuum coming from her apartment. Her cleaning woman must be in there, he thought. Turning swiftly, he retreated down the hallway. Monica Farrell lived on the ground floor in the rear. That meant her apartment was the one with the patio, which meant she has a back door. There's no lock I can't open, Sammy thought, and if she has a back window too, so much the better. But as he got back in his car and tossed the delivery bag on the back seat, Sammy's expression became morose. A dedicated internet researcher, he had printed out all the information he could find on Monica Farrell. It wasn't as if she was a celebrity, but that didn't mean she was just any doctor. She'd written some articles about kids and gotten some awards. Who'd want to kill her and why? Sammy wondered. Am I doing it too cheap? Cardiologist Dr. Clay Hadley and psychiatrist Dr. Douglas Langdon had gone to medical school together and over the years had kept in close touch. Both in their early 50s, both divorced, and both members of the board of the Gannon Foundation, they had a mutual and very good reason that the foundation should stay in the hands of Greg and Peter Gannon. As a young doctor, Clay had been introduced to the Gannons by Olivia Morrow's mother, Regina, and had quickly grasped the potential value of developing a strong friendship with Greg and Peter. It was not long before he had ingratiated himself onto the foundation board. Later it was he who had introduced the Gannons to Langdon and suggested that he would make an ideal replacement when one of old Mr. Gannon's friends retired from the board. On Friday evening, he and Langdon met for a cocktail in the Hotel Elysée on East 54th and chose a quiet corner table where they felt they could talk privately. "I found out where Olivia went the other day," Hadley said. "How did you manage that?" "One of the maintenance staff in her building tipped me off that she'd met a driver in the lobby and was gone most of Tuesday afternoon. Her driver that day, Tony Garcia, was off until this afternoon, and they wouldn't give me his phone number. Today he called me back." Langdon waited. "Clay may have been the one to tip me off about the granddaughter, but he's not much good at helping to get rid of the old lady," Langdon thought. "And what did the driver tell you?" he asked. "He said that he had taken Olivia up to Rhinebeck. She only went to the cemetery where Catherine is buried. That says to me that she's still trying to decide what to do." That would have been a very unfortunate development if Olivia Morrow had given the proof to the nuns. Monica Farrell's death, coming on the heels of that discovery, would have seemed too coincidental to any decent investigator. "Are you assuming that the file is still in Olivia's safe?" "She was putting it there when I was in the apartment the other night." Langdon was silent for a long minute, then inquired, "You still can't find a way to give Olivia something that would cause her to die at home in your presence?" "Not yet. Think about the risk. If she has passed on the Catherine file or shown it to anyone, even at her age and state of health, the cops might decide to request an autopsy if Monica Farrell is suddenly dead as well. What about that guy you hired?" "Sammy Barber's price has gone up. It's now $100,000 in cash up front. As he artlessly expressed it, you know I have a reputation as a man who never goes back on his word. But given the target, I believe that my original fee was, regrettably, much too low." Monica found herself looking forward to the gathering of friends from Georgetown. Ryan had emailed her on the details. Cocktails 7 to 8, then dinner at his local Thai restaurant. On Friday evening, thanks to several last-minute patients, she did not get home until 7:15. "If I don't show up by 8, they may think I'm not coming and then leave to go to the restaurant," she thought. "I don't even have Ryan's cell number to let them know I'll be late." That possibility speeding her even more, she stuffed her mother's black pearls and earrings into her handbag and remembered to check the back door to see that it was bolted. Grabbing a coat, she darted out of her apartment, ran down the hallway, and rushed out of the townhouse. "Monica!" At the sound of the familiar voice, she whirled around. It was Scott Alterman. "You're beautiful, Monica. Even more beautiful than I remembered." "Scott, you've got to understand something. We're not only finished, we never began." Monica turned and ran down the street, wishing she had not at the last minute chosen to wear high heels. It was 5 minutes before she could find an empty cab, and it was 8:20 before she was on her way up in the elevator to Ryan's apartment on West End Avenue. Reassured by the doorman that Dr. Jenner and his friends had not left yet, Monica tried to calm herself down, but could not overcome her dread at what might be coming her way now that Scott had reappeared. Scott's wife, Joy, had been her best friend from their first day in kindergarten together. Joy had been the one who constantly visited Monica's father at the nursing home in Boston. "She and Scott were with him when he died while I was taking final exams," Monica thought. "But why, in the name of God, did he become obsessed with me? Joy blames me, but I know I never for 1 second encouraged him. Now if he's moved to New York to be near me, what can I do? A restraining order if it comes to that?" The door of the apartment opened the instant she put her finger on the bell. Ryan Jenner's welcoming smile immediately lifted her spirits. He interrupted her apology. "Listen, I've been kicking myself for not getting your cell phone number. Don't worry, I called the restaurant and we pushed the reservation back an hour." Anything else he might have said was drowned out by the enthusiastic welcoming of her Georgetown colleagues. It was 8 years of my life, she thought as she hugged her friends. We worked hard those years, but there sure were a lot of good times. Tonight, in a corduroy shirt and jeans, sitting cross-legged on the floor, a beer in his hand, Ryan looked totally relaxed and was obviously enjoying himself. She looked at him thoughtfully. His specialty is brain injury. I wonder what his opinion would be if he saw Michael O'Keefe's CAT scans. Should I ask him to take a look at them before I meet with the priest about that supposed miracle? Maybe I will, she decided. Ryan, this is a lovely apartment, Janine was saying. You could put my whole place in this living room, and that's the way it's going to be until I'm off the hook with school loans. By then I'll need to be performing do-it-yourself plastic surgery on my own face. I don't have school loans, Monica thought, but I don't have much else. Dad was sick for so long that I'm lucky to be okay financially. First of all, Ryan Jenner was saying, this is not my apartment, it's my aunt's, and everything in it except my toothbrush is hers. She never leaves Florida, and sooner or later she's going to put it on the market. I am paying off school loans too. An hour later in the restaurant, the talk turned from the cost of malpractice insurance to the difficulty their various hospitals were having in expanding because of the problems with fundraising. Ryan had arranged the seating so that he was next to Monica. I don't know whether you heard, he said quietly, but the money Greenwich has been promised for the pediatric wing may not come through. The Gannon Foundation is claiming reduced income and intends to renege on their pledge. Ryan, we need that wing, Monica protested. I heard today there's talk of having some people meet with the Gannons and try to get them to change their minds, Ryan said. No one's been more persuasive about the pediatric needs at Greenwich than you. You should be there. I'll make sure I am, Monica said hotly. That guy Greg Gannon always has his face in the Sunday Times as a major league philanthropist. They pledged $15 million to the hospital. Now let them pay up. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Rosalie Garcia woke her sleeping husband up at 6 a.m. on Monday. Tony, the baby has a fever. He's caught my cold. Tony struggled to open his eyes. A sleepy Carlos, his face flushed, ignoring his bottle, was fretfully moving around the crib. With a gentle hand, Tony touched his son's forehead and confirmed that it was unnaturally warm. He straightened up and turned to his wife, understanding the panic he saw in her eyes. Look, Rosie, he said soothingly. We'll get some aspirin into him, and at 8 o'clock we'll call Dr. Monica. With that cold, you can't go out. At 10:30, Tony bundled a sleepy Carlos into a warm jacket and cap and put him in his stroller. When he reached Monica's office 20 minutes later, she was just taking off her coat. She took one look at the fear in Tony's eyes, then quickly unsnapped the plastic shield, and as Tony had done earlier, felt the small forehead of Carlos Garcia. Tony, he has a fever, but not much of a fever, she said reassuringly. So stop looking like that and don't have a heart attack on me. I'm a pediatrician, not a cardiologist. 30 minutes later, Carlos, again dressed in his outerwear, was back in the stroller. Tony had samples of an antibiotic and a prescription for a 3-day dosage of it in his pocket. Tony, his hand on the outer door, stopped. Oh, just quick, Dr. Monica. I drove a very nice elderly woman last week. I showed her Carlos's picture and told her how you had taken care of him, and she told me she knew your grandmother. She knew my grandmother? Monica looked at him astonished. Did she say anything about her? No, just that she knew her. Tony pulled open the outer door. He was gone. Monica was tempted to run after him, but then stopped herself. I can call him later, she thought. Could this person have known my paternal grandmother? Dad didn't have a clue who his birth mother was. He was adopted by people in their mid-40s. They've been gone for years, and so are Mom's parents. Dad and Mom would both be in their mid-70s now. If their parents were still alive, they'd be over 100 years old. If this lady knew my adoptive grandparents, she must be really old herself. She must be mistaken. Sammy Barber had used the weekend to do some serious thinking. The guy he was dealing with was big time. When he'd arranged the meeting in the diner, he had not given his name, only his cell phone number, and of course that was one of those prepaid ones. But it was obvious he wasn't used to making this kind of deal.
The stupid guy drove to the diner in his own car and thought he was being smart by parking it down the block.
Sammy had followed him and used the camera on his cell phone to photograph Douglas Langdon's license plate, then, through one of his contacts, traced down his name. He had not told Langdon that he knew who she was when he had called to raise the price for the hit on Dr. Farrell, because he had wanted to decide his next step first. On Monday morning at 11 o'clock, Sammy showed up in the lobby of the Park Avenue building where Douglas Langdon's office was located. When the security desk phoned to confirm his appointment, Langdon's secretary, Beatrice Tillman, emphatically said, "I have no record of an appointment with Mr. Barber." When the person at the desk passed the word to Sammy, it was the response he was expecting.
"She doesn't know that the doctor talked to me over the weekend and told me to come in. I'll wait till he's available."
The guard gave that message to Tillman, waited, then put the phone down and reached for a pass. He scribbled Langdon's name and suite number and handed it to Sammy. It was clear that the shrink's secretary still wasn't sure if she bought his story, but she asked him to sit down in the reception area near her desk. 10 minutes later, Langdon came in.
"Good morning, Doctor. It's really nice of you to see me on such short notice, and I do appreciate it. You know how sometimes my head gets all messed up."
"Come in, Sammy," Langdon said abruptly. With a cheerful wave at Beatrice Tillman, whose face was a study in curiosity, Sammy followed the doctor down the hall into what he guessed was his private office.
"No couch?"
Sammy asked, his tone bewildered. Langdon was closing the door. "You don't need a couch, Sammy," he snapped. "What are you doing here?"
"Doug, I made you an offer and you didn't get back to me. I don't like to be disrespected."
"You agreed to a $25,000 price and raised it to $100,000, a shaken Langdon reminded him.
$25,000 for murdering Dr. Monica Farrell isn't very much, I figure," Sammy commented. "She's, what would you say, distinguished?"
"You agreed to that price."
"But you didn't get back to me," Sammy reminded him. "So that's why the price has gone up again. It's now $1 million, payable in advance."
"You've got to be crazy," Langdon whispered.
"I'm not," Sammy assured him. "I taped you the other night in the diner, and I'm taping you now."
He opened his jacket and exposed the wire he had attached to his cell phone. He brushed past Langdon and put his hand on the doorknob.
"Have it by Friday," he said, "or I go to the police."
Esther Chambers had had a dismal weekend. Her visit from Thomas Desmond of the Securities and Exchange Commission and his partner had thoroughly unsettled her. Desmond had told her that her boss had been watched for some time by the SEC and that criminal charges against him might be pending. "I simply cannot believe that Greg Gannon would be guilty of insider trading," she had told Desmond. "Why should he? The investment firm has always been very successful, and for years he's received a big salary as chairman of the board of the Gannon Foundation."
"It's not a case of how much he has, but how much he wants," Desmond told her.
Desmond had not been happy to learn that she had just submitted her resignation. He'd asked her if she could rescind it, then corrected himself.
"No, I don't think that's a good idea.
My bet is that right now he's afraid to trust anybody. He might see a sudden change of heart as a tip that we've approached you." "You say you offered to stay for 1 month?" "Yes." "Then my guess is that he'll take you up on it. He's in deep trouble now." And that's the way it's turning out, Esther thought on Monday morning. When Greg had seen her note on Thursday morning, he had come out to her desk.
"Esther, I'm not surprised that you're ready to retire. 35 years is a heck of a long time to keep working in one place, but I do want you to stay for at least 1 month and do the interviewing for your replacement. Then when you find someone, break her in."
Gannon turned to go back into his own office.
Hold all calls until I let you know, Esther.
For the rest of the morning, it was business as usual. Then Esther received a call from Greenwich Village Hospital. It was from the Executive Director of Development.
Esther, this is Justin Banks from Greenwich Village Hospital. As you certainly must understand, we are planning to break ground for the new Gannon Pediatric Wing. The pledge the Foundation made has been overdue for 6 months, and quite frankly, it is absolutely necessary that it be fulfilled now.
Dear God, Esther thought, Greg made that pledge almost 2 years ago. Why hasn't it been paid? Let me look into it, she said, her voice professionally calm.
Esther, that isn't good enough. I and several of my associates insist on having a meeting with Mr. Gannon and with anyone and everyone on the Foundation board. We want to tell them they simply can't do this to the children we serve and hope to serve in the future.
Monday afternoon, after his first day at his prestigious new law firm, Scott Alterman went for a run in Central Park. Over the weekend, he had been constantly berating himself. It had been a stupid and serious mistake to show up at the brownstone where Monica lived. He knew that 4 years ago, he had come on much too strongly to her, and should have had the brains to realize that Monica would never even think of dating her best friend's husband.
But now Joy and I are totally split, he thought as he jogged through Central Park, enjoying the crisp autumn breezes. In the year we've been split, both of us have been much happier. I wonder if I could get Joy to call Monica and explain that to her.
With a glow of satisfaction at how easily he had handled the run, he returned to his rented apartment, showered, changed, then, sipping a scotch, settled in a chair that overlooked the park.
Even without Monica in the equation, I was happy to make the move, he thought. There's more visibility for a trial lawyer in Manhattan than in Boston. Monica.
As always, when he allowed himself to think about her, her face in every detail filled his mind.
When did I fall in love with Monica? When did I stop seeing her as Joy's best friend and start looking at her as a desirable woman, the woman I wanted to spend the rest of my life with? Why didn't I tell her to listen to her father's suspicions about his parentage? She saw the photos her father had compared and immediately dismissed them.
But the resemblance between Monica's father, Edward Farrell, and Alexander Gannon was absolutely startling.
Gannon never married, but in 1935 he wrote a will which never mentioned a wife, but significantly left his estate first to his issue, if any existed, and only then to his brother. There's a good chance her father was right about his suspicions. Maybe telling that to Monica is the way to get her to see me. I want to marry Monica, but if that doesn't happen, he thought ruefully, second best would be to represent her in court. As her lawyer, I'd receive a healthy percentage of any money she received.
It isn't just about the money in the Gannon Foundation that may be hers. I want her, and I want everything for her. On Monday evening, retired detective John Hartman phoned his neighbor Nan Rhodes.
I've kept the picture of Dr. Farrell longer than I intended, he said. The fingerprints on it don't match any known felon. Shall I slip it under your door?
I just made a pot of tea, and sinful as it's now considered, I bought a chocolate layer cake at the bakery. Why don't you just come in and sit down for a few minutes and share it with me? 5 minutes later, he was sitting opposite Nan at her dinette table. He found himself savoring the warmth that emanated from Nan Rhodes. It was only after the second cup of tea and a small second slice of chocolate cake that he pulled the envelope with the photograph of Monica holding the Garcia baby from his pocket.
Nan, he said soberly, as I told you when I phoned, whoever was holding that picture has no known past history of crime. But that doesn't mean that there isn't something very wrong about the fact this picture exists, and that Dr. Farrell's 2 addresses are on it.
She reached for the envelope, took the picture out, studied it, then turned it over to read again the block printing with Monica's addresses.
I have to show it to her, she said reluctantly. She might be annoyed that I didn't give it to her last week, but that's a chance I have to take. I walked over to the hospital the other day, John said. I took some pictures from across the street to try to get the same angle of the steps and hospital that we see in this one. I think whoever took that picture was sitting in a car.
Do you mean someone might have been waiting for Dr. Monica to come out?
It's possible. When you give it to the doctor, please ask her what time did she go out of the hospital with the Garcias to take that picture.
You really think that someone is stalking her, don't you?
Maybe stalking is too strong a word. I checked on Scott Alterman, the ex-boyfriend, or whatever he was, to the doctor. He's a well-known, well-respected lawyer in Boston, recently divorced, and moved to Manhattan only last week to join a big-shot law firm on Wall Street. But he wasn't the one who took the picture. Last Monday, his firm had a farewell luncheon for him at the Ritz-Carlton in Boston, and he was there.
Could he have had someone else take the picture for him?
He could have, but I doubt it. That doesn't have the ring of truth to me.
Hartman pushed back his chair.
Nan, thanks for the hospitality.
Nan stood up with him.
Oh, I have to tell you something interesting. The Garcia baby, the one who recovered from leukemia, was in today. Just a cold, but you can understand the concern of the parents. Tony Garcia, the father, works part-time as a driver. He told Dr. Monica that an elderly lady he drove last week claimed to know the doctor's grandmother. Dr. Monica told me she thought it had to be a mistake because she never knew her grandparents, but I couldn't resist following up. I called Tony and he gave me the lady's name. It's Olivia Morrow, and she lives on Riverside Drive. I gave it to Dr. Monica and urged her to give the lady a call. As I told her, what have you got to lose?
In his office near Schubert Alley in the theater district of Manhattan, Peter Gannon stood up from his desk and pushed aside the sheets of paper that were littered over it.
Carnage, he said aloud. That about defines it.
Slaughter and butchery by the critics. Massacre by the audience, and dead bodies of all the actors, musicians, and crew who worked their hearts out to have a big hit.
I was so sure that this one would work, he thought. I was so sure of it, I even promised to personally guarantee half the investment some of the big bucks guys put in it. How am I supposed to do that now? The patent income has been finished for years, and the foundation is too heavily committed. I told Greg that I thought Clay and Doug were pushing too hard for those mental health and cardiac research grants, but he told me to mind my own business, that I was getting plenty for my theater projects. How do I tell them that I need more now? A lot more.
The musical extravaganza had opened and closed last Monday night. A week later, he was still adding up the cost of the debacle.
Give it up, Peter,
he thought as he opened the small refrigerator behind his desk and took out a bottle of vodka.
Not too much,
he cautioned himself as he unscrewed the bottle and reached for a stem glass from the tray on top of the refrigerator.
I know I've been drinking too much, I know it. Or maybe I should turn into a drunk, he thought. Blotto, out of it.
He took a long sip of the vodka and with his free hand reached for the phone. Susan, his ex-wife, had left a message telling him how sorry she was that the play had closed.
Any other ex would have been thrilled that it flopped, he thought, but Sue meant it. Sue. One more constant regret. Forget about calling her. It's too painful.
As he was withdrawing his hand, the phone rang. When the caller's number came up, he was tempted to pretend he wasn't in his office. Knowing that would solve nothing, he picked up the receiver and mumbled a greeting.
I expected to hear from you before this,
a querulous voice told him.
I meant to call you. It's been pretty hectic.
I don't mean a phone call. I mean my payment. You're overdue.
I just don't have that much now, Peter whispered, his voice strangled.
Then get it or else.
The phone slammed in his ear. When she woke up on Tuesday morning, Olivia Morrow felt as if a quantity of her small stockpile of remaining energy had disappeared while she was sleeping.
Catherine, she begged, Give me direction. Let me know what you want me to do."
After a few minutes, she was able to get up, make the tea, and plan her day.
"I want to go back to Southampton," she thought. "I wonder if the Gannon house is still there, and the cottage where Catherine and Mother and I lived."
The cemetery in Southampton was where generations of Gannons were entombed in an imposing mausoleum, where Alex was entombed.
"Not that I have the feeling that he'll be waiting for me on the other side," she thought sadly. "Catherine was his love, but when she died she certainly wasn't looking to be reunited with him. Or was she?"
A childhood memory that had been coming to the surface of her mind over and over in these past few days once again filled her mind.
Am I making this up, or did I witness it? She wondered. Is my mind playing tricks, or am I remembering seeing Catherine in her habit shortly after she entered the convent? I thought the novices were not allowed to see their families for a while. It was on a dock, and there was another nun with her. Catherine and Mother were crying. That must have been when she sailed to Ireland.
She would call the car service and go out to Southampton today.
"Even in a few days it may be too late," she thought. "I wonder if I can get that nice young man who drove me last week. What was his name? Yes, I remember. It was Tony Garcia."
In the bedroom, she called the car service and was disappointed to learn that Tony Garcia was not coming in today.
"He's supposed to be available," an aggravated voice told her, "but he phoned to say that his wife and kid are sick and he has to stay home." "Oh, I am sorry," Olivia said quickly. "It's not serious, is it? He told me about his little boy having had leukemia." "No, it's just a bad cold. I swear if that kid gets sniffles, Tony makes a big deal about it. I'll send a good driver for you."
At noon, the driver, a heavy-set man with a wind-burned face, appeared in the lobby. She had fully intended to ask him to take the tote bag with the Catherine file from under the blanket in the trunk, but decided against it. "I know by heart those letters Catherine wrote to Mother," she thought. "I can read them in my mind. And why am I hiding the file? What is the point?" She had no answer, only an instinct to leave it in the trunk for the present. It was one of those unexpectedly warm October days with the sun high and bright and puffs of clouds drifting through a tranquil sky. As they passed the various towns, Olivia found herself reminiscing over friends long gone. Lillian lived in Syosset. Beverly had that beautiful house in Manhasset.
"I don't have the street address in Southampton," the driver said as they approached the town.
Olivia recited it to him, and just doing so brought back the scent of the salt water that had wafted into her room in the cottage.
Even the cottage faced the ocean, she thought, and the Gannon house was so beautiful, with the wraparound porch. The Gannons always dressed for dinner. Another memory, Catherine walking on the beach, barefoot, her long hair swirling behind her. I know I'm right. I was standing there. It must have been shortly before she left for the convent. Then Alex came up behind her and put his arms around her.
Olivia closed her eyes.
So much is coming back to me, she thought. Does this happen to everyone who is dying?
She wasn't sure if she had dozed, because it seemed only a moment later that the driver was opening the door for her.
"We're here, Miss Morrow." "Oh, I'm not getting out. I just wanted to see the house again. When I was a young child, I lived here."
The name Gannon was on the mailbox.
So they still own it, she thought. It must have been left to Alex as the older son. That means the rightful owner is Alex's granddaughter, Monica Farrell.
"You lived in this house, Miss Morrow?" the driver asked, his tone alive with curiosity.
"No, I lived in a cottage that is no longer here. I have one more stop to make. Maybe I'll be able to come to a decision if I stop at the cemetery and visit the Gannon mausoleum," she thought. Alex is there.
But when the driver parked in front of the mausoleum, she was too tired to leave the car, let alone wrestle with her conscience.
The only emotion she felt was her sense of profound loss that Alex had never loved her. "We began to have dinner after we met at his father's funeral. We saw each other regularly for 6 months. She remembered again his shock and astonishment when she had asked him to marry her. He had said, "Olivia, you will always be my dear friend, but there will never be anything more between us." That was the last time I saw him, she thought. It hurt too much to be around him. She stared at the Gannon name over the door of the mausoleum. I would never have learned the truth if Mother had not revealed it when she was heavily medicated. She had come out here looking for guidance, and there was none. All the journey had done was to dredge up painful memories. "I guess it's time to get started," she told the driver. When she arrived home, Olivia undressed and went straight to bed. The ringing of the phone was an unwelcome distraction. Sighing, Olivia fumbled for the receiver and picked it up. It was an unfamiliar voice. "Ms. Morrow, I'm probably wasting your time. My name is Monica Farrell. I'm a pediatrician. You had a driver last week whose little boy is my patient. The driver, Tony Garcia, happened to mention that you said you knew my grandmother. Was he mistaken?" "Catherine's granddaughter is calling me," Olivia thought. "It was just after I left Catherine's grave that I told Tony Garcia I knew Monica's grandmother, and he told her. Catherine has sent me a sign. Yes, I knew her very well, and I want to tell you about her. It is very important that you know everything before it is too late. Can you come and visit me tomorrow?" "Not until late afternoon. I have office hours in the morning. Then I have an appointment in New Jersey I cannot break. I'm sure I could be at your apartment by 5 o'clock at the latest." "That will be fine. Oh, Monica, I'm so glad you called. Did Tony give you my address?" "Yes, I have it. Ms. Morrow, one question. Are we talking about the woman who was my father's adoptive mother, or about my maternal grandmother?" "I'm talking about your father's birth parents, your flesh and blood grandparents. Monica, I am very tired. I have been out all day. Tomorrow I will be sure to rest. I look forward so much to seeing you." Olivia broke the connection. She knew how close she was to tears and didn't want Monica to hear them in her voice. She closed her eyes and fell asleep immediately. She was dreaming of the moment when she would meet the young woman who was the grandchild of Catherine and Alex when the phone rang again. This time it was Clay Hadley. "Oh, Clay, I'm so happy. Monica Farrell called me. Can you believe it? She called me. It's a sign. I'm going to tell her everything. It's such a relief to be sure, isn't it? Now I'm content to die." Stunned at what Olivia Morrow had told her, Monica put down the phone and sat at the desk in her small private office, her mind jumping. Does she mean what she told me? That she knew Daddy's birth parents? Maybe tomorrow by this time I'll know, she thought. I wonder if I have any cousins or extended family. I'd love that. Monica pushed back her desk chair and stood up. I wish I didn't have to go and testify about that beatification process tomorrow. Ryan Jenner had promised to stop by and look at the Michael O'Keefe file at 7 o'clock. It was 7 now. Over the weekend, she had savored the memory of the evening at Ryan's apartment. She acknowledged to herself that she had always admired him in his role as surgeon, but she had never imagined how warm and charming he could be on a personal level. At 20 after 7, the doorbell rang. I'm so sorry, Ryan began when she opened the office door. That was my line at your apartment on Friday, Monica interrupted. Come on in. I have everything I want to show you ready. I know you said that you're on the way to the theater. She had placed the Michael O'Keefe files on a table in her waiting room. As Jenner sat down and reached for the file, she pulled up a chair across the table from him and watched as he reached in his pocket for his glasses. She studied his face as he began to read the MRIs and CAT scans. Monica, this child had incurable brain cancer that ought to have resulted in his death within 12 months. Are you telling me he is still alive? Those MRIs and scans were taken 4 years ago. Michael was 4 years old then. He had started having seizures, and the parents thought they were looking at epilepsy. But you can see what I found. Now look at the other file. It has diagnostic tests that have been taken of Michael in the past 3 years. His eyebrows raised, Jenner opened the second file, studied its contents, went through them one by one again, and finally laid them down. He looked at Monica for a long moment. "Do you see any possibility of spontaneous remission?" Monica asked. "None. Absolutely impossible," Jenner said firmly. "Be careful. You might end up on a witness list for this beatification process. If they want another opinion, I'll be glad to give it to them. Now I'd better get going. A certain young lady is going to get very unhappy if I'm not at the theater by curtain time." On Wednesday morning, after a considerable debate with herself, Monica told Nan that she had called Olivia Morrow and was going to visit her when she returned from testifying at the bishop's office in Metuchen, New Jersey. "Does she know your grandmother?" Nan asked breathlessly. "She claims she does, but I will say from the sound of Ms. Morrow's voice, I get the impression that she's quite old. I'm reserving judgment until I meet her." 1 hour later, she was parking her car in front of the building that was the office of the Bishop of Metuchen. Wishing she was 1,000 miles away, she stopped at the reception desk in the spacious lobby. She introduced herself and said, "I have an appointment with Monsignor Joseph Kelly." Over the weekend, Monica had read up on the process. It seems almost medieval, she thought. If what I read is correct, Monsignor Kelly is the Episcopal delegate who actually runs the investigation. 2 other people will be with him when I'm questioned. One is the promoter of justice, whose job it is to make sure there are no phony miracles. They used to call him the devil's advocate. The third person will be the notary in the inquiry. I guess her job is to take down my testimony, and I gather I have to start by taking an oath to tell the truth. Ignoring the elevator, she walked up the carpeted stairs. The door of Monsignor Kelly's office was open. He caught her eye and waved her in with a genial smile. "Dr. Farrell, come in. Thank you so much for joining us." As he spoke, he sprang up and hurried around his desk to shake her hand. Monica found herself immediately drawn to him. He was a man in his late 60s with dark hair, only moderately sprinkled with gray, a rangy build, and intense blue eyes. As she had expected, there were 2 other people in the sitting area of the large office. One, a younger priest, was introduced as Monsignor David Fell. He was a slight man in his early 40s with a boyish face. The other, perhaps 10 years older than Monsignor Fell, was a tall woman with short, curly hair. She was introduced as Laura Shearing. Monica was sure she was the notary. Monsignor Kelly invited Monica to sit down. He thanked her again for coming, then asked, "Do you know anything about Sister Catherine?" "Certainly not personally. I was aware of the fact that she was the foundress of 7 children's hospitals, so as a pediatrician I have great respect for her," Monica said, suddenly more comfortable that this was not going to be an inquisition about her belief or lack of belief in miracles. "And after her death 33 years ago, there were many people who believed she had been a saint living among us. She is only credited with 1 miracle, but countless parents wrote or called this diocese to say that she seemed to have special healing powers, in a sense that many gravely ill children turned the corner after being in her presence." Monsignor Kelly looked at Monsignor Fell. "Why don't you take over, David?" David Fell's quick smile brightened his solemn demeanor. "Dr. Farrell, let me give you a brief background of someone whose cause is presently being studied in Rome. Terence Cook was the Cardinal Archbishop of New York. He died about 25 years ago. Have you ever heard of him?"
"Yes, I have. My father loved New York," Monica said. After my mother died, when I was 10 years old, he and I would come down to Manhattan and spend weekends going to the theater and visiting museums. We never missed the Cardinals' masses at St. Patrick's on Sunday morning. Fell nodded. He was a man who was loved by countless people.
Like Sister Catherine, he is credited with the miracle of saving the life of a dying child. You have to understand where I am coming from, Monica said, carefully choosing her words. It is not that I don't believe in the possibility of divine intervention, but as a doctor, I continue to look for other reasons why this child, Michael O'Keefe, had spontaneous remission. When you were contacted by us, you did readily acknowledge Michael's mother's response when you told her and his father that he was terminally ill. After urging Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe to seek other opinions from qualified specialists, I begged them not to subject Michael to fake promises of a cure. I said I was sure the doctors in Cincinnati would verify my diagnosis, and after that they should take Michael home and enjoy him for the year that he would live.
And how did the parents respond?
Michael's father almost collapsed. His mother looked at me and said, "My son is not going to die. I am going to begin a crusade of prayer to Sister Catherine, and he will get well." Monsignors Fell and Kelly exchanged glances.
Dr. Farrell, we need to take your testimony under oath, and then we can let you go, Monsignor Kelly said. What you have said is crucially important to this proceeding.
I'll be happy to testify under oath, Monica said quietly. Gregory Gannon's duplex apartment was in one of the Museum Mile buildings, so called because of their proximity on Fifth Avenue to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, as well as the Guggenheim and others. It had terraces that allowed him to look over Manhattan in all four directions, with a dazzling view of the most famous island in the world. Before his second marriage 8 years ago, Greg had lived in the corner building next door, in a comfortable 12-room cooperative apartment that was still occupied by his first wife, Carolyn. His 2 sons had grown up there. After the divorce, neither one of them had chosen to have any further dealings with Greg. All this was running through Greg's mind as he sat in the library at home, sipping a vodka and looking out through a terrace window to the brooding early evening sky.
How much would this apartment bring? He asked himself. 8 years ago, when Pamela and I were married, I paid $18 million for it. I don't think I'd get $26 million in this market. And how can I face Pam and tell her that I've got to cover my losses or else? I've been pretty lucky with the tips I've been given. I haven't made any trades that would look suspicious until these last few years when I got too greedy. Lunch today went great. If this guy puts me in charge of his portfolio, I may be able to stay liquid until I make a few killings again. The foundation. We've hit the principal too aggressively. I've helped myself to money from so-called charities that couldn't stand the light of day. Peter's theater grants would at best be questionable under close scrutiny. At least Clay as a cardiologist and Doug, the king of mental health research, make us look good with the charities they put us in. I need to take money, lots of money, from the foundation, but it isn't there to take anymore.
Greg?
As always, the seductive voice that had thrilled him the first time he'd met her did its usual magic on Greg Gannon. In here, he called.
You hide in that big leather chair, his wife said, her tone teasing. You're not trying to hide from me, are you? Greg Gannon felt arms slide around the back of his chair and wrap themselves around his neck. He reached up and closed his hands over Pamela's arms.
Hide from you? Never. Pam, you do love me, don't you?
Silly, silly question.
No matter what, you'd never leave me, would you?
Why would I ever leave the most generous man in the whole wide world? At 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening, Christina Johnson phoned her mother. Mom, I don't know what to do. Ms. Carter didn't come home last night and she doesn't answer her cell phone. I'm still here alone with the baby. For heaven's sake, that's crazy. Today is your day off.
Who does that woman think she is?
She's never been out of contact this long, and I'm worried about Sally. She's wheezing a little.
Christina looked down at Sally, who sat quietly on the carpet with a doll in her lap. Aren't you keeping her away from that dog?
I try to, but Sally loves the dog and he loves her. But Lab's shed, and the doctor warned her mother that Sally is allergic to animals.
Renee Carter shouldn't have a pet when she knows it will make her child sick. She's some kind of mother, let me tell you.
Mom, I'm really just calling to say I'm obviously not coming home tonight.
Well, there's nothing you can do except wait it out, I guess. When she left last night, do you know who she was meeting?
No, but she was in a great mood.
All right, but I want you to think about giving up that job. And something else. Keep a close watch on that baby. If she's wheezing, get the vaporizer on. And if it gets bad, don't take any chances, call the doctor. But if that woman doesn't come back tomorrow, maybe you'll have to call the police.
With a sigh, Christina replaced the phone on the cradle. She had called from Sally's bedroom, the one place where she had managed to keep the dog from entering. Sally had barely eaten any dinner. She had begun to play with her dolls, but now, to Christina's concern, she wandered over to her crib, pulled her security blanket from it, and lay down on the floor. She is getting sick again, Christina thought. I'll turn on the vaporizer, and I'll sleep on the sofa bed in here with her. If she isn't better in the morning, whether or not her mother is back, I'm going to call Dr. Farrell. I'm sure Ms. Carter will be furious. I'll have to admit to the doctor that she isn't here, but I don't care. Christina walked across the room, bent down, and picked up the sleepy baby. You poor kid, she said. You certainly got one bum break when you were born to that miserable woman.
Monica had hoped to go home and freshen up before her meeting with Olivia Morrow. It would be cutting it too tight, she decided, as she drove back through the Lincoln Tunnel. I'd rather be in her neighborhood early than run the risk of keeping her waiting. She's obviously not well. If it weren't for that chance remark to Tony Garcia when he drove her, I would never have contacted her. Would she ever have contacted me? At 20 minutes of 5, after parking the car in a nearby garage, Monica entered the lobby of Schwab House. I have an appointment at 5 o'clock with Ms. Morrow, she explained. Tell her Dr. Farrell is here. Her anticipation rising to a fever pitch, Monica watched as the desk clerk dialed a number. She saw the expression come over his face that clearly suggested a problem.
She's not answering, he said flatly. There may be a problem. I know for sure that Ms. Morrow has not gone out today. I have her doctor's number. I'm going to call him. The night clerk told me he was here last evening to see her.
I'm a doctor, Monica said quickly. If you think there is a medical problem, time may be of the essence.
I'll call Dr. Hadley, and then if it's okay with him, I'll go upstairs with you now.
In an agony of impatience, Monica waited while the clerk made the call to Hadley. Finally, he hung up.
Dr. Hadley will be here as fast as he can make it, but he said for me to bring you to Ms. Morrow's apartment immediately, and if she has the bolt on, to break in.
There were no lights on, but there was still sufficient natural light coming in from the west for Monica to glance at an orderly living room, a dining area, the open door to a kitchen, and then hurry behind the clerk down the hall.
Her bed is at the end, he said, the next door from the den.
He took a moment to knock on the closed bedroom door, then hesitantly opened it and entered the bedroom. From the doorway, Monica could see the small figure, her head resting on a raised pillow, the rest of her body under the covers.
Ms. Morrow, the clerk said, it's Henry. We're just checking up on you. The doctor is worried that you may need him.
Turn on the light, Monica ordered.
Oh, sure, doctor, sure, Henry stammered.
The overhead fixture flooded the room with light. Monica walked swiftly to the side of the bed and looked down on the waxy face, the teeth clamped on a corner of her bottom lip, her eyes partially open. She's been dead for hours, she thought. Rigor mortis has set in. Oh, God, if only I had called her earlier. Will I ever know about my birth family now? Call the police, Henry, she ordered. It is necessary to report a death when someone dies alone.
I'll wait here until her own physician comes. He's the appropriate person to sign the death certificate."
"Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you. I'll call from downstairs."
Henry clearly was eager to be out of the presence of the body. There was a chair in the corner of the room. Monica pulled it over and sat by the remains of the woman whom she had wanted so much to meet. 15 minutes later, Dr. Clay Hadley came rushing in. He reached under the covers and lifted Olivia Morrow's hand, then gently laid it back down and pulled the covers over it again.
"I was here last night," he told Monica, his voice husky. "I begged Olivia to let me admit her to a hospital or to a hospice so she wouldn't die alone. She was adamant that she wanted to be in her own bed when the end came. Have you known her for long, Doctor?"
"I never met her. I was supposed to see her this evening. My father was an adopted child, and Ms. Morrow claimed she had known my birth grandparents and wanted to tell me about them. Did she ever mention me to you?"
Hadley shook his head. "Dr. Farrell, please don't put any stock in anything Olivia said. These past few weeks since I had to tell her how very sick she was, she had begun to hallucinate. The poor woman had no family, and she began to think that anyone she ever met or heard of was in some way related to her."
"I see. Frankly, I wondered if that wasn't the case. I guess I had better stay until the police come, because I was with the clerk when we found the body. They'll probably want a statement from me."
"Why don't we wait in the living room?" Hadley suggested.
With a final glance at the bed where Olivia Morrow was lying, Monica left the room. But as she walked down the hall, she had the nagging sensation that something was out of order. Something was wrong. But what? On Thursday morning, Doug Langdon phoned Sammy Barber. He spoke briefly and tried to disguise his voice.
"I agree to the terms of your settlement offer." "Oh, Dougie, relax," Sammy told him. "I'm not taping you anymore. Here's the way I figure we do it. We each have a big black suitcase, the kind that we can pull down the block. We meet in the parking lot of our favorite diner in Queens. We park near each other and switch bags in the lot." "When do you want to meet?" "Dougie, you don't sound happy. How about this afternoon, maybe around 3? "This afternoon at 3 o'clock in the parking lot of the diner."
The phone rang. A moment later, Beatrice announced, "Dr. Hadley calling, sir."
"Thank you, Beatrice." "I tried to get you last night. Why didn't you answer your phone?"
"Because I was a wreck," Clay Hadley replied, his voice quivering. "I'm a doctor. I save lives. It's one thing to talk about killing someone. It's another to hold a pillow over the head of a woman who was my patient."
"Clay, get hold of yourself. At the most, Olivia Morrow only had a few days to live. By eliminating those few days, you saved yourself from spending the rest of your life in prison. You did tell me she was going to tell Monica Farrell about Alex and the Gannon fortune."
"Doug, Monica Farrell was in Olivia's apartment when I went back yesterday evening. She was in the bedroom, sitting by Olivia's bed. She's a doctor. She may have noticed something."
"Like what?"
"I don't know. I guess I'm just nervous."
"Think about all the money you have in that Swiss bank account and the life you can lead with it. And think about what will happen to you and to me if you don't stay calm."
I hear you. I'll be all right. I promise."
Langdon heard the click in his ear as the other phone rang. With his handkerchief, he dried the perspiration from his forehead and his hands.
On Thursday morning, Monica went straight to the hospital after her nearly sleepless night. Ryan Jenner stopped at the pediatric floor looking for her.
"I'll be honest, Monica, I can't get the Michael O'Keefe file out of my head. Would you lend the file to me for a few days? I really want to study it."
That was my reaction, too.
"I can stop by late this afternoon at your office for it, and I will be on time."
"That's fine. I'll be there until about 6.
As Ryan turned to go, she asked,
"How was the theater?"
Great. It was the revival of Our Town. That's always been one of my favorite plays.
I played Emily when I was in high school. Why am I telling Ryan that? Monica asked herself. Is it because I want to prolong this conversation? Ryan smiled. Well, I'm glad you were acting. I still get a lump in my throat at the end when George throws himself on Emily's grave. As he turned again to leave, he gave her the quick smile that she knew would instantly be replaced by his usual serious expression. Monica felt the stirring of her cell phone in the pocket of her jacket. It was Christina Johnson. "Doctor," she said, her voice frightened. "I'm in a cab on my way to the hospital. Sally is really, really sick." It suddenly occurred to Monica that Renee Carter, Sally's mother, should have been the one calling her. "Is Ms. Carter with you?" she asked sharply. "No, she hasn't been home in 2 days, and I haven't heard from her." "I'll meet you in the emergency room, Christina," Monica said. Rita Greenberg had been listening. "I'll have a crib all set up," Rita promised. "Put her in the alcove again. The last thing she needs is to pick up a bug." 15 minutes later, Monica was standing at the entrance to the emergency room when the cab pulled up. She ran over to it, opened the door, and reached inside. "Give her to me." Not waiting for Christina to pay the driver, she raced back into the hospital. Sally was wheezing and gasping. Her lips were blue and her eyes were rolling back in her head. "It's gone into pneumonia," Monica thought as she reached for the oxygen mask the nurse was holding out to her. An hour later, she was settling Sally in the intensive care unit on the pediatric floor. Christina Johnson, her eyes welling with tears, had followed them and was waiting for Monica to leave the side of the crib. "Christina, am I right that you said her mother has not been home in the last day or two?" "She left night before last. I haven't heard from her at all." Christina began to cry. "If anything happens to Sally, it's my fault. But, Doctor, I was afraid if I brought Sally in yesterday, Miss Carter would be furious." "Christina, this is not your fault. Why don't you go back to Miss Carter's apartment and get some rest? I'm going to stay here until I'm sure Sally is breathing properly. In the morning, if Miss Carter still has not shown up, I would suggest you leave a note for her and go home. I intend to take up her absence with the authorities." "Is it all right if I visit Sally tomorrow?" "Of course it is." A warning alarm from the crib made Monica spin around. As an intensive care nurse rushed toward them, Sally's labored breathing stopped. On Thursday afternoon, Monsignor Joseph Kelly and Monsignor David Fell completed interviewing 2 more witnesses in the beatification hearings concerning Sister Catherine. They agreed that the witnesses they had just interviewed had all given compelling stories about their encounters with Sister Catherine. "Our star witness yesterday was pretty interesting, wasn't she?" Monsignor Fell asked. "Dr. Farrell? You bet she was." "Dr. Farrell mentioned her colleague, Dr. Ryan Jenner," Fell continued. "I looked him up. He's made quite a reputation for himself as a neurosurgeon. Dr. Farrell volunteered that on the basis of all the MRIs and CAT scans, Jenner told her that Michael O'Keefe was terminal and should have died. I'd really like to question him." Monsignor Kelly nodded. Then for a long minute, both men were silent, each knowing the thought process of the other. "I am still so frustrated that we can't learn the circumstances around the fact that Catherine had given birth," Fell said. "I know," Kelly agreed. "We knew she was only 17 when she entered the convent. It must have happened shortly before that, which would explain why her Mother Superior sent her to Ireland a few months after she became a novice. It suggests that she only realized she was pregnant after she joined the community. And no one would have known about it if that hospital aide who tended to her when she was dying hadn't noticed Catherine had had a cesarean." Monsignor Kelly sighed. Monsignor Fell replied, "We can't ignore the fact that we have no information as to her state of mind about the pregnancy. Was the liaison consensual? The early pictures we have show that she was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. It would not be surprising if she had admirers. Did she give birth to a live child, and if so, what became of it?" Monsignor Fell realized he was asking these questions without expecting an answer.
It is my job to make sure that miracles are really miracles, and that only people of extraordinary virtue, not extraordinary beauty, may someday be listed on the calendar of saints," he said. Monsignor Kelly nodded, and did not choose to mention that ever since yesterday's meeting with Dr. Monica Farrell, his memories of Sister Catherine kept playing through his mind. "Maybe it's because I saw the pain in that lovely young doctor's face when she talked about breaking the news to the O'Keefes that Michael was terminal. She had that same look that I remember seeing on Sister Catherine when she shared the heartbreak of parents whose children were dangerously ill." When Christina Johnson's cab stopped at the building on the corner of 96th Street and Central Park West, she went into the lobby and took the elevator to Renee Carter's apartment. As she opened the door, the dog's frenzied barking reminded her that it had not been out for a walk since last night. "Oh, God," she thought as she ran to get its leash. She did not take the time to look through the apartment, but it was obvious that everything was exactly as she had left it, and Ms. Carter had not come home. Downstairs again, as the lab strained to pull her along, she called to the desk clerk. "Jimmy, when my friend Carrie Ann gets here, tell her I'll be right back, okay?" 15 minutes later, when she returned to the building, she stopped at the desk. "Jimmy, did Miss Carter come in while I was walking the dog?" "No, Christina," the young clerk answered. "Haven't seen her all morning." Inside the apartment, she headed straight for the kitchen, made herself a cup of coffee, and took it into the den. She had just begun to settle in a chair when the intercom sounded. Christina jumped up. "That must be Jimmy tipping me off that Miss Carter is on the way up." But when she answered, the desk clerk had a different message. "There are 2 detectives here inquiring about your boss. They asked me who was in the apartment. I told them you and your friend, and they said they wanted to talk to you." Christina locked the dog in the den, and when the bell rang, she opened the door to find the men standing in the vestibule. They held up their badges for her to see. "I am Detective Tucker," the shorter man introduced himself. "And this is Detective Flynn. May we come in?" "Of course," Christina said nervously. "Did something happen to Miss Carter? Was she in an accident?" "Why do you ask?" Tucker inquired as he stepped into the apartment. "Because she hasn't come home since night before last, and she doesn't answer her cell phone, and Sally, her baby, is so sick, I had to take her to the hospital this morning." "Is there a picture of Miss Carter around?" "Oh yes, I'll get one." Christina went down the hall to Renee Carter's bedroom. A table by the window had framed pictures of Renee at a variety of black tie events. Christina grabbed several of them and rushed back to the living room. When she handed them to Tucker, she saw the grim look he gave his partner. "She's dead, isn't she?" Christina gasped. "And I've been saying such mean things about her." "Why don't we sit down and you tell me all about her?" Tucker suggested. "We understand she has a baby. You say the baby is in the hospital?" "Yes. I brought her there this morning. She's really sick. That's why I was so mad at Miss Carter. I didn't know what to do, so I waited too long to bring Sally to the emergency room." Her eyes brimmed with tears. "What about the baby's father? Did you try to contact him?" "I don't know who he is. When Miss Carter left, she was all dressed up, so I figured she was going to one of her parties. But looking back, I think she may have been meeting him. When she waved goodbye to Sally, she yelled something like, 'Keep your fingers crossed, baby. Your old man is finally coughing up the money.'" Now that she was aware that Greg Gannon was under investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission, Esther Chambers was keenly attuned to the tension building in him. If his door was partially open, she could hear him on the phone, and the tone of his voice was either warm and jovial with a client or abrupt and curt when he was speaking to one of his fellow 3 Foundation board members, Dr. Hadley, Dr. Langdon, or his brother Peter. The gist of what she could gather he was telling them was to forget any new grants they wanted to suggest, that there was already too damn much money being spent supporting Hadley's heart research and Langdon's mental health clinics, and that there wouldn't be another dime for Peter's theater projects. On Thursday morning, he came into the office scowling, his shoulders bunched together, and dropped a list on her desk.
Call them, he said abruptly. When one of them is available to talk, give me the name fast.
Esther had only to take one look at the list to know they were all potential clients, and that he was going to try to rope them in. The first three were not able to take his call, but at 11:20, Arthur Sailing accepted the call. Sailing, a prospective client, had lunched with Greg last week. A timid-looking man in his early 60s, he had come back to the office with Greg and had been duly impressed with the lavish setup. Out of curiosity, Esther had Googled him. After the recent death of his mother, Sailing had come into the principal of a family trust, close to $100 million. The door was closed, but she could hear Greg's booming, jovial tones even though the words were muffled. Poor Arthur Sailing, she thought. If Greg is frantic to cover his losses, a lot of these paper profits he's been posting probably don't even exist, and this is one more victim in the making. I wish I could tip him off. When the call to Sailing ended, Greg got back on the intercom.
That turned out to be a good morning's work, Esther, he said, his voice warm and relieved now. I think we'll hold the other calls until this afternoon. My wife is joining me for lunch, and I should be on my way.
I wish I was out of here, Esther thought, as the clock on her desk registered the noon hour. Not just for lunch, but out of here altogether. It makes me feel slimy to be reporting on Greg to the SEC, even though he might have just convinced someone else to trust him with his money. Greg was still at his desk when Pamela Gannon swept in at 12:15.
Is anyone with him? She asked Esther.
No, Mrs. Gannon, Esther said, trying to force a friendly note into her voice. I've got to admit that woman is beautiful, she conceded, as Pamela strode past her desk, stunning in a fur-trimmed red suit and suede boots. But her kind marries people like Greg Gannon for one reason only, a 5-letter word spelled M-O-N-E-Y. She watched as Pamela, without knocking, turned the handle of Greg's door and flung it open. Surprise! I'm here, Papa Bear, she called. Papa Bear? God spare me, Esther thought, shuddering at Greg's delighted response. It's not going to happen, she told herself. On her way to have lunch, Esther stopped at a CVS pharmacy and bought plain paper and a plain envelope. In block letters, she wrote, "This is a warning. Do not invest with Greg Gannon. You will lose your money." She signed it, "A Friend," then put a stamp on the envelope, addressed it, and took a cab to the main post office, where she dropped it in a mailbox. For hours, Monica did not leave the side of Sally's crib after she managed to resuscitate her. "Come on, little girl," she whispered. "You've got to make it." Sister Catherine, she thought, I don't believe in miracles, but I know so many believe you saved lives, not only terminal kids like Michael O'Keefe, but other kids who are at death's door. Sally has had such a rotten break, a mother who neglects her and no father around. She's wrapped herself around my heart. If she lives, I promise I'll take care of her. It was a long afternoon, but at 7 o'clock she felt that it was safe to go. Sally's fever had gone down, and even though she still had an oxygen mask clamped around her face, her breathing had eased. "Call me if there's any change," Monica told the nurse. "I will, Doctor. I didn't think we were going to be able to save her." "Neither did I." With an attempt at a smile, Monica left the pediatrics floor and the hospital. The temperature had dropped, but as she buttoned her coat, she decided to walk to the office. I'll check on my messages, she thought, and see how much Nan has been able to rearrange my appointments. I'll walk over. It will feel good to clear my head. Her shoulder bag in place, she put both hands in her pockets and at her usual rapid pace, began to walk east across 14th Street. Now that she felt reasonably secure about Sally, her thoughts reverted to the crushing disappointment of finding Olivia Morrow dead. Either she died right after she went to bed, or else she certainly couldn't have been a restless sleeper. The top sheet and comforter weren't wrinkled at all. Even the pillow her head was resting on looked brand new. the pillow. It was pink, and the sheets and the other pillows were peach. That's what I noticed, Monica thought. But what difference does it make? None. The only hope I have now is to ask Dr. Hadley if he can give me a list of her friends. Maybe she talked to one of them about me. She was at the busy corner of Union Square and Broadway by a crowded bus stop. The light was changing from yellow to red, and she watched in disapproval as a number of people darted across the street as the oncoming traffic rushed at them. A bus was approaching the bus stop when she suddenly felt a violent push and tumbled over the curb onto the street. As onlookers shouted and screamed, Monica managed to roll out of the way of the bus, but not before it had run over and crushed the shoulder bag that had been thrown from her arm. Peter Gannon looked across the table at his former wife, Susan. He had asked her to have dinner with him at Il Tonello, which had always been one of their favorite restaurants during their 20-year marriage. They had not spoken or met in the 4 years since their divorce, until he received the phone call from her, saying how sorry she was that his new play had closed. Now desperate for help, he looked across the table at her. 46 years old, her wavy hair streaked with silver, her face dominated by her wide hazel eyes. He wondered how he had ever let her go. Mario, the owner, had greeted them by saying, "Welcome home." Now, after the bottle of wine he had ordered was served, Peter said, "I know it sounds corny, but being here with you at this table feels like being home, Sue." Her smile was wry. "That depends on how you interpret the word home." Peter flinched. "I've forgotten how direct you are." "Try to remember." Her light tone took the sting out of the rebuke. "We haven't talked in ages, Peter. How is your love life? I assume robust, to put it mildly." "It is not robust, and has not been in a very long time. Why did you call me, Sue?" Her quizzical expression disappeared. "Because when I saw that picture of you after those dreadful reviews, I knew I was looking at the face of a man in despair. How bad a bath did you take on the play?" "I'm going to have to declare bankruptcy, which means a lot of very good people who had faith in me are going to lose a great deal of money." Peter Gannon picked up his glass and gulped the wine. As he put it down, he said, "Sue, I gave you $5 million in the divorce settlement." Susan's eyebrows raised. "I'm quite aware of that." "Sue, I beg you, I need $1 million. If I don't get it, Greg and I could end up in jail." "What are you talking about?" "Sue, I know how conservatively you invest. I'm being blackmailed. When I was drunk, I told a person too much about the money we were taking from the foundation and about my brother's investment firm. I told her that I was sure Greg was doing some inside trading." "You what? Who is this person? A woman, I assume. God knows you've had your share of them." "Sue, will you lend me $1 million? I swear I'll pay you back." Susan pushed back her chair and stood up. "I don't know whether to be insulted or amused, or maybe both. Goodbye, Peter." With despairing eyes, Peter Gannon watched the trim figure of his former wife as she abruptly left the restaurant. At 6 o'clock, Dr. Ryan Jenner rang the bell of Monica's office and waited expectantly. But after the third try, when he'd pressed the bell for an extended time, he decided that Monica had completely forgotten her promise to turn over the file of the O'Keefe boy to him. On the way home, he wondered if he would find Alice Halloway waiting for him there. He had not been able to refuse his aunt's request when she told him that Alice, one of her favorite people in the whole world, was coming up to Manhattan on a business trip and had asked to stay in the apartment. And did Ryan mind? "It's your apartment, so how can I mind?" Ryan had asked. "She even has her choice of your 2 guest bedrooms." In his mind, he had expected that Alice Halloway would be a contemporary of his aunt, somewhere between 70 and 75. Instead, when Alice arrived last week, she had turned out to be a very pretty woman in her early 30s who was going to be attending a convention of beauty editors in Manhattan. The convention had lasted 2 days, but Alice stayed on. It was only when Alice tried to insist that they have an after-dinner drink by the fire that Ryan had caught on to the fact that his aunt was trying to set him up with one of her favorite people in the whole world, and that Alice was more than willing to go along with it. Alice kept delaying her departure. She was always in the apartment when he got there, with cheese and crackers and chilled wine waiting for him. If she's not gone soon, I'm going to a hotel until she clears out, he decided. Alice was curled up on the couch in the living room, watching a quiz show on cable. She was wearing a casual sweater and slacks. A small plate of cheese and crackers, 2 glasses, and a bottle of wine in a cooler were on the round table in front of her. "Hi, Ryan," she called as he stopped in the vestibule. "Hello, Alice," Ryan said, trying to sound cordial. "I'll be right back." Ryan went down the corridor to his room and walked over to the closet to hang up his jacket. The phone rang, but Alice picked it up on the first ring. He opened the door in case she called him, but she did not. Must be for her, he thought. In the kitchen, Alice lowered her voice. A woman who introduced herself as Dr. Farrell had asked for Dr. Jenner. "He's just getting changed," Alice said. "May I take a message?" "Please tell him that Dr. Farrell phoned to apologize for not being in her office to give him the O'Keefe file," Monica said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'll make sure he has it in the morning." Now that positive identification had been made on the body of Renee Carter, the elaborate process of finding and apprehending her killer was set in motion. Christina told the detectives the little she knew about her late employer. "She showed a lot more affection to Ranger, the lab, than she did to Sally," Christina recalled. In the short time Christina had been there, Renee had had no company. "I just don't know very much about her," Christina said apologetically. "I was hired through the agency." Barry Tucker gave her his card. "If you think of anyone we might contact, get back to me." "What's going to happen to Sally?" Christina asked. "We don't know yet," Tucker told her. "We'll start looking for relatives." "If you do find out who her father is, I don't think he'll want her. Unless she was joking, the way Miss Carter said that he was ready to finally cough up some money doesn't sound as if he was supporting her. What about Ranger? We can't just leave him alone. Can I take him with me for now? I have a really small apartment, but my mother loves dogs. She'd look after him, I know she would." "I think that's a pretty good temporary solution," Tucker agreed. 10 minutes later, after dispatching the young woman and the Labrador in a cab, Barry Tucker had introduced himself to Ralph Torrey, the manager of the building, and after explaining that Ms. Carter had been the victim of a homicide, began to question Torrey. Eager to be cooperative, Torrey told him that Renee Carter had been in the apartment for a year. She had listed a Flora White as the person to contact in case of emergency. Torrey wrote down White's cell phone and business number. Tucker went back up to the apartment to phone Flora White. She picked up on the first ring. The somewhat breathy tone of her voice changed when Tucker told her he was calling about Renee Carter. "I really don't give a damn about Renee Carter," White snapped. "She was in charge of one of our big events last night and she never showed up. You can tell her for me she's fired." "I am Detective Barry Tucker," he said. "When did you last see Renee Carter?" "Detective? Is she in trouble? Did anything happen to her?" "She didn't come home night before last," Tucker said. "The babysitter had to take her child to the hospital." "When was the last time you saw Renee Carter?" Tucker repeated. "Night before last. We did the red carpet routine for the premiere of some lousy movie and ran the party after it. But Renee took off at 10 o'clock. She was meeting someone. I don't know who." "Did she ever speak about the father of her child and about her own family?" "If you can believe her, which is doubtful, she ran away from home when she was 16, got some bit parts in movies in Hollywood, then was out in Vegas for a while. She missed New York. I'd started the event planning business and asked her if she was interested in working at it." "She was interested, I suppose?" "You bet she was. Where better to connect with another guy with money?" "She never talked about her baby's father?"
If you mean did she tell me his name, the answer is no. But my guess is that she got plenty to make sure that baby wasn't born, but then decided she'd be better off having a hold on the guy. Flora White is a fountain of information, Barry Tucker thought, the kind of person any detective would love to find in an investigation. But her casually brutal assessment of Renee Carter left him acutely sorry for the child who was now in a hospital and might easily end up unwanted by anyone. "Let me know when you hear from Renee," Flora White was saying. "Ms. White, you've been very helpful," Barry said. "You tell me that Renee left the party early night before last? Do you know if a driver picked her up or if she took a cab?" "A cab? Renee? Are you kidding? She has a driving service, and boy, oh boy, the chauffeur had better have a uniform and cap on. And the car better be a Mercedes 500 and looking like it just came off the lot. She always wanted to give the impression that she was loaded." "Do you know the name of the service?" "Sure, I use them too. But I don't drive them crazy the way Renee does. They're ultra-luxe. I'll give you the phone number. It's—" She paused. "Wait a minute, I never get numbers straight. I have it here." It was time to tell Flora White that Renee Carter would not be available for future screenings. After he had heard her cries of dismay and managed to calm her down, Tucker requested that she meet him at the district attorney's office in the morning to sign a statement verifying the facts she had just given him. A few minutes later, as Detective Dennis Flynn went through Renee's desk looking for any information on next of kin, Barry Tucker talked to the dispatcher of the Ultralux driving service, who told him that Renee Carter had been dropped off at a bar on East End Avenue in the vicinity of Gracie Mansion, and she had told the driver that he didn't have to wait for her. "We were short that night," the man explained, "and when Ms. Carter's driver checked in to say he was free, I wanted to make real sure he had it straight. I didn't need her calling me screaming if the driver wasn't there. Anyhow, the other night she laughed and told our guy that her date thought she was broke, so she didn't want to have a fancy car waiting for her when she came out." Shaken, and with blood dripping from her badly scraped hand and leg, Monica nevertheless refused the suggestion of several bystanders to call an ambulance. The bus driver, who thought he had run her over, was trembling so badly that for 20 minutes he was unable to continue his route. A police car summoned by a frantic 911 call from a woman who also thought Monica had gone under the wheels of the bus arrived on the scene, which now became the center of attention at Union Square. "I can't really say how it happened," Monica heard herself saying. "I absolutely wasn't trying to cross the street because the light was turning red. I guess the person behind me was rushing and I was in his way." "It wasn't an accident. A man pushed you deliberately," an elderly woman at the front of the crowd insisted, her voice rising above the comments of the other spectators. Startled, Monica turned to look at her. "Oh, that's impossible," she protested. "I know what I'm talking about. He pushed her," she insisted. "I was standing right behind him. He elbowed me to one side, then his arms went back and he gave her a shove that sent her flying." "What did he look like?" the cop asked quickly. "A big guy, not fat but big. He had on a jacket with a hood, and the hood was up. He was wearing dark glasses. Who needs dark glasses when it's dark out? Did he holler or scream or try to help? No. He turned and shoved his way out of the crowd and took off." The policeman looked at Monica. "Do you feel as if you might have been pushed?" Yes, I do, but it couldn't have been deliberate." "We don't know that," the policeman said soberly. "There are mentally ill people who shove people in front of trains or buses. You may have just come in contact with one of them." "Then I guess I'm very lucky to be here." It was when she was finally in her apartment with the door closed and locked that the full impact of having come so close to death hit her. "Maybe I should have gone to the hospital," she thought. It was then, with the blood now crusted on her hand and leg, that she realized she had forgotten that Ryan Jenner was coming for the Michael O'Keefe file. "I have his home phone," she thought. "He gave it to me the other night. I'll call and apologize. Will I tell him what happened? Yes, I will.
If he offers to come over, I'll take him up on it. I could use some company. I could use Ryan's company, she told herself. Okay, admit it, she thought. You're attracted to him big time. Still sitting at the table with her coat not yet off, she dialed Jenner's apartment number. But when a woman answered and said that Ryan was changing his clothes, Monica left the message that she would send the file to him in the morning. She had just replaced the receiver when the phone rang. It was Scott Alterman. Monica, I was listening to the radio and heard that you were almost run over by a bus, that someone pushed you? Scott's voice was shocked and concerned, and Monica found it comforting. I just can't believe that it's true, she said, her voice tremulous. I mean that I was pushed, that it wasn't an accident. I could be there in 10 minutes. Will you let me come? Suddenly feeling her throat tighten and tears welling in her eyes, Monica said, That would be nice. I could really use some company right now. Everything had been going so well. Sammy Barber had collected the money from Dougie the Dope Langdon, driven to the storage building in Long Island City, and stashed all those beautiful $100 bills in his safe in the space he rented there. He was set for life. He was feeling good about life, in fact. Sammy was convinced that it was his lucky day, and he wanted to get the job done. That was why he had rushed over to the hospital and found a parking spot across from the main entrance, the one the doctor had used a couple of times he'd tracked her before. He had changed his mind and decided he would try to push her in front of a bus. He waited for about an hour and a half until he spotted Farrell coming down the steps. 10 to 1 she's going to walk back to her office, Sammy thought as he reached on the passenger seat for his gloves and dark glasses. He slipped them on, got out of the car, and began to follow her from a distance of about a quarter of a block. At Union Square, he saw his chance. A bus was charging across 14th Street, heading for the bus stop. Farrell was at the edge of the curb. In an instant, Sammy was behind her, and with the bus only a few feet away, gave her a shove, then watched in disbelief as she somehow managed to roll out from under the tires as, brakes screeching, the bus skidded in a useless attempt to stop. He knew the old lady standing next to him had seen him push Farrell, and trying not to panic, Sammy ducked his head as he hurried past her and headed downtown. Trying to look casual, he walked at a normal pace back toward his car, but when he got to where he could see it, he stared unbelieving at the sight of it, wheels clamped, being hoisted onto a police department carrier. The meter. In his rush to follow Monica Farrell, he had forgotten to feed the meter. He felt his forehead breaking into a sweat. Stay calm. Stay calm. From his prepaid cell phone, he called information, and after being savagely irritated by the computer voice droning, I'll pass you on to an operator, obtained the number he needed. A bored voice told him to be sure to have his license, insurance card, and registration and to bring cash in order to claim his automobile. Sammy gave his license number. Is it there yet? Yeah, it just came in. After 20 frustrating minutes in a cab along the narrow streets of downtown Manhattan to West 38th Street, Sammy was presenting his license to the clerk at the pound. Finally, he completed the paperwork, paid the fine, and was able to go. He had driven barely a block before his cell phone rang. It was Doug Langdon. Well, you botched that one, Langdon said, his voice trembling with fury. The whole city knows that an attractive young doctor was pushed in front of a bus and nearly lost her life. For some reason, the panic in Langdon's voice forced Sammy to calm himself down. I'll tell you right now what the cops will think. If they do believe that old crow, they'll think it's one of those guys who didn't take his medicine. Your doctor used up her one good luck charm tonight. The next one is mine. Barry Tucker left his partner, Dennis Flynn, in Renee Carter's apartment to wait for a police technician to padlock the door. That lady sure was careless with her jewelry, Flynn observed.
You keep looking for anything that indicates next of kin, Tucker told him, and make a list of all the people you find in her daily appointment book. I'm heading for that bar where Carter was supposed to meet the guy who may be the baby's father. As he spoke, he took a picture of Renee from its frame. With any luck, we may solve this one pretty fast. You always hope that, Flynn observed dryly. The restaurant turned out to be an English-style pub. The bar was directly inside the entrance, and Barry could see that the dining room beyond it held no more than a dozen tables. He walked to the end of the bar, waited until the bartender came to take his order, then slipped his gold badge and a picture of Renee across the counter. "Do you recognize this lady?" he asked. The bartender's eyes widened. "Yes, sure I do. That's Renee Carter." "When was the last time she was here?" "Night before last, Tuesday. Around 10:30, give or take 10 minutes. "Was she alone?" "She came in alone, but some guy was waiting for her. He pulled out a stool for her to sit here at the bar, but she said they should get a table." "What was her attitude toward the man she met?" "Snippy." "Do you know who he is?" "No, I don't think he's ever been here before." "Would you recognize that man if you saw him again?" "Oh, sure. I never forget a face." "Detective, did something happen to Renee?" "Yes, she was a victim of a homicide after she left this restaurant. She never got home that night." The bartender's face blanched. "Let's see," he murmured to himself. He straightened up and hurried down the length of the bar to a man sitting alone sipping a beer. Sensing the bartender might have remembered something about Renee Carter, Barry Tucker followed him down past the row of bar stools. He got there in time to hear him say, "Rudy, you were here Tuesday night, and you noticed Renee Carter leaving in a hurry. I just remembered, you said something about being surprised that the guy with her had the price of a drink. Do you know his name?" Rudy, a florid-cheeked man, began to laugh. "Sure I do. Peter Gannon. He's the guy they call the loser producer. You must have read about him. He's laid more eggs on Broadway than Purdue has chickens." On Friday morning, Monica awoke at 5:15 and for long minutes lay in bed, quietly searching out the aching parts of her body. She promised herself that for the next week or so, she would take the time each morning to soak in the jacuzzi instead of taking a quick shower. That decided, she turned her attention to the events of the previous evening. After Scott Alterman had called, realizing that some of her friends might have heard the same broadcast, the first thing she did was to change the message on her telephone. "Hi, this is Monica. I know you may have heard the report about my accident. I'm really fine, but I'm going to take it easy, so I won't be returning messages this evening, but thanks anyway for calling." When Scott arrived, his concern for her had been so obviously genuine that for the present it took away the hurtful realization that Ryan Jenner had a close relationship with another woman. Scott had taken her hand and insisted she lie down on the couch. It was good to see him, Monica acknowledged now, as she decided to give herself another 10 minutes before getting up. She hadn't intended to tell him about Olivia Morrow, but found herself explaining to him the events of the past few days and her disappointment that Morrow had died before Monica could talk with her about her grandmother. Scott, however, had been quick to say, "Monica, I will bet you the ranch that Olivia Morrow has a connection to the Gannons. Trust me, I'm going to find out. Your father believed that Alexander Gannon might have been his father." Before he left, Scott had said, "Monica, I'm going to say this once and then never refer to it again. I am desperately sorry that I was stupid enough to ask you out while I was still married to Joy. If you'll allow me to see you now, it will be as a friend. On my word of honor, I will not in any way make you uncomfortable. Let's do it this way. I'm going to follow up on Olivia Morrow, and in 2 weeks I'll call you for dinner. And I'm going to ask Joy to phone you. Would that be okay?" I told him it would be fine, Monica thought. Scott was a good friend to Dad when he was so sick, and I'll never forget how helpful he was when Dad passed away. Having settled that in her mind, Monica sat up. Wincing at the pain that shot through her arm and leg, she got out of bed slowly,
went into the bathroom, and turned on the taps in the jacuzzi. The very warm, swirling water did help the stiffness, and by the time she was dressed, she was feeling better. "I'll phone Nan and ask her to bring the O'Keefe file over to Ryan's office," she decided. "I don't want to run into him, and from now on there's no real reason I should. It's a big hospital." Her first stop at the hospital was to visit Sally. She was sleeping quietly, and Monica decided not to risk waking her up. The nurse on duty reported that Sally's temperature had gone down to only a degree above normal, and that the asthma attack had passed. "Doctor, last night after you left, when she woke up, I thought she was crying for Mommy, but actually she was saying Monty. I think it's possible that when she was here last week, she heard other kids calling you Dr. Monica." "I wouldn't be surprised," a familiar voice said. "I've heard that's the effect you have on your patients." Monica turned swiftly. It was Ryan Jenner. "I doubt Sally knows my name," she said. Then, catching the look the nurse was giving her and Ryan, she added, "Dr. Jenner, may I speak with you in private?" "Of course," he said, his tone immediately as formal as hers. She walked with him to the corridor. "I've sent the file on Michael O'Keefe to your office," she told him. "It just came. Your secretary told me you'd probably be here checking on Sally. Monica, I just heard about what happened last night. Is it possible that you were pushed? My God, I can't imagine how frightening it must have been." "I'm all right. Ryan, I have to ask you not to visit me on this floor, unless, of course, it involves a patient. I get a feeling that there's some gossip about us." He looked at her. "And you don't like that?" "No, I don't. And I should think that you certainly wouldn't either." Without waiting for him to reply, she went back inside the pediatrics ward and began to make her rounds of the other small patients in her care. After his initial panic attack at the realization that he had murdered Olivia Morrow, Dr. Clayton Hadley composed himself by reviewing over and over again every detail of his final visit to Olivia. She had been asleep when he tiptoed into her bedroom, but woke instantly when he stood over her. Olivia had a nightlight near her bathroom door, and he could see that as soon as she recognized him, her expression of surprise turned into one of fear. She slept on 2 pillows on her queen-sized bed, and 2 other pillows were next to her. As he reached for one of those spare pillows, the thought that ran through his head was, "She knows I'm going to kill her." He remembered saying, "I'm sorry, Olivia," as he held the pillow down over her face. Frail as she was, he was shocked at how fiercely she tried to push it away. It couldn't have been more than a minute, but to him it seemed an eternity before her emaciated hands finally relaxed and fell limp on the coverlet. When he removed the pillow, he saw that while she was struggling, Olivia had bitten her lip. A single drop of blood was on the pillow he had used to suffocate her. Nervously, he had considered switching it with the one under her head, but he realized that the sight of blood there might raise questions. Instead, he went to the linen closet. Neatly stacked on the middle shelf, he found 2 other complete sets of sheets and pillowcases. Each set consisted of 2 sheets and 4 pillowcases. One set was cream-colored, the other pale pink. The set on the bed was a shade of peach. Hadley decided he had to take the chance to replace the soiled pillowcase with one of the pink ones. He had folded the stained pillowcase and tucked it in the pocket of his topcoat, then had begun to search the apartment for the Catherine file. Olivia had made him executor of her estate and given him the combination to her safe, so that when the time came, the will would be probated without delay. It was a very simple document. There were a few small bequests to longtime service people in the building and her cleaning woman. The contents of her apartment, her car, and her jewelry were to be sold. The will was in the safe, as well as her few pieces of jewelry, pearls and a small diamond ring and earrings, certainly not worth more than a few $1,000s. But to his dismay, the Catherine file was not there. What had she done with it? Clay had asked himself desperately. Was there any chance she had changed her mind about revealing the truth when she heard from Monica Farrell and had destroyed it then? It was the only reasonable explanation he could imagine. On the way out of the building, the clerk at the desk had stopped him. "How is Miss Morrow, Doctor?" "She's not going to be with us for more than a few days or a week." The next evening after he received the call that Olivia had been found dead, he had sat with Monica Farrell in Olivia's living room. When the emergency medical service group arrived, Monica had not stayed long. She had nothing to tell them, except that she had come because she had an appointment with Olivia Morrow. Then, when the mortician from Campbell's arrived, the medics toe-tagged her body and he signed the death certificate. After a sleepless night and frantic phone call to Doug, Clay had kept himself busy blotting out any trace of suspicion of his connection to Olivia's death for the rest of Thursday. At 9 o'clock on Friday morning, the first phone call he received when he reached his office was from a man he did not know, Scott Alterman. "I am a friend of Dr. Monica Farrell. I believe you met her in Olivia Morrow's apartment Wednesday evening?" "Yes, I did." "Only the night before her death, Ms. Morrow had told Dr. Farrell that she knew her grandmother. By that, it was clear that she meant her birth grandmother. From what you told Dr. Farrell at that time, you have been a longtime friend of Ms. Morrow's, as well as her physician and the executor of her estate. As such, you must have some knowledge of Ms. Morrow's family history." "That's entirely true. I became her mother's cardiologist, then Olivia's. Olivia was an only child. Her mother died many years ago. I never met anyone else at all who was a relation." Then came the question that made Hadley's mouth go dry. Scott Alterman asked, "Dr. Hadley, haven't you been on the board of the Gannon Foundation for many years?" "Yes, that's true. Why do you ask?" "I don't know yet," Alterman said. "But I'm sure there's an answer to be found, and I warn you, I will find it. Goodbye, Dr. Hadley." Peter Gannon woke up on Friday morning with a hangover that put any previous hangover he had ever experienced to shame. He knew he would have to declare bankruptcy. For long minutes he stood in a hot shower, then wincing, turned on the cold water. As he shivered under the needle-like impact of the freezing spray against his skin, he forced himself to deal with the fact that he would have to admit to Greg that he had once told Renee Carter he was sure Greg was involved in an insider trading fraud. If she hadn't decided to blackmail me about the baby, no doubt she would have threatened to expose the fraud. Greg will simply have to give me $1 million to pay off Renee, and he'll have to do it now. I saw her Tuesday night. For all I know, she's already thought about how much she'd collect for being a snitch. Unsteadily, Peter got out of the shower and reached for a bath towel. I was afraid to tell her that all I could scrape up was $100,000, not $1 million. Then, when I was waiting for her in the bar, I had those 2 scotches. I should have told her that the $100,000 was all I could give her for now. I should have strung her along. What happened then? He asked himself. She got mad when I gave her the bag with the $100,000 and told her that was all she'd ever get. Then, when she ran out and started down the street, I ran after her and grabbed her hand. She dropped the bag, slapped me, and her fingernail nicked my face. What happened then? I don't remember, Peter thought miserably. I just don't remember. A half-hour later, dressed in a casual shirt, sweater, and khakis, a cup of coffee in his hand, Peter forced himself to pick up the phone to dial his brother, Greg. Before he could complete the connection, the concierge called on the intercom. "Mr. Gannon, Detective Tucker and Detective Flynn are here to see you. May I send them up?" On Friday morning, after she spoke to Ryan Jenner in the hospital, Monica tried to phone Renee Carter, and when there was again no answer, went down to see Sandra Weiss, the director of family services in the hospital. "I have to talk about my patient, Sally Carter," she began. "I was about to call you," Weiss told her somberly.
We have just heard from the police. The body of a woman found on the pedestrian walkway near the East River yesterday has been identified as Renee Carter, Sally's mother. The police are trying to locate the next of kin. When you're ready to discharge her, if no relatives have been found, we'll place her in foster care for the present.
Renee Carter dead.
Even though she needed to get to the office where she knew patients were already waiting, she stopped to see Sally again before she left the hospital. The little girl was still sleeping, and not wanting to wake her up, Monica stood at the crib wistfully for a long minute, then hurried away. When she reached the office, the waiting room was beginning to fill up. Nan followed her into her private office and cornered her.
I heard the report on the radio last evening, Dr. Monica, she said breathlessly. I almost died. I tried to call you right away. Thank God you put that message on the phone to say you were all right. But the first thing I did was to tell John Hartman, the retired detective who lives down the hall from me, about it. He says he's going to call one of his detective friends and tell him to have the security cameras around the hospital checked. Maybe that guy who pushed you was following you. Maybe it had something to do with that picture of you standing in front of the hospital that I showed you. You didn't think that it meant anything.
Nan, you know how much I appreciate your concern, but I just don't think anyone deliberately shoved me. Now please tell Alma I'm ready to get started. For the next 7 hours, she only gave herself a 5-minute break for a cup of tea and 2 bites of a sandwich before the last little patient was gone at 6 o'clock. Monica went to her small private office and took off her white coat. That was when Nan followed her in and asked the question that had been bothering her all day.
Dr. Monica, what happened when you met Olivia Morrow Wednesday? Did she really know your grandmother?
She took a minute to swallow hard before she began to speak. Even though her voice was steady, she was forced to turn from the sympathy in Nan's face as she told her about going to the Morrow apartment and finding that Olivia had passed away during the night. So I guess that if there was any substance to the story, I'll never know it, she concluded.
What are the funeral arrangements?
Nan asked. When I spoke to Dr. Hadley while we were waiting for the EMS squad, he said he would be taking care of them.
I have a copy of the Times, Nan said. Maybe there's something in the obituary section.
She ran out to her desk and returned with the newspaper open to that page.
Doctor, there is a notice here about Ms. Morrow. There is a funeral mass being offered for her tomorrow morning at St. Vincent Ferrer at 10 o'clock. If I were you, I'd go to it. It says right here that she didn't have any next of kin, but she must have had some friends. Who knows what you may find out? You've got nothing to lose.
That's not a bad idea, Monica said slowly. I'll meet you there at 10:15. As they passed Nan's desk on the way to the outside door, the phone rang. Nan ran to see who was calling.
It's Dr. Jenner, she said, her voice pleased.
Let it ring, Monica said emphatically. Let's go. On Friday morning, Scott Alterman took an early run in Central Park, got back to his rented apartment, showered, shaved, and dressed casually. Then at 8 o'clock, feeling guilty, he called and left a message for his secretary to say that he had some pressing private business and would be in later in the day.
If it turned out that Olivia Morrow had any connection to the Gannons, then we'd really have something to go on, he mused.
Scott knew that he was consumed with his need to follow his instinct that Monica's father might have been the issue Alexander Gannon referenced in his will, and that she might be the legitimate heir to the money generated by Alexander Gannon's genius. Monica had told him that Olivia Morrow's physician of many years had rushed to the apartment after Monica and the clerk had found her dead. Clayton Hadley was the doctor's name, Scott remembered. He wrote it on the pad.
Morrow's apartment at Schwab House. Monica had the impression that Morrow had been a long-time resident there. I'll talk to the staff, Scott thought. Who was the executor of her will, and what were the contents of it? He'd put his secretary on that one. He went into the small den that he used as an at-home office, turned on his computer, and began a search for Dr. Clayton Hadley. Then, as he read the lengthy references, he came to one that made him emit a soundless whistle. Hadley was on the board of the Gannon Foundation. Monica had said from what Dr. Hadley told her, it must have been shortly after her phone call to Olivia Morrow that Hadley had gone to the apartment and checked on Olivia. A coincidence? Probably, Scott thought. Monica did tell me that Morrow sounded very feeble. Nevertheless, something that was not yet actual suspicion made Scott decide to call Dr. Hadley immediately. When he was put through to Hadley, as an experienced trial lawyer, it was obvious to him that the doctor was evading his questions, and that his claim of knowing virtually nothing about Olivia Morrow's background was patently a lie. But I didn't have to put him on guard by warning him that I'd find a connection between Olivia Morrow and the Gannon Foundation, Scott told himself as he hung up the phone. Thoroughly dissatisfied with himself, he decided to walk to Schwab House and speak to some of the staff members, particularly those who had worked in the building for a long time. When he arrived there, Scott went inside and stopped at the concierge's desk. He explained that he was an attorney, sure that the concierge would get the impression that he had been Morrow's attorney. "I know she's been here for many years and want to be sure that anyone who is close to her is notified of her passing," he explained. "She wasn't one to have much company," the concierge explained. "Did Ms. Morrow keep a car in the garage here?" "Yes, she did. From what I understand, she just about gave up driving herself. When she didn't take a cab to go someplace local, she used a service where the driver would take her in her own car. In fact, she went out for a few hours on Tuesday." "This past Tuesday? You mean the day before she died?" Scott exclaimed. "Was she out long?" "Most of the afternoon." "Do you know where she went?" "No, but I have the number of the service here. Quite a few of our residents use it." The address of the driving service was only a few blocks away. Scott decided to walk over to it. What would make a very sick woman leave her home for hours, he wondered. A week earlier, Olivia Morrow had told the driver whose child was Monica's patient that she had known Monica's grandmother. That last day of her life, did Olivia Morrow visit someone else who also knew the truth? As these questions rushed through his mind, nothing in Scott's psyche warned him that by his call to Clayton Hadley, he had signed his own death warrant and that the process of eliminating him had already begun. His throat dry, Peter Gannon invited detectives Barry Tucker and Dennis Flynn into the living room of his apartment. The somber expression on both their faces telegraphed to Peter that whatever their purpose in coming, it was a serious matter. Then Detective Tucker spoke. "Mr. Gannon, did you meet Renee Carter last Tuesday evening?" Renee, Peter thought dismayed. She did go to the cops and tell them that Greg is an insider trader. "Yes, I met her on Tuesday evening," he said, trying to keep his voice calm. "Where did you meet her?" Tucker asked. "At a bar and grill type place near Gracie Mansion." "Why did you meet her there?" "It was at her suggestion." "Did you quarrel with her?" They already know that, Peter thought. There were people at the bar who were probably watching us. "We had a disagreement," he said. "Look, what is this all about?" "What it's all about, Mr. Gannon, is that Renee Carter never reached home Tuesday night. Yesterday, her body was found stuffed in a garbage bag on the East River Walkway near Gracie Mansion." Stunned, Peter stared at the two detectives. "Renee is dead? That can't be," he protested. "Are you the father of her child?" Barry Tucker shot the question at him. "Renee is dead. They know we quarreled. They may think I killed her." Peter moistened his lips. "Yes, I am the father of Renee Carter's child," he said. "I met Renee over 4 years ago at the opening night party of a play I was producing. My former wife is an attorney and skipped that kind of late evening event. I ended up escorting Renee home and getting involved with her. It lasted less than 2 years. "You mean you haven't been involved with her for 2 years?" Tucker asked. "Renee knew I was sick of her and regretted the relationship had ever begun. That was when she managed to get pregnant.
She told me that she wanted $2 million from me to take care of her while she had the baby. Then she planned to give it up for adoption. Did you agree to that? Flynn asked. Yes, that was before several of my spectacular flops on Broadway. I thought it was worth it to have Renee out of my life. She told me she knew some very nice, substantial people who would give anything to have a baby, and that they would be overjoyed to adopt it. You had no interest in your own child? Flynn asked. I'm not proud of that fact, but frankly, no, I didn't. Renee cost me my marriage. My wife had found out about the affair and divorced me. When I got back some sense in my head, I realized I had thrown away something terribly precious and would regret it for the rest of my life. When did you hear from Renee Carter again? About 3 months ago. She told me that she was back in New York, that she had decided to keep the baby, and that she would need help raising it. You mean child support? Tucker queried. She demanded an additional $1 million. I told her I simply didn't have that kind of money anymore. Have you ever seen your child, Mr. Gannon? Flynn asked. No. Then you don't know that she is in the hospital and has been gravely ill with pneumonia? No, I didn't know that. By the way, her name is Sally, Flynn told him. Do you know that? Yes, I do, Peter snapped. When you told Miss Carter that you couldn't raise that kind of money, how did she react? Flynn asked. She demanded that I find a way to get it. When I met her on Tuesday night, I had $100,000 cash for her and told her that would be it. Even if you had the $1 million, how could you be sure she still wouldn't go to court and demand child support? Be careful, Peter warned himself again. You can't let them know she was blackmailing you. It would bring Greg down. On Tuesday evening, I warned Renee that we had made a deal and that if she got nasty, I would go to the police and charge her with extortion. I think she believed me. What was her reaction? She was furious. I guess I'd given her the impression I was going to have the full $1 million. She grabbed the shopping bag with the money out of my hand and took off. When you followed her out of the restaurant, what happened? I caught up with her on the street. I took her arm and said something like, Renee, be reasonable. You've read the papers. I just lost a fortune in the musical. I haven't got it. What happened then? She hauled off and whacked me across the face. She dropped the bag. Who picked up the bag? Tucker asked. She must have picked it up. You don't think Renee Carter would leave $100,000 on the street, do you? By the time I ran after her, I was close to passing out. My memory is that I said something pretty nasty to her, then walked away. That's all I know until I woke up in my office yesterday afternoon. I notice you have a nick on your face. How did you get it? Renee's nail scratched me when she slapped me. Tucker stood up. Would you be willing to give a sample of your DNA? They think I killed her, Peter thought. Panic-stricken, he tried to keep his voice steady. I am perfectly willing to take that test now. I have no reason to refuse. I had an argument with Renee. I absolutely did not kill her. Tucker looked unimpressed. Very well, Mr. Gannon. You are required to leave this apartment at once. A police officer will be stationed at the door until we have obtained a search warrant for these premises as well as your office. Would you be willing to come down to headquarters and give a formal statement of everything you have just told us? That does not mean you are under arrest. However, we consider you to be a person of interest in the death of Renee Carter. Peter Gannon realized he was in the fight of his life. Dear God, did I kill her? He looked straight into Tucker's eyes. You may take the DNA sample. However, I will not cooperate with you any further. I will not answer any more questions nor sign any statements until I have consulted an attorney. Very well. You will be hearing from us shortly. What hospital is my daughter in? She is in Greenwich Village Hospital, but you will not be allowed to visit her, so please don't try. 10 minutes later, after allowing the DNA sample, Peter Gannon walked out of his apartment building. The weather was threatening rain. His head was splitting, and he was close to despair. Help me, dear God, help me, please, he prayed. I just don't know what to do. Ryan Jenner did not like to admit to himself how bitterly disappointed he was at Monica's obvious annoyance that they had been gossiped about in the hospital. The fact that her secretary had dropped off the Michael O'Keefe file at his office without any kind of personal note from Monica had also been a clear message that she wanted no direct contact with him. And then Monica was nearly run over by a bus on the way home. Monica must have been so frightened. How would it feel to be on the ground with a bus bearing down on you? Last week when she came to the apartment, she looked lovely. I swear when her hair is loose on her shoulders, she could pass for 21. And she was so apologetic about being late. That's why it's funny that when she sent the O'Keefe file this morning, knowing we had made an appointment for 6 o'clock last evening, she didn't just scrawl a few lines to say that she'd been delayed at the hospital. It's just not like her, he decided. Is there some guy important in her life? Earlier this week, when I looked at the O'Keefe file in her office, I would have asked her to go out to dinner, but Alice had already roped me into going to that play. Everyone had left, and the cleaning woman was emptying wastebaskets. This is ridiculous, he thought. I can't go home because I'm a non-paying guest in my aunt's apartment, and I'm annoyed that she is allowing someone else to share it. I'm going to start hunting to find my own place. The decision cheered him. I'll stay here and go back through the O'Keefe file, he thought. Maybe I missed something when I looked at it the first time. Brain cancer doesn't simply disappear. He settled at his desk and reached into the drawer for the Michael O'Keefe file, then realized that his mind was churning with a question. Is there any possibility that some nut is stalking Monica? I remember my mother telling the story that years ago, when she was a nurse in a hospital in New Jersey, a young nurse was murdered. A guy with a history of assault had spotted her when he was visiting someone, followed her home, and killed her. It does happen. I'm going to call her, Ryan decided. I've simply got to talk to her. It's just 6 o'clock. She might still be in her office. He dialed, hoping against hope that she would either pick up the phone herself or that her receptionist would still be there and pass it on to her. Then, when the message machine took over, he quietly replaced the receiver. Intensely disappointed at not hearing her voice, he opened the O'Keefe file. 2 hours later, he was still there. There is no medical explanation for this, Ryan confirmed to himself. Michael O'Keefe should be dead. He knew what he was going to do. On Monday morning, he was going to phone the bishop's office in Metuchen, New Jersey, and volunteer to testify that he believed Michael's recovery was not explicable by any medical standards. And then, as if she were standing there, he remembered the moment when Monica told him she once played Emily in our town. I told her that I still get choked up at that last scene, when George, Emily's husband, throws himself on her grave. Why do I think about Monica as Emily? Ryan asked himself. Why do I have this awful premonition about her? Why am I filled with dread that Monica is going to relive the role she performed in that high school play? On Saturday morning, Nan picked Monica up in a cab at 9:15, and they drove uptown to St. Vincent Ferrer Church on Lexington Avenue. The funeral mass for Olivia Morrow was scheduled for 10 a.m. On the way up, Nan phoned the rectory and asked to speak to the priest who would be celebrating the mass. His name, she learned, was Father Joseph Dunlap. When he got on the phone, she explained to him why she and Monica would be present. We're hoping you can help Dr. Farrell find someone who may have been a confidant of Ms. Morrow, Nan told the priest. Dr. Farrell is hoping that someone attending the funeral mass may have the information Ms. Morrow planned to give her. Why don't I tell Dr. Farrell's story when I conclude my remarks and say that she will be waiting in the vestibule to speak with anyone who might be helpful? Nan thanked him and hung up. When they arrived at St. Vincent's, Monica and Nan deliberately sat near the back so that they could observe the people who attended the funeral mass. By then, there were not more than 20 people in the pews. At precisely 10 o'clock, the door opened, and Father Dunlap walked down the aisle to receive the casket. To Monica's astonishment, the only person following it was Dr. Clay Hadley.
As the casket was escorted to the foot of the altar, Monica did not miss the startled look Hadley gave her when their eyes met. "Maybe that man is a relation who could be helpful," Nan whispered to Monica. "That's her doctor. I met him Wednesday evening. He's not going to be any help," Monica whispered back. "Then I don't think we're going to get very far." The Mass began, and after the Gospel was read, Nan whispered, "He's going to talk about her now."
"Olivia Morrow was a parishioner here for the past 50 years, the priest began. An only child, she had no relatives to be with us today. This was not to be, but she is now in the presence of the God she served so faithfully. There is a reason to wish she had been with us for one more day. Let me share with you what Olivia told a young woman only hours before her death."
"Let someone have something to tell me that will be helpful," Monica prayed. The final prayers were said. Father Dunlap blessed the casket, and the attendants from the funeral home came forward and lifted it to their shoulders. In the vestibule, Monica and Nan watched as Clay Hadley got into a car behind the hearse. As the congregation began to leave, a few people stopped to say that they were employees at Schwab House, but didn't know anything about any personal information Ms. Morrow intended to share. The last to leave was a woman who obviously had been crying. With graying blonde hair, wide cheekbones, and a broad frame, she looked to be in her mid-60s. She stopped to speak with them.
"I am Sophie Rutkowski. I was Miss Morrow's cleaning woman for 30 years, she said, her voice quivering. "I don't know anything about what she wanted to tell you, but I wish you had met her. She was such a good person."
30 years, Monica thought. She might know more about Olivia Morrow's background than she realizes. It was obvious Nan had the same thought. "Ms. Rutkowski, Dr. Farrell and I are going to have a cup of coffee. Won't you join us?" The woman looked hesitant.
"Oh, I don't think."
"Sophie," Nan said briskly, "I'm Nan Rhodes, the doctor's receptionist. This is a sad time for you. Talking about Ms. Morrow with us over a cup of coffee will make you feel better, I promise." A block away, they found a coffee shop and settled in at the table. Monica watched in admiration as Nan made the other woman comfortable, telling her that she could so understand how sad Sophie must be.
"I knew that the end was coming," Sophie said. "Miss Morrow has been failing for this last year."
Sophie Rutkowski's eyes filled with tears.
"She said that there is a time to die, and that she knew her time was coming soon."
"Didn't she have any family at all whom you've met?" Nan asked.
"Just her mother, and she died 10 years ago. She was very old, in her early 90s.
"Did she live with Miss Morrow?"
"No, she always had her own apartment in Queens, but they saw a lot of each other. They were very close."
"Did Miss Morrow have much company as far as you know?" Monica asked.
"I honestly couldn't be sure. I was only there on Tuesday afternoons for a couple of hours. That was all she needed. No one ever lived who was neater than Miss Morrow."
"How did she seem to you when you saw her this past Tuesday?"
"I'm sorry to say I didn't see her. She had gone out."
Sophie shook her head.
"I was surprised she wasn't home. She's been getting so weak. I vacuumed and dusted and changed the sheets on her bed."
Olivia Morrow liked everything done just so. That was obvious, Monica thought. Why is it I keep thinking about that pillowcase that didn't match the others? "Sophie, I noticed that there were lovely peach sheets on the bed, but that one of the pillowcases didn't match the other 3. It was a pale pink shade."
"No, doctor, you must be wrong," Sophie said flatly. "I'd never make that mistake. This past Tuesday, I put on the peach sheets."
"What I'm getting at, Sophie," Monica said, "is that when I saw Miss Morrow's body on Wednesday evening, I could see that she had bitten her lip. I thought it might have bled on the pillowcase, and she decided to change it."
"If she bit her lip and bled onto the pillowcase, she would have put that pillow aside and used one of the 2 spares on the bed," Sophie said emphatically. "You must have noticed how full those pillows are. She wouldn't have had the strength or even tried to change the pillowcases. No way.
Then she paused.
One of the handymen told me that Dr. Hadley had been to see Miss Morrow Tuesday night. Maybe if there was blood on the pillowcase, she asked him to change it. That she would do.
Yes, of course that's possible, Monica conceded. Sophie, I'm going to run ahead to visit a patient at the hospital. Thank you for joining us, and if anything comes to you about anyone who might have any knowledge of what Ms. Morrow wanted to tell me, please call. Nan will give you the phone numbers where both of us can be reached. 25 minutes later, she was stepping off the elevator to the pediatric floor of the hospital. When she stopped at the nurse's desk, a slender woman with salt and pepper hair was talking to Rita Greenberg. Monica noticed that Rita looked relieved to see her.
You'd better speak to Sally's doctor, she told the woman. Dr. Farrell, this is Susan Gannon.
Doctor, my former husband, Peter Gannon, is the father of Sally Carter. I know he is barred from visiting her, but I am not. Will you take me to her, please? On Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, Detective Carl Forrest was seated in his car, parked directly opposite Greenwich Village Hospital. He had worked with John Hartman before his retirement. It was Forrest who had checked for fingerprints on the picture that Hartman had brought in, the one that had been sent anonymously to Monica Farrell's office. After Monica's narrow escape from death, it was Forrest, again at Hartman's urging, who had studied the security tapes of Greenwich Village Hospital, the ones that covered the time that Monica left the hospital on Thursday evening, minutes before her encounter with the bus. Accompanying him was his partner, Jim Whelan. They were studying the pictures they had just taken of a young policewoman standing on the steps of the hospital. They had asked her to stand in the same spot where Monica had been photographed, so that they could analyze the location from which the shot had been taken. Forrest had his computer on his lap and printed out the pictures. Then, with a grunt of satisfaction, he handed them to Whelan.
Compare them, Jim,
he said as he held up the snapshot that had been mailed to Monica's office.
Whoever took the picture of the doctor with a kid in her arms was probably sitting in a parked car right here. Thursday evening, the hospital security cameras show the doctor coming down the steps. Next frame, we see someone getting out of his car, parked in this spot, following her down the street. The break of the century is that 15 minutes later, the security camera shows his car being towed because the meter ran out. Now, we know it was reclaimed by Sammy Barber, a two-bit thug who was acquitted of being a hitman.
Acquitted because he or one of his slimy friends either threatened or paid off jurors, Whelan remembered. Forrest turned on the ignition.
Even if we bring Sammy in for a lineup and the old lady identifies him, you know what will happen. If it got to trial, which is doubtful, a lawyer would shoot holes in her identification. It was dark. He was wearing sunglasses. His hood was pulled up. On top of that, there was a crowd on the corner. The doctor herself claims it was an accident. Case dismissed. But if Barber was stalking her, it was because someone is paying him to do it. Does she have any idea who that could be? Whelan asked. John Hartman mentioned Scott Alterman. I checked him out. He's a successful lawyer, just moved to New York. But apparently about 5 years ago, he was stalking Dr. Farrell in Boston. He's the only one John heard about as someone who might have a reason to take that picture of the doctor.
Or have someone like Sammy take the picture for him? Whelan suggested.
Possibly. If it is Alterman, he won't be the first rejected guy to order a hit on the woman who turned him down.
On Saturday morning, Scott Alterman followed the route Olivia Morrow had taken on the day of her death. After he left the Schwab house on Friday, he had called the driver service Olivia used and asked to speak to the chauffeur who had driven her on Tuesday. He was told that the man's name was Rob Garrigan, and he was on a job now but would call him later. Scott had gone to his office, and late in the afternoon, Garrigan had phoned back.
Like they probably told you in the office, it was a 4-hour round trip to Southampton, he said. She didn't visit nobody. She just had me drive on the ocean block and then to a cemetery.
Scott had been dismayed.
She didn't visit anybody?
Nope. She did have me stop in front of some pretty ritzy house.
Then she had me drive to the cemetery and stop in front of a mausoleum. If you went back, could you point out the house and the mausoleum? Sure.
Nearly an hour later, they were driving into Southampton.
The house she had me stop at was on the ocean, Garrigan said.
He drove for a few more minutes, then Scott felt the car slowing down and stopping.
Here we are, Garrigan announced. It's one of the really big ones.
Scott was not looking at the house. His eyes were riveted on the mailbox with the name Gannon in handsome raised letters.
I knew it, he thought. She was going to tell Monica something about the Gannons.
There was a Ferrari sports car parked in the circular driveway.
Someone's home. Are you going in there? Garrigan asked. I'm going to stop in later, but first I'd like to have you show me the mausoleum that you say Ms. Morrow visited. Sure thing.
Minutes later, Scott got out of the car and stood in front of the handsome mausoleum with the name Gannon carved in stone over the archway.
I wish Alexander Gannon could talk to me now.
With one last look at the mausoleum, Scott got back in the car.
Where to? Garrigan asked cheerfully. Back to the house where we just were. Let's see if the owner of that fancy sports car lives there, and if so, would be willing to chat with an unexpected visitor.
On Friday afternoon, after he was forced by the police to leave his apartment, Peter Gannon found himself on the corner of 5th Avenue and 70th Street, at the door of the apartment building where he had lived with Susan for 20 years. He couldn't miss the uncomfortable expression on the face of the doorman, even though his greeting was cordial.
Mr. Gannon, how nice to see you. Nice to see you as well, Ramon. Will you call and see if my wife is in? He asked, then wanted to bite his tongue.
I mean, will you see if Miss Gannon is in?
Of course, sir.
As he dialed the number of Susan's apartment, Peter waited nervously.
Miss Gannon said to go right up, sir.
As he rode up, Peter realized he didn't know what to expect from Susan. The elevator stopped. Then, when the door closed behind him, he stood for a full minute. Their apartment was the corner duplex. The door was ajar, and before he could knock, Susan was standing in the doorway.
She looks just like what she is, Peter thought. A wonderfully attractive, classy, intelligent woman. And in 20 years I was never smart enough to realize how lucky I was to have her.
Come in, Peter, Susan told him. Without speaking, he walked from the foyer to the living room.
Sit down, Peter. You look as if you're going to cave in. I read the papers this morning. Renee Carter, the woman you were or are involved with, is the same Renee Carter who was murdered, isn't she?
Peter sat down heavily on the couch, feeling as if his legs no longer had the strength to hold him.
Yes, she is, Sue. I swear to God, I hadn't seen nor heard from her for 2 years. That was when she moved back to Vegas. I was sick of her. I knew what a horrible mistake I had made. I've regretted it and will regret it every day of my life.
Peter, according to the papers, Renee Carter has a 19-month-old child. Is she yours? It was the question Peter Gannon had hoped never to have to answer.
Yes, he whispered. Yes. I never wanted you to know about the baby. I knew how much the miscarriages tore you apart. I've never seen the child. I never want to see her.
Then shame on you. She is your flesh and blood. According to the papers, she's been in critical condition in the hospital with pneumonia, and you're not the least concerned about her? What kind of monster are you?
Sue, I'm not a monster,
Peter pleaded. Peter, when did you last see Renee Carter?
Tuesday night.
Get it out, he thought. Don't try to make it sound like anything except what it is.
Sue, the cops came to my apartment today. I let them take a DNA swab. They're getting a search warrant for the apartment and the office. They made me leave my apartment.
My God, do you realize how much trouble you're in? You're not only a person of interest, you're the prime suspect.
Susan, I swear to you, I don't know what happened to her. Peter knew he was close to tears. Not wanting to break down in front of Susan, he got to his feet. Sorry to inflict you with all of this, Sue, he said, struggling to steady his voice. I just needed someone to talk to. You came up first on the list. He attempted to smile. In fact, you are the list. Peter, you said the police were getting a search warrant. Are they going to find anything at all in your office or apartment that might incriminate you? Susan, absolutely not. You're going to need an attorney. I'm going to make some calls and hire the best criminal defense attorney I can find. An hour later, when he left Susan's apartment, Peter Gannon took a backward glance at the exquisitely furnished living room with its deep, comfortable matching sofas, antique carpet, and the grand piano he had bought Sue for one of their anniversaries. He thought of lying on the couch and listening to her play. And I gave all this up for Renee Carter, he thought, and now Renee may cost me the rest of my life. When he got back to his apartment, he found it in total disarray. Every drawer had been pulled out and the contents dumped on the carpet. A copy of the search warrant had been left on the dining room table. Like an automaton, Peter began to clean up. Why can't I remember what I did after I left Renee on York Avenue? Did I talk to anyone, or am I imagining it? Did I see someone who looked familiar across the street? I don't know. I just don't know. It was shortly after midnight when the concierge phoned him. Mr. Gannon, Detectives Tucker and Flynn are here to see you. Send them up. Virtually paralyzed with fear, Peter waited by the door until the bell rang. He opened it, and the two detectives, unsmiling and businesslike, entered the apartment. Mr. Gannon, Barry Tucker said, you are under the arrest for the murder of Renee Carter. Turn around, Mr. Gannon. As he handcuffed him behind his back, Tucker began the Miranda ritual. Trying to blink back tears, Peter's mind flashed back to the moment when at that party after the opening of his play, Renee Carter had linked her arm in his and asked him if he was lonely. On Saturday morning, Ryan put his plan into motion. He got up at 7 and showered and shaved, grateful that somewhere along the way the large apartment had been renovated so that a bathroom was directly off the master bedroom and he did not have to risk bumping into Alice in the hall before he was fully dressed. Maybe she's still asleep, he hoped. But when he went out to the kitchen, she was already there, wrapped in a satin robe, wearing light makeup, every hair in place. A very pretty woman, he thought, as he forced a smile, but she's just not for me. He saw that fresh orange juice and a bowl of cut-up fruit were already on the breakfast table. How about poached eggs on toast? Ryan had intended to decline, but the offer sounded good to him, and he knew he could not refuse to have something to eat without being rude. Sounds great, he said uncomfortably. I hope I didn't wake you up when I came home last night, Alice said as she broke eggs into a pan of boiling water. I didn't hear you come in. You haven't asked, but I'm going to tell you anyhow what I was doing and why it's so important, Alice said as she put bread in the toaster. Well, I was at a dinner given by the publisher of Everyone magazine. It was for the retiring editor of the celebrity beauty section. He offered me her job. That means I get to pick the celebrities I want to feature and analyze what they're wearing, their hairstyles and makeup. It's the kind of job I've been hoping for ever since I got into the beauty and fashion business. I'm really delighted for you, Alice, Ryan said sincerely. As you know, I'm going back to Atlanta today, Alice continued. They want me to start in 2 weeks. Would you mind very much if I come back here until I can find my own place? It's a big apartment, and I promise I won't be in your way. Alice, people share apartments all the time in New York, and in every big city, I guess, but I'm long overdue to have a place of my own. Well, I hope that doesn't mean you won't come for a cocktail or dinner sometime. Alice put the plate of poached eggs in front of him and refilled his coffee cup. Of course I'll come if I'm invited. Alice is very nice, very attractive, and I'm sure very smart, he thought. If it weren't for Monica, it might be different. Well, how are my eggs? Alice asked. I mean, they're done to perfection, don't you agree? Absolutely, Ryan agreed hastily. Many thanks, Alice. And now I'm off. I have to stop at the hospital. I do have to stop in my office there, he thought. I want to see the Michael O'Keefe file. The O'Keefe's address and phone number are in it. I am going to do some apartment hunting today, but I'm also going to call and ask if I can visit Michael. I want to see him for myself before I ask to testify in Sister Catherine's beatification process as an expert witness. At 3 o'clock, Dr. Douglas Langdon and Dr. Clayton Hadley met for a late lunch at the St. Regis Hotel. Physician, heal thyself, Langdon said dryly. For God's sake, Clay, things are bad enough without you falling apart. You look awful. Easy for you to say, Hadley shot back. You weren't at the funeral with Monica Farrell staring at you. I told you we should have given Peter the money he needed to pay off Carter, Hadley complained. You know perfectly well the foundation couldn't produce that much, and anyway, she'd have been back for more in another month. When all is said and done, Peter did us a favor by killing her. Have you talked to Greg today? Hadley asked. I've been afraid to call him. Of course I've spoken to him. We wrote a statement together for the press, the usual party line. We firmly stand behind Peter Gannon, who is innocent of these outrageous charges. We are confident that he will be fully vindicated. Fully vindicated? They found the $100,000 he claimed to have given that Carter woman hidden in his office. That was in the newspaper. Clay, what did you expect us to say in the press release? That we knew how desperate Peter was when he tried to get us to release foundation money to him? Well, I actually do have more serious concerns. As we both know, we handled the first problem, Olivia Morrow, before she could hurt us. Monica Farrell, our second problem, will not be with us much longer. Soon we will announce that due to some unwise investments, the Gannon Foundation will be closing down. Greg can handle the paperwork for that. Then I intend to retire and enjoy the rest of my life in places like the south of France, with great gratitude to the largesse of the Gannon Foundation. I suggest you start thinking in the same vein. Feeling the vibration of his cell phone, Langdon reached into his pocket. He glanced at the phone number that appeared on the screen and quickly answered. As Langdon listened to the caller, Hadley watched his expression darken. You're right. It's a problem. I'll get back to you. Langdon snapped the cell phone shut. He looked at Hadley. Maybe you're right to worry. We're not out of the woods yet. That guy Alterman, who was nosing around the Schwab house yesterday, was in Southampton today. He's already made the connection between Morrow and the Gannons. If he keeps digging, it's all over. Another person will have to die. Clay Hadley thought of the frightened look on the face of Olivia Morrow just before he held the pillow over her head. What are we going to do? He asked. We don't have to do anything, Langdon replied coldly. It's already being taken care of. After sharing coffee with Monica and Nan following Olivia Morrow's funeral mass, Sophie Rutkowski went home to her nearby apartment, the memory of her many years with Olivia paramount in her mind. I wish I had been there when she died, Sophie thought, as she changed from her good slacks and jacket into the sweatshirt and cotton pants that were her work clothes. It's such a shame she was alone. On that somber note, Sophie picked up her knitting needles. She was making a sweater for her newest grandchild and had a spare half hour until it was time to go to the one job she didn't like. It was at Schwab House on Saturday afternoons, starting at 1 o'clock, in an apartment 3 floors down from the one where Olivia Morrow had lived. The couple who owned it were both writers who worked at home. The reason they liked to have their apartment cleaned on Saturday afternoon was because by noon they were on their way to their country home in Washington, Connecticut. Sophie continued at the job for only one reason. They paid her double to give up her Saturdays, and with 15 grandchildren, that money made it possible for her to do all the little extras for them their parents couldn't afford. At 6 o'clock, when she left, the apartment was spotless. The dishwasher had been emptied, the laundry folded in the linen closet, the shades drawn exactly halfway down in all 5 rooms. They tell me how nice it is to come home on Monday and find it like this, Sophie thought. Why don't they try keeping it like this? As Sophie pressed the button for the elevator, a thought occurred to her. If Miss Morrow had bled on the pillow when she bit her lip, the soiled pillowcase would be in the laundry bag. The elevator came. She pushed the button to go up to the 14th floor. I have a key to her apartment, she thought. I'm going to do the last thing I can ever do for the poor soul. Change her sheets. Take that soiled pillowcase home. Launder it. Make her bed and put the spread on so that whoever goes into her apartment can appreciate what it looked like when she lived in it. With mixed emotions, but believing that she was genuinely concerned, Monica took Susan Gannon to Sally's crib. At the sight of Monica, she struggled to her feet and raised her arms. Money! Money! The intensive care nurse held the chart for her. As I told you when you phoned, Doctor, Sally had a pretty good night. She hates the IV, of course, and fought it until she fell asleep. She did drink her bottle this morning and ate a little fruit. Susan had been standing a few feet away. Does she still have pneumonia? She asked quietly. There's still some fluid in her lungs, Monica said, but thank God she's off the critical list. She's the image of her father, Susan said softly. How long will she be in the hospital? For another week at least, Monica said. Then what? Susan asked. Unless some relative comes to claim her, she'll be put into a foster home, at least temporarily. I see. Thank you, Doctor. Abruptly, Susan Gannon turned and walked quickly down the corridor. It was clear to Monica that she was becoming very emotional and was eager to get away. In the hospital lobby, Monica bought the Post and the News, and on the way home in the cab, she read the stories behind the headlines about Peter Gannon. The large gift bag Gannon claimed he had given Renee Carter had been found crumpled in his wastebasket. $100,000 in $100 bills, the money that had been in the gift bag, was hidden in the false bottom of his desk drawer. He's guilty as sin, Monica thought. Oh, God, with all the people who yearn for a child, why did Sally have to be born to these people? We're here, miss, the cabbie said. Monica looked up, startled. Oh, of course. She paid the fare, tipped generously, and went up the steps, key in hand. It was only when she was inside and had dropped her shoulder bag and the newspapers on the chair that the events of the past few days flooded through her mind. She felt the panic of that awful moment again when the bus was rushing at her. Then she thought of her intense disappointment that Olivia Morrow had died only hours before they were to meet, of her futile attempt to find a possible confidant of Morrow's at the funeral mass, and finally of the emotional pain of learning that Ryan was involved with another woman. A feeling of intense sadness enveloped her. I'm more banged up than I realized, she thought. My back and shoulders are sore and aching. There's something else, she told herself. What is it? It has to do with Sally. Something I said this morning. What was it? The meeting at the Gannon Foundation has been set for Tuesday. I wonder if they'll try to cancel it with all this going on. We need the $15 million they promised us for the addition to the hospital. We need that new pediatric wing that's going to be a part of it. Isn't it incredible that one of the Gannons is Sally's father? A salad and 2 cups of tea made Monica feel a bit better. She had planned to put on comfortable slacks and a sweater and take a long walk, but the almost sleepless night was taking its toll on her. Instead, she lay on the bed, pulled the comforter over her, and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the slanting shadows told her it was late afternoon. She pushed her feet into chenille slippers, walked from the bedroom to the kitchen, opened the back door to the small patio, and stepped outside. It was chilly, and the robe that had felt so comfortable was no match for the outside temperature. A couple of deep breaths, she thought, and that's it. Then, as she glanced around, her eyes focused on the decorative water can that stood to the left of the door. It had been moved. She was sure of it. She always left it placed on the one patio stone that was badly cracked. Now it was halfway onto the next stone. Suddenly shivering, Monica went back into the kitchen, pulled the door closed behind her, and slid the bolt into the lock position. I always mean to leave the bolt fastened, she thought nervously, but it hadn't been fastened just now. After I finally fell asleep last night, I woke up so suddenly. Was it because I heard a sound that startled me awake? If I had been in a sound sleep and hadn't turned on the light, would someone have tried to come in? Had someone been out there? The incongruous thought ran through her mind that the reason she hadn't slept well had a name. It was Ryan Jenner. Sammy Barber worked as a bouncer at the Rough Stuff bar from 9 p.m. till closing. The so-called nightclub was basically a strip joint, and Sammy's job was to make sure none of the drunks got out of hand. On Saturday evening, Sammy was in a foul mood. The first bungled attempt to kill Farrell had left him unsure of himself for the first time in years, and the fact that the old crow had seen him push Farrell and could describe him was scary. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he had gone through the alleyway, hoisted himself over Farrell's joke of a fence, and had taken out his glass cutter. 1 minute more and he'd have been inside her apartment, but in the dark he hadn't seen whatever it was that had caused him to stumble. It was heavy, and he didn't knock it over, but it almost made him lose his balance. Farrell had good ears if she had heard it, Sammy thought, and I guess she did, because the next thing I knew, a light went on inside the apartment. That was it for that plan. Restlessly, Sammy began to consider alternate ways to get at Farrell, but then his eyes narrowed. The place was starting to fill up with the usual losers, but 2 guys in business suits were being led to a table. They're cops, Sammy thought. They might as well be wearing their badges. One of the 2 men signaled to him. Here it comes, Sammy thought as he made his way across the room. Pull up a chair, Sammy, Detective Forrest invited, as he and Detective Whelan passed their cards across the table to him. Sammy glanced at them, then looked quickly at Whelan, remembering that he had been the lead detective on his case and a witness at his trial. He could still remember the disgusted look on Whelan's face when he was acquitted. Nice to see you again, he told him. Glad you remember me, Sammy, Whelan said. But you always did have a way with words. This joint is clean. Don't waste your time looking for trouble, Sammy snapped. We're only interested in you, Forrest told him. You remember, Thursday, you were in such a hurry to follow Dr. Farrell when she left the hospital that you didn't even take time to feed the meter. I don't know what you're talking about. Not feeding the meter cost me big bucks, and no one ever mentioned that it was a crime. Sammy was beginning to feel confident. They're trying to rattle me, he thought scornfully. By any chance, do you know Dr. Monica Farrell? Detective Forrest asked. Doctor who? She's the young woman who fell or was pushed in front of a bus the other night. It was in all the papers. Don't get much chance to read the papers, Sammy said. Forrest and Whelan stood up together. Always interesting to chat with you, Sammy. Sammy watched as the 2 detectives worked their way through the now crowded tables to the exit. I can't be the one to take Farrell out, he thought. I've got to hand off the job, and I know just the right guy to take my place. Like I told Dougie, I always keep my word. Tony, Rosalie, and little Carlos Garcia went for a drive on Saturday afternoon. They were on their way to visit Rosalie's sister Marie and her husband Ted Simmons at their home in Bayshore, Long Island. It's going to be so much fun today, Tony, Rosalie said happily as they emerged from the gloom of the Midtown Tunnel onto the expressway. I was so scared when the baby got that terrible cold this week, but he hasn't even sneezed for 4 days. She looked back over her shoulder. Have you, love? She asked Carlos, who was securely ensconced in his car seat. No, Carlos responded in a sing-song voice. Boy, is that ever his new word, Rosalie laughed. It's his only word these days, Tony answered, then thought of something he'd been meaning to tell his wife. Rosie, I told you about that nice old woman I drove 2 weeks ago to that cemetery in Rhinebeck. She's the one who said she knew Dr. Monica's grandmother. I saw in the paper yesterday that she had died. She's being buried today. That's too bad, Tony. I really liked her. Oh, God! Tony slammed his foot on the accelerator. In the midst of the heavy traffic, the car had stopped dead. Frantically, he turned the key in the ignition as the screeching of brakes from the truck behind him warned him that they were going to be hit. As Rosalie screamed, they felt a bump that shook them back and forth, but the driver of the truck had managed to brake and slow down before he hit them. 3 hours later, they were in Ted and Marie's house in Bayshore at the dining room table. It had taken 40 minutes for the tow truck to arrive. They had caused a massive traffic delay on the expressway. Ted had driven over to pick them up at the service station where they were stranded. It could have been so different, Rosalie said. It could still be so different if you don't get rid of that old car of yours, Tony, Ted, a heavy-set man with a decisive manner, said bluntly. Look around for a decent car, okay? I'll lend you the money. Tony looked gratefully at his brother-in-law. I know you're right, Ted, he agreed. I'm not putting my family in that old heap again. Even before it broke down, I was thinking about a car that would be perfect for us, and it can't be too expensive. It's a 10-year-old Cadillac. I drove the old lady who owned it a couple of weeks ago. It was a pretty long trip. You know I know cars. This one is in perfect condition. Tony, you mean the lady we were talking about on the way out? Rosalie asked. The lady whose funeral was today? Yes, Ms. Morrow. It's her car that's probably going to be for sale. Look into it, Tony, Ted said. Don't waste time. There isn't much of a market for a 10-year-old caddy. You'll probably get it. And I have the crazy hunch that she'd want me to have her car, Tony thought. Peter Gannon went through the shocking ritual of being fingerprinted, having his mugshot taken, being strip-searched, and finally led to a cell in the Tombs, the crowded and noisy jail where prisoners awaiting trial in Manhattan were incarcerated. On Saturday morning, he read in his cellmate's newspaper that the shopping bag and money had been found in his office. Too numb for coherent thought, he sat in the cell until late Saturday afternoon, when the lawyer Susan had found for him came to see him. I'm Harvey Roth, he said, his tone of voice low but resonant. Roth was a compact man with iron-gray hair and rimless glasses framing a thin face. He was dressed in a dark blue suit with a blue shirt and tie. Are you expensive? Peter asked. I have to tell you straight up that I'm broke. I am expensive, Roth answered mildly. Your ex-wife Susan has paid the retainer for my services and guaranteed all the costs of defending you. Susan did that? Peter thought. It was one more whiplash reminder of the kind of person she was, and that he had traded her for Renee Carter. Mr. Gannon, I assume you know that the money you claimed was in Renee Carter's possession was hidden in the false bottom of your desk drawer? Roth asked. I didn't even know that any drawer in my desk had a false bottom, Peter said, his voice a monotone. At the incredulous look on Harvey Roth's face, Peter felt as if he were caught in quicksand and sinking into it even deeper. 4 years ago, when the Gannon Foundation and my brother Greg's investment firm moved to the Time Warner Center, a decorator was hired to redo the offices over from scratch. I asked that whoever was hired also take care of my new theater production office. At that time, I was doing well, and I had a suite on West 51st Street. 2 years ago, when I downsized, I got rid of a lot of the furniture, but kept the desk. No one ever told me about the false bottom in it. Who was the decorator? Roth asked. I don't know her name. The foundation paid for it because it was sponsoring my theater projects. What I mean is, the foundation voted a grant that included the expenses of my office. I see, Mr. Gannon. Then you claim you never knew there was a false bottom in your desk? I swear I didn't know that." Peter buried his face in his hands, hoping to shut himself away from the persistent questions Harvey Roth was asking him. "How can I learn who the decorator is?" Roth persisted. "The secretary at my brother's office would know. She handles that kind of thing." "What is her name?" "Esther Chambers." Peter looked at Roth. "He thinks I'm lying. He thinks I killed Renee." Peter knew he had to ask the questions that had been swirling through his mind during the sleepless night in the cell. "If I told someone that I thought, let's say it straight, that I knew my brother was doing insider trading, would that person have an obligation to report it to the SEC?" "Mr. Gannon, why did you say you're sure your brother was involved in insider trading?" "A couple of years ago, at a cocktail party for the Wall Street types, I overheard a guy from Ankofsky Oil and Gas thank Greg for the money. He told Greg he had been able to take the kids to Europe for their spring break. That was about a month after Ankofsky was taken over by Elmo Oil and Gas, and the stock tripled." "What was your brother's response?" Roth asked. "He went wild. He said something like, 'Shut up, you fool, and get out of here.'" "Did your brother know you had overheard that conversation?" "No, he didn't. I was standing behind him. I didn't want him to know that I heard it." He saw the contempt in Harvey Roth's eyes. "Mr. Gannon, I would suggest that you concentrate on assisting me in preparing a defense for you on the charge of murder. I will do everything in my power to give you the best defense I can, but it would be most helpful if you can try to recall what happened in those 15 hours between the time you blacked out and the time you woke up on your couch. Let's talk about the shopping bag that contained the money. One that fits the exact description of the one you told the police that you gave Ms. Carter was found in the wastebasket under your desk." "Why would I hide the money and leave the shopping bag where anyone could find it?" Peter asked with a spark of anger. Roth nodded. "That has occurred to me. On the other hand, by your own admission, you were drunk." Roth got up to leave. "We are trying to get your bail reduced from $5 million to $2 million. "I think my brother will put it up for me," Peter said. "I hope so. If not, there is another source who will guarantee it." "Susan?" Peter asked. "Yes. Against all odds, she believes firmly in your innocence. You are a very fortunate man, Mr. Gannon, to have a champion like Susan in your corner." Peter watched Roth as he walked away from him, then felt a tap on his shoulder. "Let's go," the guard ordered brusquely. On Saturday night, before she went to bed, Monica had double-locked and bolted the door to the patio, then wedged a chair under the knob on the kitchen side. That done, she hoped to feel somewhat more secure. But her dreams had been filled with memories of her father. "Did I ever really appreciate him?" she asked herself as she got up and began to make coffee. "Looking back, I can begin to understand how much he loved Mom. He never looked at another woman after she died, and he was such a handsome man." He was a great storyteller, Monica remembered with a smile, as she decided to boil an egg and have a slice of whole wheat toast instead of an English muffin. "When we went to Rockefeller Center at Christmas time, he told me all about the first tree that was ever put up there. He knew the history behind every place we visited. He loved history, but he didn't have any concept of his background, his own history. I used to joke with him about it. 'Dad, you may be the illegitimate son of the Duke of Windsor. What would Queen Elizabeth think about that?' I thought I was being funny. If only Olivia Morrow had lived one more day. If only she had lived one more day." Yesterday I was in St. Vincent's, listening to Father Dunlap eulogize Olivia Morrow, then talk about me. No one could help, and I guess no one ever will. I know what I was trying to remember that had to do with Sally, she suddenly recalled. It's that I told Susan Gannon Sally almost didn't make it. It wasn't by a miracle or the power of prayer that Sally survived. The reason is that the kid who was her babysitter was smart enough to bring her to the hospital in time, and that we had the medicine to save her. I guess I've answered enough calls in the night, Monica thought wryly. I went to that beatification hearing and testified that there had to be some medical reason why Michael O'Keefe is still alive. Am I being stubbornly blind? I need to see Michael. It's been 3 years. I want to see him again. The O'Keefe's phone number was listed. She dialed it, and the call was picked up on the first ring. "This is Dr. Monica Farrell," she said. "Is this Mrs. O'Keefe?" "Yes, it is," a warm voice responded. "It's nice to hear from you, Doctor." "Thank you, Mrs. O'Keefe. I'm calling because I am very anxious to see Michael again. Would you mind if I came up to visit you? I promise I won't stay long." "That's absolutely fine. We're home all day. Do you want to come this afternoon?" "I'd very much like to come this afternoon." "Has it anything to do with Sister Catherine's beatification?" "It has everything to do with it," Monica said quietly. "Then come right up. Will you be driving yourself?" "Yes." "We look forward to seeing you, Dr. Monica. Isn't it funny that a neurosurgeon, Dr. Ryan Jenner, was here only yesterday afternoon? He also wanted to meet Michael before he speaks to the beatification committee. What a wonderful person he is. I'm sure you must know him?" Monica felt a stab of pain. "Yes, I do," she said quietly. "I know him quite well." 2 hours later, Monica was in Mamaroneck, having a sandwich and coffee with Richard and Emily O'Keefe. Michael, their energetic 8-year-old son, had politely visited with Monica and had answered her questions with only a tinge of restlessness. "His last MRI was only 3 months ago," Emily told Monica. "It was absolutely clear. They've all been perfect after that first year." "Mrs. O'Keefe, I didn't help Michael get better." "You certainly did. You recognized what it was. You told us straight out to get other consultations, but that he was terminal. That was when I knew I needed to beg for a miracle." "Why did you choose to pray to Sister Catherine in particular?" "My great-aunt was a nurse in one of her hospitals. I remember her telling me when I was a little girl that she had worked with a nun who was like an angel. She told me that you would think every child she held in her arms was her own. She would comfort them and pray over them. My great-aunt was convinced that Sister Catherine had been gifted from God with a special power of healing, that she had an aura about her that words couldn't describe, and that everyone who was in her presence felt it too. When you told us that Michael was going to die, my first thought was of Sister Catherine." "I remember," Monica said quietly. "I felt such pity for you because I knew there was just no hope for Michael." Emily O'Keefe smiled. "And you still don't believe in miracles, do you, Monica?" "It's not that I don't want to believe, but as I testified to the beatification committee, I know from my medical training that throughout history, events have occurred that seem to be miracles, but in reality they have a scientific explanation that just wasn't understood at the time." Then Emily O'Keefe smiled. She reached for Monica's hand and held it gently. "Monica, I hope that you don't think I'm overreaching, but I do very much sense that you are conflicted, and also that you are ready to accept the possibility that Sister Catherine intervened, and that because of her, our only child is with us now." Esther Chambers devoured the newspapers over the weekend with a combination of shock and disbelief. The fact that Peter Gannon had been arrested for the murder of his former girlfriend seemed to her absolutely incredible. "Greg is the one who has the nasty temper," she thought. "I'd believe it of him, but never of Peter." And the fact that Peter was the father of a baby girl who was in the hospital, a baby Peter had never seen, sickened her. She deliberately went to work early on Monday to avoid having to face the other employees and hear the gossip that she knew would be sweeping the office. But when she settled at her desk, Esther realized that her hands were trembling. She knew that by now Arthur Saling must have read the warning she had mailed to him. Would Greg suspect her of having written it? Through the glass doors that opened into the area where the rest of the office staff worked, she saw Greg Gannon approaching. "Help me, Lord," she prayed. "I don't know what he would do if Sailing shows him that letter and he thinks I wrote it." With a hard push that sent the door flying open, Greg came into the suite and walked straight to Esther's desk. "I assume you've read the newspapers and seen the television stories," he said abruptly. "There'll be plenty of phone calls from the media. Refer them to Jason at the PR firm. Let him earn his money for a change."
"Yes, sir. I'll take care of it immediately."
"I'm not available for calls. I don't care if it's the Pope on the line."
He surely wouldn't be calling you, Esther thought.
"But if Arthur Sailing phones, put him right through. I expect to be meeting with him later today." "Wait a minute," he snapped. "Haven't we got a foundation meeting with the Greenwich Hospital Group scheduled for tomorrow morning?"
"Yes, at 11 o'clock.
"Cancel it."
"Mr. Gannon, if you'd allow me to offer a suggestion, that's not a good idea. They're very upset that the grant the foundation promised them hasn't come through. I think it's really necessary for you to meet with them and give them some reassurance. Otherwise, if they get the press involved, it could be ugly. You don't need more pressure right now."
Greg Gannon hesitated, then said, "You're right as usual, Esther. Remind Hadley and Langdon to be here. It's obvious my brother won't be available."
"Will you tell Mrs. Gannon yourself, or shall I remind her, sir?"
Astonished, Esther watched Greg Gannon's face darken with rage. "Mrs. Gannon is very busy these days," he snapped. "I doubt she'll be available."
"Oh, boy," Esther thought, as she watched Greg stride into his office. "Maybe there's something to that rumor that Pamela has a boyfriend, and now Greg has heard about it. I wonder who the guy is. If it really is true, Pamela won't be making any more trips to Cartier. She'll be doing her jewelry shopping in a bargain store basement."
After he had lunch with Doug Langdon at the St. Regis, Dr. Clayton Hadley spent the rest of the weekend in a state of near panic. The memory of holding the pillow over Olivia Morrow's face haunted his every waking moment.
"How did I let myself get into this?" he wondered frantically. "When the money from Alex Gannon's patents was still flowing in, it was easy for me to set up phony research centers that were little more than rented rooms with a so-called lab technician," Clay thought. "Doug got me started on that. Now I have a fortune in my Swiss bank account. A lot of good that will do me if I'm indicted for murder." The Gannons were oblivious, Clay thought. They gave the okay to anything Doug or I proposed. Then, when Doug introduced Pamela to Greg 8 years ago, Greg fell for her like a ton of bricks, divorced his wife, married her, and made her a member of the foundation board. Greg's spending has been out of control ever since he married Pamela, Clay thought nervously. And these past 4 years, Peter's been boasting about his grants for his off-Broadway projects, while he's been pouring foundation money into his own musical fiascos.
All these thoughts were torturing Clay as he sat trying to read the papers in his comfortable Gramercy Park apartment.
"I think I'm going to self-diagnose a heart condition, close down my practice, and get out of the country."
That decision made, Clayton Hadley felt somewhat better. On Monday morning, he arrived at his office at 9:30 as usual. His secretary reported that a Ms. Sophie Rutkowski had phoned and would call back in 15 minutes.
"Sophie Rutkowski," Clay thought. "Who's she? Oh, I know who she is. Olivia's cleaning woman. Olivia left her $5,000 in her will."
But when Sophie phoned back, it was not about the money.
"Dr. Hadley," she began, her voice respectful. "Did you take the pillowcase with the blood on it from Miss Morrow's apartment? You see, if you did, I'd like to get it from you and wash it so that the complete set is in the linen closet just the way Miss Morrow would like it to be. Would that be all right with you, Doctor?"
When Ryan returned from visiting the O'Keefes on Saturday afternoon, he entered the apartment, half afraid that Alice would have found some reason to stay over. But she was gone. After the long morning, which he spent apartment hunting, and then the trip to Mamaroneck, he did not feel like going out again. "I'll settle for cheese and whatever else I find," he decided. He went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. A casserole of lasagna had instructions taped on it. "Heat at 350 degrees for about 40 minutes. It was from Alice. I wonder if Alice comes on with such a heavy hand to other guys she's met, Ryan thought. Someone should warn her to tone it down a bit. But I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth, he thought. I'm hungry, and Alice is a good cook. He followed the instructions on heating the lasagna. Then, when it was ready, he collected some newspapers and read them as he ate. His thoughts turned to his visit with the O'Keefes. I told the O'Keefes that I was going to ask to be allowed to testify at the beatification hearing, and I told them that I don't care how many years from now they keep testing Michael. He will die of old age before he dies of that cancerous brain tumor. It's gone. I'll make that call Monday. On Sunday morning, he began to visit the apartments he considered the most likely possibilities. At 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon, just after he'd decided to give it up until next weekend, he found exactly what he wanted: a spacious, tastefully decorated 4-room condominium in Soho overlooking the Hudson River. The owner, a photographer who would be overseas on an assignment, was offering a 6-month lease. No animals, no kids, he told Ryan. Amused by the order of descending importance, Ryan had said, I have neither, but someday hope to have both. However, that won't happen in the next 6 months, I guarantee you. Satisfied that he would soon be in his own space, he slept well on Sunday night and was at the hospital at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. His schedule in the operating room was turned upside down by an emergency case: a young jogger hit by a car whose driver didn't see him because he was texting. It was 6:15 before he found time to call Monica's office. Oh, you don't have to worry about returning the O'Keefe file, Nan reassured him. Dr. Farrell had me run over and pick it up from your office. Why did she do that? Ryan asked, astonished. I certainly intended to bring it back myself. May I please speak with her? By the uncomfortable pause, he knew that Monica's secretary had been told to say she was unavailable to him. I'm afraid she's already gone, Doctor, Nan said. In the background, Ryan could clearly hear Monica saying goodbye to a patient. Then tell Dr. Farrell from me to keep her voice down when she's asking you to lie for her, he said sharply, and with a decisive click, hung up the phone. On Monday morning, Monica made an exceptionally early visit to the hospital because she knew her office schedule was packed. When she arrived, Nan and Alma were already there, gearing up for a busy day. Nan's first question was about Sally. She's really good, Monica answered gratefully. No relatives showed up over the weekend? Alma asked. No, from what I read in the newspapers, even if Peter Gannon gets out on bail, he's forbidden to go near her. At 10 o'clock, as she was about to go on to the next patient, Nan called her on the intercom. Doctor, would you please step into your consulting room? 2 men were standing there waiting for her. We can see how busy you are, Doctor, so we'll make this brief, the taller man said, reaching behind her to shut the office door. I'm Detective Carl Forrest. This is my partner, Detective Jim Whelan. We have come to the definite conclusion that last Thursday evening you were deliberately pushed in front of that bus. Security tapes at the hospital show a man whom we know to be mob-connected followed you when you left the hospital. We're certain he was the one who pushed you. Who is he? Monica asked, bewildered. And why on earth would he want to kill me? His name is Sammy Barber. Do you know him, Doctor? No, I don't. I'm not surprised, Forrest said. He's a hit man for hire. Do you have any idea why someone would want to hurt or kill you? Think about it. Have you had any problems about a misdiagnosis, say where you lost a child? Absolutely not. How about a rejected boyfriend? Is there anyone like that in your life? Forrest caught the hesitation in Monica's face. "There is someone, Dr. Farrell, isn't there?"
"But it was in the past," Monica protested.
"Who is he?"
"I can tell you you're going nowhere asking about him, and I certainly don't want to put his new job in jeopardy by giving any impression that he's a stalker."
"Dr. Farrell, why would you suggest that this person is a stalker?"
Forrest asked sharply. "The man I'm talking about was married to a close friend. He was also my father's attorney. He developed a crush on me just before I left Boston. I hadn't seen him in 4 years. He is now divorced and recently moved to Manhattan. He is very interested in trying to help me trace my father's background. My father was adopted. I consider him a friend, nothing more, nothing less."
"What is his name?"
"Scott Alterman."
"When was the last time you saw him?"
"Last Thursday evening. He heard on the radio about the bus almost hitting me and called. I guess he could tell by my voice that I was pretty shaken up. He came to my apartment and stayed for about an hour."
"He came immediately after the accident?"
"Yes, but you must get something straight. In 100 million years, Scott Alterman would never harm me. I'm sure of that."
"Have you spoken to him since Thursday?"
"No, I have not."
"Where does he live?"
"In Manhattan on the West Side. I don't have his address."
"We'll find it. Do you know where he works?"
"As I told you, Scott is an attorney. He just started at a New York law firm. It's one of those with 3 or 4 names. One of them is Armstrong. Look, I really have to get back to my patients. But what about this Sammy Barber? Where is he?"
"He lives on the Lower East Side. We've already confronted him about being on the security tape. He denies having anything to do with you, but we are keeping a 24-hour tail on him."
Forrest reached in his pocket and took out the mugshot of Barber.
"Here is his picture, so you know what he looks like. He knows we're watching him, so I don't think he'll try again. But, Doctor, please be careful."
"I will. Thank you." Monica turned and hurried back down to the examining room, where a 6-month-old was now screaming. Scott would never, ever want to harm me, she thought. Then the uncomfortable memory of how he had suddenly appeared on the street when she was hailing a cab to go to Ryan's apartment came back to her. Is it possible, she asked herself, is it even remotely possible that Scott is still obsessed with me and would hire someone to kill me? At 2:00 on Monday afternoon, Arthur Sailing phoned Greg Gannon and 20 minutes later arrived at Gannon's office. Esther tried to keep from looking at the sheet of paper he was holding in his hand. She knew it was the letter she had sent him. It was not necessary to announce him. The door of Greg's office had opened, and Greg was hurrying to meet Sailing with a welcoming smile and extended hand.
"Arthur, I can't tell you how sorry I am that you got one of those poison pen letters a former employee is sending out. Thank you so much for bringing it to me. A number of our clients have received them. They're being turned over to the FBI. The man who has been sending them is demented. They're about to arrest him." "I don't want any part of having to testify at a trial," Arthur Sailing said anxiously. "Absolutely not," Greg agreed as he put a friendly arm around Sailing's shoulders. With a sigh that was partly relief, partly compassion for Arthur Sailing, Esther watched the men disappear into Greg Gannon's private office. As the door closed behind them, she was sure that Sailing was about to put Greg in control of his portfolio. Her nerves frayed. Esther realized that she could barely wait until the month was up and she could retire. Esther got down to the task she had been undertaking, the effort to track down Diana Blauvelt, the decorator who had designed these offices 4 years ago. It was nearly an hour later when she finally managed to find her phone number in Paris and make the call. There was no answer, only a request in both English and French to leave a message. Carefully choosing her words, Esther requested Diana Blauvelt to try to remember if she had ever told Peter Gannon that there was a false bottom in the desk she had ordered for his office, and to please return her call as soon as possible.
Esther had barely replaced the receiver on the cradle when Greg Gannon and Arthur Saling came out of Greg's office. Both men were smiling broadly.
"Esther, please welcome our new and very important client to the firm," Greg said, his voice genial.
At that moment, the phone on her desk rang. Esther picked it up. "Is my husband there? He's not answering his cell phone." "Yes, he is," Esther replied and looked at Greg. "It's Mrs. Gannon, sir."
"Ask my wife to hold. I'll be right with her."
"Never keep the ladies waiting," Arthur Saling joked, as Greg walked with him to the elevators. "Mrs. Gannon, he'll be right with you," Esther began, but was interrupted. "I don't give a damn whether he's with me or not. Where is my jewelry? There's absolutely nothing in the safe in the apartment. What is he trying to pull?" "Think," Esther warned herself. "Mrs. Gannon, please, it's not for me to say." "Of course it isn't for you to say, Esther," Pamela Gannon snapped. "Put him on." Greg Gannon came hurrying back into the office. He grabbed the phone out of Esther's hand. "I took the jewelry," he said, his voice cold and furious. "You've seen the last of it unless you can give me a satisfactory explanation of why you were with some guy in Southampton on Saturday afternoon. But there is no explanation, is there, Pam? Just for the record, I'm not as stupid as you think I am." He slammed down the phone and stared at Esther. "You know I trust my hunches," he said. "You sent that letter. I want you out of here. But as a final gesture of loyalty, tell me the truth, Esther. Is the SEC coming after me?" Esther stood up. "I wonder why it would ever occur to you to ask that question, Mr. Gannon. I'm delighted to be out of here. But may I offer one final comment?" She looked him in the eye. "It's too damn bad that neither you nor your brother ever came close to being the kind of upstanding, splendid men your father and uncle were. They'd be ashamed of both of you. Thanks for the last 35 years. I have to say, they haven't been dull." At 5:30 on Monday evening, Peter Gannon was taken from the Tombs, an electronic bracelet clasped around his wrist, and released on the bail that Susan had guaranteed. With Harvey Roth at his side, the terms of his temporary freedom had been spelled out. He was not to leave Manhattan without the permission of the judge, and he was not to visit his daughter in the hospital. At last, he and Roth were outside. Peter inhaled deeply the crisp, late October air. "I have a car," Roth told him. "I'll drop you off at home if that's what you want." "I'll take up that offer," Peter said quietly. "I have a feeling it's the best one I'll get for a while." Roth's driver pulled up to the curb, and the two men got in the car. Peter waited until they were on the West Side Highway before he said, "I'm not sure if you're the right lawyer for me. I need to have someone who believes that I am not a murderer, and I get the feeling that you think I am. I want a lawyer who does more than look for legal loopholes. I want somebody who is going to fight hard to prove my innocence." "I prefer not to consider myself an attorney who deals in legal loopholes," Harvey Roth said mildly. "You know what I mean. I've started to be able to think a little more clearly. What have you found out about the clothes I was wearing when I met Renee? Are there any bloodstains on them? Or is there any of her DNA on them?" "The detective heading the case told me there are no apparent bloodstains, but the DNA evidence will take time to evaluate. On the other hand, you claim you were afraid of becoming nauseous when you left her. I understand there is absolutely no hint on your clothes that you became ill that night." Peter smiled grimly. "What you're saying is that I'm a tidy drunk. Let's consider this. The bar where I met her was in the 80s on York Avenue. My office is nearly 2 miles away. Maybe I went directly there and passed out. Is that so improbable?" "Mr. Gannon, it is very unfortunate that your office building does not have security cameras to back up that scenario," Roth said. "Apparently they have been out of commission for quite a while." "The building that my present office is in is a dump," Peter agreed. "Nevertheless," Roth said, "to get into it, a key to the outer door is required.
as well as a key to your own office. Can you think of anyone who had access to spare keys and who might also have known about that $100,000?
Peter did not answer. He looked out the window of the sedan as it moved slowly forward in the evening traffic.
"Let me think about that," he answered.
He knew he could not yet bring himself to speak the name of the person who he was almost certain had been the one to put that money in his office.
"I'm starting to remember," he thought. "That car that was parked across the street when Renee slapped me. It looked familiar. She would have accepted a ride from him. If he suspected that she knew, he might have told her that he'd pay her off to keep her quiet about his insider trading. My brother, Greg."
"Dr. Monica, one more thing," Nan Rhodes said. "Sophie Rutkowski called this morning. She wouldn't say what it was about, but she sounds upset. I promised that you'd call her back when your office hours were over." "I'll do that. You run ahead. It's been a busy day," Monica replied.
Nan had just relayed Ryan's message to her. "The next time you lie for Dr. Farrell." She felt stressed out and humiliated, but she wasn't sure she wanted to confide to Nan why she was avoiding Ryan Jenner's calls. Nan wanted to protest, but seeing the expression on Monica's face, decided it would be better to leave her alone.
She probably needs some time to herself,
Nan thought. In the morning, after the two detectives came to the office, she had immediately called John Hartman to see if he knew why they were there. Hartman told Nan that he had suggested to his former partner, Detective Carl Forrest, that they check the security cameras at the hospital, and that had led to seeing Sammy Barber get out of his car and follow Monica.
"John, you're telling me that thanks to you they traced this Barber guy?"
"Nan, they probably would have thought of it themselves," Hartman answered. Hartman then suggested that they have dinner together, if it isn't one of your nights at Jimmy Neary's with your sisters. It was an invitation that Nan had both been hoping for and expected would come. Now, reluctant as she was to leave Monica, she was also eager to go home and freshen up before John came for her. "Well then, I'll see you in the morning, Dr. Monica," she said. Alone in the suddenly quiet office, with the phones no longer ringing and no small patients scampering through the reception room, Monica went into her private office, put her elbows on the desk, and rested her chin on her hands. The import of what the detectives had told her, that a hitman had tried to kill her, was beginning to sink in. "Scott has to be behind this," she thought. "Who else would have any interest in wanting to hurt me? He's the reason I didn't take the job at the hospital in Boston. I had to get away from him. He obviously needs psychiatric help, but I do know one thing. He's not going to drive me out of New York. I love the hospital. I have a good practice. I have plenty of friends." Inevitably, that thought led to the situation with Ryan Jenner. Why would I be so stupidly unprofessional as to ask Nan to lie for me to Ryan? She asked herself. I'm acting like a spurned girlfriend, when in fact I've never even had a single date with him. I have both his home and cell numbers. I'll call tomorrow and apologize. I'm sure he'll be more gracious than I've been, and that will be that. Monica sighed as she fished into her pocket for the slip of paper Nan had handed her with Sophie Rutkowski's number on it. Sophie answered her phone on the first ring. "Sophie, this is Dr. Farrell. Is anything wrong?"
"Doctor, I feel like a thief. I don't know what to do."
"What's going on?"
"I have another job on Saturday afternoons at Schwab House. After I finished it, I decided to go into Ms. Morrow's apartment and tidy it up. I have a key, of course. I know people will be going through it who will want to buy it, and people will also be there who may want to buy her furniture and so on. I didn't want them to see an unmade bed or a pillowcase with blood on it."
"Sophie, that was very nice of you," Monica assured her. "If you took that pillowcase to wash, no one would ever believe that you wouldn't return it."
"Doctor, that's not what I'm saying. That pillowcase was missing. This morning I called Dr. Hadley to see if he had taken it."
Monica felt suddenly chilled. What did Dr. Hadley say?
He got very mad. He said I had no right to be nosing around the apartment. He told me to leave my key at the desk, and if I tried to go into Miss Morrow's apartment again, he'd have me arrested for trespassing.
Did he tell you that he had taken the pillowcase? Monica asked, her thoughts filled with the image of Olivia Morrow's face in death and the evidence that she had bitten her lower lip.
No, that's the problem. If he didn't take it, someone else did. And if anything else is missing, they may blame me, Doctor. I'm so worried. I only went in because I wanted everything to be just so in Miss Morrow's home. But you see, I did take something, and I've already turned in the key, and I don't know what to do now.
What did you take, Sophie?
I took a pillow that had blood on it, the one that had been covered with the pink pillowcase. I knew Miss Morrow wouldn't want anyone to see it. Blood always shows on pillow fabric.
Sophie, Monica asked quickly, did you throw that pillow out?
No, I brought it home, Doctor.
Sophie, this is very important. Put that pillow in a plastic bag and hide it. Don't tell anyone, especially Dr. Hadley, that you have it. No, better still, give me your address. I'm going to take a cab up to your apartment right now and pick it up.
Doctor, why would you want a soiled pillow?
Sophie protested. Sophie, I honestly can't answer that right now. It's just something I have to work out myself. But please, trust me. An hour and a half later, all thoughts of dinner forgotten, Monica was holding the stained pillow with gloved hands over two pillows piled on her own bed, in the same position as she remembered the ones that had been under Olivia Morrow's head. Am I going crazy? She asked herself. Or is it possible that there is only one way that stain could have gotten on that spot? But why would anyone want to hold a pillow over her face and suffocate a dying woman? Monica slipped the pillow back into the loose plastic bag. I'll bring the pillow to the office tomorrow and ask Nan to see if Hartman will come over after office hours and talk to me, she decided. The decision made, Monica decided not to put off calling Ryan any longer. She dialed his home number and heard his voice. Sorry to miss your call. Leave a number and I'll get back to you. I'm not apologizing to an answering machine, she thought. He's probably out to dinner with his girlfriend. On Tuesday morning, Tony Garcia, filled with anticipation, was in the waiting room of Dr. Clayton Hadley's office. When I called yesterday, he couldn't have been nicer, Tony thought. I explained that I'd like to buy Ms. Morrow's car, and he asked if I realized it was 10 years old. Then I offered to pay him the book value in cash, and he said that would be fine. You can go in now, Mr. Garcia, the receptionist told him. The doctor will see you in the second room on the right. Tony jumped up. Oh, thank you, he said, as the receptionist assured the couple in the waiting room that the doctor would be with them in a few minutes. With quick steps, Tony, following instructions, entered the private office of Dr. Clay Hadley. He's pretty fat for a cardiologist, was Tony's first thought, but it passed quickly from his mind. Dr. Hadley, thanks so much. I brought the money in cash. My brother-in-law lent it to me. He's a prince. After the phone call from Sophie Rutkowski the day before, Clay Hadley had been terrified. I panicked, he thought. I should have told her I was having the pillowcase laundered. Did she notice the bloodstain on the pillow itself? I can't ask her that. It will only bring her attention to it. Take the damn car, he thought impatiently, as, forcing a smile, he watched Tony offer him 6 rubber-banded packs of 10 $100 bills. $6,000 in all, Tony said. Tony, I have your phone number. I'll give you a call when we can complete the paperwork. Here is a receipt for the payment now. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Tony started for the door, got as far as the receptionist's desk, then hesitated and turned around. I wonder if that bag Ms. Morrow asked me to put under the blanket in the trunk is still there, he thought. I shoved it pretty far back. The garage attendants may have missed it. Maybe I should tell the doctor about it. The receptionist had seen him turn. "Mr. Garcia," she said firmly, "I'm afraid that I can't keep the doctor's patients waiting any longer. I'm sure he's on his way to the examining room now." Embarrassed, Tony murmured, "Of course, I'm sorry." As he made his way through the reception area, he thought, "If that file is there, I'll just mail it back to Dr. Hadley." On Tuesday morning, Detectives Barry Tucker and Dennis Flynn were sitting in the private office of Department Chief Jack Stanton, sipping coffee and reviewing the case with him. It had been 5 days since Renee Carter's body had been found.
"Some of this just doesn't add up," Tucker told the chief. "Gannon had the motive, the opportunity, and a very convenient memory blackout, not to mention the $100,000 hidden in the drawer in his office." "What doesn't add up?" Stanton asked. "We tracked down 3 of the patrons who were in the bar where Carter and Gannon met. 2 of them remembered hearing them arguing, but didn't know what it was about. Both of them noticed Carter leaving the bar with Gannon right behind her. The 3rd guy we spoke to is the one who's most important," Dennis Flynn said. "He claimed that he had left the bar less than a minute later, and that he saw a man he's pretty sure was Gannon walking down York Avenue alone." "Which is consistent with what Gannon claimed," Tucker said. "This guy swears he didn't see Carter and that she was already gone." "How reliable is this witness?" Stanton demanded. "He's an engineer, a one-drink-only regular customer. No connection to anyone involved, no axe to grind."
Barry Tucker stared into his coffee cup, wishing he had not put so much sugar in it.
"If this guy is right, Carter must have gotten into a car," he said. "But what car? Whose car? Peter Gannon's BMW hasn't been out of his garage in a week. We checked the garage records. On top of that, we've gone over the car with a fine-tooth comb. There's no trace of Carter ever having been in it." "She had that heavy shopping bag," Flynn pointed out to his boss. "Odds are if Gannon did walk away from her, she got into a cab or one of those cruising limos. We've checked out all the licensed cabs and none of them picked her up. If she got into one of those gypsy limos, what did the guy who was driving see? A good-looking, well-dressed babe who, according to the babysitter, was wearing some decent jewelry. We both know what might have happened next." "Her jewelry was gone, her purse was gone. Let's suppose our mystery limo driver killed her," Tucker suggested. "How does he end up going to Gannon's office and hiding all that cash? Why would he put that kind of money back? How would he get into the office in the first place? And where does he stash the body for more than 24 hours before he wraps it in a garbage bag and stuffs it under a park bench? None of it makes sense." Stanton leaned back in his chair. "Let's look at this scenario. Somebody was parked near that bar because he knew Gannon was meeting Carter there. After Gannon stumbled off, that person offered Carter a ride. She wasn't dumb. She probably wouldn't have gotten into a car, other than one of those gypsy limos, with someone she didn't know." Tucker nodded. "That's where I've been going. And think about this. Peter Gannon's fingerprints were all over the cash in the shopping bag, but there were no fingerprints in the false bottom of the drawer where the money was hidden. Was he smart enough or drunk enough to put on gloves to hide the money, but dumb enough to dump the shopping bag into the wastepaper basket where anyone could see it?" Tucker's phone rang. He glanced at the ID of the caller. "It's the lab," he said as he answered. "What's up?" "Oh, thanks for the rush job." He snapped the phone closed. "The lab has finished going over the clothing that Gannon was wearing that night and the clothing that Renee Carter was found in. There is no trace of Carter's blood or hair or fibers from her clothes on anything he was wearing, and there's nothing on her clothing that came from him." The chief had been reading the Gannon file before Tucker and Flynn arrived at his office. He turned to a page and reread it. "According to the statement Peter Gannon gave, he had, only a few days earlier, requested a loan of $1 million from the Gannon Family Foundation to pay off Renee Carter. But the most the board members would advance him was $100,000. That means that whoever is on the board knew about Renee and her demands. We know that some of these family foundations are pretty shaky, I would say your next move is to talk to those people and see what you can find.
Tucker nodded, stood up, and stretched.
I'm beginning to think I should get a job working for the Gannon defense team, he said, because that's just about what we may be doing now.
Mentally and physically exhausted, Peter Gannon slept soundly Monday night. On Tuesday morning, feeling alert and clear-headed for the first time in days, he showered, shaved, then dressed in khakis and searched in his closet for a long-sleeved sports shirt that he hoped would conceal the electronic bracelet. Feeling quite hungry, he prepared scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, and coffee. As he was about to sit down, he opened the door to get the newspapers, which were usually delivered by 7 a.m. They were not there, and he dialed the concierge to have them sent up. The man was apologetic.
Mr. Gannon, we weren't aware that you were home.
Meaning out of jail, Peter thought.
We'll send them right up, sir.
I wonder what they'll be writing about me today, Peter asked himself. But when the papers arrived and he opened the post, the entire front page was a picture of a wistful baby girl standing in a crib. Peter Gannon's abandoned love child was the headline. Peter slumped into a chair and for long minutes stared at the picture. The wide, solemn eyes of his daughter seemed to look accusingly at him. Already there had been dozens of calls from people begging to adopt little Sally.
They're not going to get her,
Peter said aloud, slamming down the paper. There was only one person he could turn to for help. He dialed Susan's cell phone and reached her at her office.
Susan, have you seen the picture of the baby on the cover of the Post?
I've done more than that, she said quietly. I've seen the baby. Peter, I'm going into a meeting. I can run over to your apartment in a couple of hours. I've got to talk to you. While he waited, Peter resumed the task that had been occupying him when he was arrested on Saturday morning. It was almost noon when he was satisfied that the apartment was orderly again.
What do I do now? Do I point the finger at Greg? Do I tell the police that he had a motive to kill Renee Carter? If I say that he may have found out that I told Renee that he was involved in insider trading, I not only put the federal prosecutors on his case, but I make him a suspect in her murder. Greg would not kill Renee any more than I would. There has to be another way for me to prove my innocence without destroying Greg. I did walk back to the office that night, Peter thought. I wanted the fresh air. I knew I was drunk. There was a car across the street from the bar. I can now see it clearly in my mind, and I know whose it was. It was Greg's car.
The house bell rang.
Mrs. Gannon is here, the doorman announced. Send her right up, Peter said as he hurried to open the door.
Detectives Carl Forrest and Jim Whelan agreed on one of three possibilities. The first scenario was that if Scott Alterman had hired Sammy Barber to kill or injure Dr. Monica Farrell, he had been tipped off by Barber and had fled. The second possibility was that Sammy Barber had gotten one of his fellow goons to get rid of Alterman to make sure that if Alterman were ever arrested himself, he could never give up Sammy. A third possibility was that having hired Sammy, and in fear of disgrace and imprisonment, Alterman had committed suicide. On Tuesday morning, Forrest and Whelan went to Scott Alterman's apartment and learned to their chagrin that he had not been seen there since Saturday evening, when, dressed in a business suit and tie, he had walked out of his apartment building. Their next stop was at his new office in the prestigious law firm of Williams, Armstrong, Fisk, and Conrad.
Mr. Alterman started with us only last week, his secretary said. On Saturday afternoon, he left a message on my office phone telling me to remind him on Monday that he wanted me to find out anything I could about the background of an Olivia Morrow who died last week.
Forrest made a note of the name.
Have you any idea why he wanted you to do that?
Not really, the secretary replied. But I think it might have had something to do with a Dr. Monica Farrell. You probably heard. She was the young woman who was almost killed by the bus?
Yes, I know about her.
Mr. Alterman said that he knew Dr. Farrell
and of course we asked him more about her. He said that she didn't know she was an heiress to a fortune, but that he was going to prove it." "He said what?" Forrest asked, as Jim Whelan stared at the secretary. "How did you respond to that statement?" "We thought he was joking. Don't forget, we really don't know Mr. Alterman very well. He just started at the firm a week ago." They were leaving the building when Forrest felt the slight vibration of his cell phone in his breast pocket, indicating that a call was coming through. It was from headquarters. He answered it, listened, then said, "Okay, we'll meet you at the morgue." He told Whelan, "A body has just been fished out of the East River. If the wallet with all the usual identification is accurate, we can stop looking for Scott Alterman." On Tuesday morning at 5 minutes of 11, Monica Farrell, accompanied by 2 members of the board of directors of Greenwich Village Hospital, entered the vast lobby of the Time Warner Center and took the elevator to the floor where the Alexander Gannon Foundation and the Gannon Investment Firm shared connecting offices. Justin Banks, the chairman of the board, and Robert Goodwin, executive director of development, were men in their 60s. Both of them, like Monica, were passionately dedicated to making Greenwich Village Hospital the finest medical center it could possibly become. Now there was a pressing need for a state-of-the-art pediatric center, toward which Greg and Pamela Gannon had pledged $15 million with great fanfare at a black-tie dinner a year and a half ago. When they arrived, a young receptionist invited them to wait in the conference room and offered them coffee. Banks and Goodwin refused, but Monica accepted. "I didn't have my usual second cup this morning," she explained with a smile. "I had some early patients and I was rushing." There was another reason why she had not taken time for a second coffee. Guessing he would be up, she had called Ryan on his cell phone at 7 o'clock. "Ryan, I really need to apologize. I was so terribly rude to you." "You were obviously mad at me," he had said. "But I certainly understand that you don't want to become the subject of gossip." "Nor do you." She hadn't intended to say that. "Actually, I wouldn't have minded, but there you are." "And I got mad again," Monica thought, as she thanked the secretary for the coffee. "I said that he wasn't being fair to his girlfriend to talk like that." "My girlfriend?" he had exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" "When I phoned you last Thursday evening to explain why I didn't get back to my office to give you the file." "What do you mean you phoned Thursday night?" "I phoned your apartment. Your significant other, or whoever she is, said you were there but you were changing. I assumed she would give you the message." "Oh my God, I might have known. Monica, listen to me." As Monica heard Ryan's angry but welcome explanation, she had felt as if a weight were lifting off her heart. Ryan was going to meet her at her office tonight. "I'll show him the pillow too and see what he thinks of it." The last words of their conversation puzzled her, but he was laughing when he said them. "Okay, Monica, we both have to get moving, and I have one more job to do before I leave this apartment." I asked him what he meant, Monica thought, and he told me he had to throw out the rest of the lasagna. He said, "I'll explain what I mean when I see you." She had taken the time to change into a suit because they were going out for dinner. "Monica," Justin Banks said, "I'm not much for personal compliments, but you look absolutely lovely this morning. You should always wear blue." Robert Goodwin was looking at his watch. 10 after 11. Let's hope these people show up soon and have a check for us." They heard footsteps coming toward them. A moment later, 3 men entered the room. Monica was stunned to see that one of them was Dr. Clay Hadley. She could tell that he was equally shocked to see her. "Dr. Hadley and Dr. Langdon are our board members," Gannon explained. "My wife is not able to be with us today, and I'm sure you're quite aware why my brother is not here. The Gannon Foundation has given away millions over the years. Our record of generosity is extraordinary, but now it has come to an end. The foundation will be closing. We cannot honor our pledge to you." "Mr. Gannon," Justin Banks said, speaking slowly for emphasis. You are a very wealthy man. Would you consider putting some of your own money into the hospital's pediatric wing? I assure you the need for it is great. Greg Gannon sighed. Mr. Banks, if half the people who are reputed to be very wealthy had to list their assets honestly, you would find that the $10 million house has a $9 million mortgage, that the yacht is rented, and the cars are leased. You have not even put a spade in the ground for your pediatric center. On the other hand, several cardiac research centers and mental health facilities need to be funded until they can be merged with other similar units. I will take care of them, but I cannot do more. The entire time Greg Gannon was speaking, Monica had been studying Clay Hadley's face. It was glistening with perspiration. The suspicion that he might have caused Morrow's death was growing into a near certainty. But why? Douglas Langdon. She wondered what kind of doctor he was. Very, very good-looking, smooth. This guy is a phony through and through. Where are we going to get the money for the pediatric center now? She asked herself, as Greg Gannon got to his feet, signaling that the meeting was over. Doug, Clay, wait here, he said. His stern tone indicated that it was an order. Both men had started to leave, but they sat down immediately. Monica, Banks, and Goodwin followed Greg Gannon to the reception room. It was then that she saw it. The portrait of Dr. Alexander Gannon. Frozen on the spot, she stared at it. It's Daddy. Just the way he looked before he got sick, she thought incredulously. Even the expression in Alex Gannon's eyes, wise and kind, was so like the expression she remembered in her father's eyes. She reached into her pocket and stepped away. "Excuse me," she murmured, and pulled out her cell phone as if she had felt it vibrating. As she opened it, she pretended to say a few words into it and took a picture of the portrait. No wonder Scott kept insisting that Dad had a startling resemblance to Alexander Gannon. "It's a great pity that Dr. Gannon's foundation is closing," Justin Banks said. "I am sure that he would never have wanted a pledge such as the one you made to Greenwich Village Hospital to be canceled so abruptly. Goodbye, Mr. Gannon. Please don't bother to see us out." On Tuesday morning, Esther Chambers, totally unused to lingering over breakfast, glanced at the clock in her dining area. It was 10:15, and Thomas Desmond from the Securities and Exchange Commission was coming to her apartment at 11. Nervous at the prospect of having to tell Desmond that she had tried to warn Arthur Saling about investing his money, and that was the reason Greg had fired her, Esther showered and dressed. Desmond was announced from the desk promptly at 11 o'clock. After they exchanged greetings and he refused her offer of coffee, he said, "Ms. Chambers, did anything precipitate Gannon's firing you? Does he suspect that he's under investigation?" Esther drew a long breath. "You're not going to like this, Mr. Desmond, but here's what happened." In precise detail, she explained why she had decided to warn off Arthur Saling. "It was like watching a lamb being led to the slaughter," she said. "I understand," Desmond said. "I really do." "Then to answer your question, when Greg told me he was sure I was the one who had sent that warning to Arthur Saling, he also asked me, as a final test of loyalty, if the SEC was investigating him." "What did you tell him?" Desmond asked quickly. "My answer was to ask him why he would ever think to ask a question like that." Desmond nodded approvingly. "Good answer, and please don't be upset about trying to warn Arthur Saling. We're arresting Greg Gannon this afternoon." "You're arresting Greg today?" Esther asked sadly. "Yes. Frankly, I should not have told you that, but I wanted you to know that Arthur Saling's money is probably still safe." "There is no one I would think of telling," Esther said. "It's just that it all seems so impossible. Peter Gannon is accused of murdering his former girlfriend. His baby is in a hospital unwanted by anyone. His ex-wife, Susan, was and is a gem.
Greg Gannon had the most wonderful wife and 2 fine sons, and he left them for a gold digger like Pamela. Now, from what went on yesterday afternoon at the office, he's caught on to the fact that she's involved with someone else. Do you think Pamela will stay by his side when he's arrested? Not on your life." Desmond got up to go. "Unfortunately, we see this kind of thing all the time in our business. But a friendly word of caution. Don't be too sorry for the Gannons. They're the architects of their own misery, and they have caused a lot of misery to others." It was only after Desmond left that Esther realized Diana Blauvelt, the decorator whom she had left a message for in Paris, might very well have returned her call. She dialed her phone at her desk in the office, hoping that no one else had picked up her voicemail. But if Blauvelt had left the message, it had been erased. "I have to know," Esther thought. "It's 5:30 in the afternoon in Paris. I hope I get her in." A sleepy "Allo" told her that she had reached Blauvelt. "Diana," she said apologetically, "you sound as though you might have been napping, but it's important that I talk to you. Did you get my message, and do you remember anything about that desk with the false bottom in it?"
"Oh, it's you, Esther. Of course I remember about the desk. As I told Greg Gannon when I called back after you'd left your office yesterday, I bought 2 of those desks."
"2 of them?" Esther exclaimed.
"Yes, one for Peter and one for Dr. Langdon. I never did see Peter to show him the false bottom in the big drawer, but I did show Dr. Langdon. He had his desk sent to his office where he sees his psychiatric patients, not to his office at the Foundation."
"You're sure of this, Diana?"
"Absolutely. And I told Greg Gannon that his wife can back me up. Pamela was there when I showed Dr. Langdon the hiding place in the desk."
Stunned, Esther realized the possible ramifications of what she had just heard. Then Diana, after a moment's hesitation, added,
"Esther, I understand from Greg that you're retired now.
I've got to ask you, don't you think that Pamela Gannon and Dr. Langdon have been pulling the wool over Greg Gannon's eyes for years?" Susan had never been in Peter's apartment. Now she looked around intently as she walked into the living room. Then, with a fleeting smile, she said, "I like what you've done here. You always had good taste." He took a deep breath and told her what had been weighing on his mind since the moment he saw Sally's picture. "Susan, I know what you think of me as a father, but now I beg you to help me as my attorney. I want my daughter." Susan looked at her ex-husband, her expression calm. "What are you trying to say, Peter?" "I want Sally. I did not kill her mother. I cannot bear the thought of her being placed in a foster home. I have been accused of a crime, but not convicted of it. What right has anyone to say that I cannot visit her?" "Peter, are you being serious? Are you telling me that you not only want to see Sally, but you want custody of her?" "Yes, I do. I do not want my daughter in a foster home. Susan, there's got to be a way to stop that." Hold on, she said softly. "Peter, there is another solution, and one that I'm pretty sure the judge will accept. I want to request custody of Sally." "You want Sally?" "Yes, I do. She is the sweetest little girl, and it is pathetic to see how starved she is for affection." "How many times have you seen her, Susan?" "Twice. The nurses let me take her out of the crib and hold her. The newspaper picture doesn't do her justice. She's a beautiful baby. She's the image of you." "You would want my child?" "Peter, you seem to forget that for the 20 years we were married, I wanted a child more than anything else. I still do. Christina Johnson, the young nanny who probably saved Sally's life by rushing her to the hospital, came in to visit her while I was there. It's obvious that Sally is attached to Christina. She had such a big smile for her. Christina would be glad to take care of Sally again while I'm at work." "You think you can get custody immediately? That she won't have to go into a foster home? I will file for an emergent hearing before Sally is released from the hospital. Why would a judge turn me down? 46 isn't too old. My reputation is spotless. I have the room. As your ex-wife, I classify as a concerned relative, and I want her. The minute I saw her, I knew she would make up for all the heartbreak of losing the others. Her eyes suddenly moist, Susan looked at Peter. You are her father, of course. The judge will probably give you some input in this. Will you let me have Sally? Are you talking adoption or custody while my case is pending? Both. If I take her, I can't lose her. Susan, you can keep Sally, but only if I can visit her and can really have a part in my daughter's life. I can't lose her either. They were clasping each other's hands. Without letting go of Susan's entwined fingers, Peter said, I have started to get flashes of memory of that night. I wasn't going to tell anyone because I didn't want to give Greg up, but I'm not sure I'm strong enough to spend the rest of my life in prison, even for my brother. Peter, what are you talking about? Greg's car was parked across the street from that bar. Renee knew him when we were seeing each other. If he offered her a ride, she'd take it. Greg knew that she was extorting money from you, didn't he? Sure. Then why would he have been waiting outside the bar? Susan asked. I was desperate to get that money. After he turned me down, I called Pamela and told her that Renee was going to blow the whistle on Greg's insider trading. I knew Pamela could give me the money. Greg has put plenty in her name. She must have told him, and maybe it drove him over the edge. Susan, I think my brother killed Renee. How can I give him up? He asked, his voice anguished. How can I? How can you not? Susan demanded. But it's your decision to make and live with, Peter. I have to get back to the office. I'll see you later. At 2:30 on Tuesday, Carl Forrest went directly from the morgue, where he and Detective Whelan had viewed Scott Alterman's body, to headquarters to report to Chief Stanton. Whelan went from the morgue back to Alterman's apartment building to question the staff there.
Jim is trying to get a handle on Alterman's activities from the time he visited Monica Farrell on Thursday evening until he left his apartment late Saturday, Forrest told the chief.
Carl, do you think this looks like Scott Alterman was behind the attempt on Dr. Farrell's life? Stanton asked. Does the medical examiner think he's dealing with a suicide?
Too soon to tell. No marks on his body. We've contacted Alterman's parents and siblings. They haven't talked to him since last week. The M.E. thinks he may have been drugged before he fell into the river, or was pushed. We won't have the drug tests from the lab for at least a week. If he did order the hit on the doctor, he may have panicked and overdosed himself.
Which tells us nothing, Stanton observed. I really do think that he was the guy who hired Sammy Barber. I just wish we could nail that lowlife, too.
So do I, but...
Carl Forrest stopped in mid-sentence and pulled out his cell phone.
It's Whelan,
he said, then answered it.
What's up?
Jack Stanton watched as a look of astonishment came over Forrest's face.
You mean that Alterman rented a car and driver and went to a cemetery in Southampton, then to Greg Gannon's house on Saturday?
Forrest asked incredulously.
I spoke to the driver, Whelan reported. Alterman had found out that an old lady, Olivia Morrow, who died last Tuesday night, had gone there last Tuesday afternoon. He got in touch with the driver and hired him for the same drive as the Morrow woman. She told the driver she had grown up in a cottage on the Gannon property. The house still belongs to Greg Gannon, Peter Gannon's brother. The driver told Scott that Olivia Morrow didn't go into the house, but Scott Alterman did on Saturday afternoon and stayed for about an hour.
Okay, Jim, thanks. Has the driver agreed to come in and make a statement?
Forrest snapped the phone shut.
The driver can't wait to give us the details. Whelan said he's a real talker and is enjoying the situation.
I wish there were more like him, Stanton observed. This woman Olivia Morrow who died last week, see what you can find out about her.
15 minutes later, Forrest burst back into Stanton's office without knocking.
Chief, you won't believe this. The person who found Morrow dead was Dr. Monica Farrell. She told the medical team that responded to the emergency call at the apartment that she had had an appointment with Olivia Morrow that evening. She told them that Morrow was going to reveal some important information to her about her grandparents. It seems Farrell's father was adopted and had no idea of his background.
The two detectives looked at each other.
Maybe Scott Alterman wasn't wacky after all, Stanton said. Maybe he had become dangerous to someone. And let's take a good look at Olivia Morrow's death. Find out who signed her death certificate.
Harvey Roth's normally calm voice was crackling with excitement when he phoned Peter Gannon.
Peter, we have two big breaks. A credible witness is prepared to say he saw you walking down York Avenue alone just after you and Renee left the bar. He said Renee was already gone. Our guys found him this morning and he made a statement to the cops.
Is that enough for reasonable doubt? Peter asked.
It's a big help, let me tell you. That and the fact that your clothes and car show no traces of Renee's presence.
Thanks, Harvey. It's going to take some time to digest this.
15 minutes later, Harvey Roth called back. "Peter, I just spoke to Esther Chambers. She traced that decorator who ordered the desk with the false bottom in the drawer. The fact is, she ordered 2 of them. One was for you, the other for Dr. Langdon. The decorator says she absolutely did not discuss the secret compartment in the desk with you, but distinctly remembers telling Langdon and your sister-in-law, Pamela, about it. Very interestingly, the decorator also said she believed there was something going on between them." Pam and Doug Langdon, Peter thought, his heart pounding. Of course it was possible that they were involved with each other. Would they have tried to stop Renee from exposing Greg's insider trading? It's possible. Of course it is. It makes sense. If the SEC ever goes after Greg, they'll grab all his assets to pay off all the investors who lost money because of him, and that would include all the money and property and jewelry he's given Pamela over the years. I might easily have left a set of keys to my office at the foundation, he thought. Doug and Pam have both been there and know the layout. I never saw who was driving Greg's car. It might have been Doug. My brother may be a thief, but I don't believe he's a killer. At 3:30 p.m., the moment Greg Gannon had been dreading for a long time arrived. 2 federal officers, their manner brusque, walked past the secretary who was sitting at Esther's desk and opened the door of his private office. "Mr. Gannon, stand up and put your hands behind you. We have a warrant for your arrest," one of them said. Suddenly infinitely weary, Greg obeyed. "Everything is going to blow up now. They'll look into the foundation, too. We've been treating it like a piggy bank. We could all face charges on that. I know I'm going down, but I'm also going to hang Pam and Doug out to dry." Another thought crossed his mind as he was led out of his office for the last time. My brother's a murderer. I'm a thief. One of my sons is a public defender. I wonder if he'd care to represent either one of us. He doubted it. At 6:30, the last of her small patients was gone. Monica went into her private office, where Detectives Forrest and Whelan and John Hartman had been patiently waiting. "Why don't we go into the reception area?" she asked. "You have to be careful not to trip over toys, but we'll have more room in there." When she had returned from the meeting at the Gannon Foundation, she had asked Nan to call John Hartman and ask him to stop at the office at around 6. Then halfway through the afternoon, Nan reported that Detectives Forrest and Whelan wanted to have another meeting with her. Without being asked, Forrest adjusted one of the couches so that they all sat facing each other. John Hartman held a chair for her. As she sat down, she said to the detectives, "I'm glad you're here. There is something that I was going to give John, and I think it's just as well that I'm able to talk to all of you about it." Carl Forrest said, "Before we discuss that, Dr. Farrell, I am very sorry to have to tell you that the body of Scott Alterman was found in the East River this morning. It may or may not be a suicide, but we are beginning to believe his death may have had something to do with his belief that you are connected to the Gannon family." "Scott is dead?" Monica repeated. "Dear God! But only yesterday at this very time you were suggesting that he might have been behind the attempt to kill me." Forrest nodded. "Dr. Farrell, you told us yourself that he had been obsessed with you. What you did not tell us is that he believed you might be the granddaughter of Dr. Alexander Gannon, which, of course, would put you in line to inherit much of the Gannon fortune." For a long minute, Monica could not speak. "As long as I can remember, my father would cut out pictures of people whom he thought he resembled and wonder if he was related to them," she said sadly. "Shortly before he died, he became fixated on the notion that he bore a striking resemblance to pictures he had seen of Alexander Gannon. Scott took him seriously. I never did, until today. Nan, would you please print out the picture I took this morning on my cell phone?" She got up. "I have my father's picture in my wallet, but I have a larger one on my desk. Let me get that one, and I'll show you exactly what I saw this morning." She walked into her private office and for a minute stood there, hugging herself tightly to stop trembling. Scott, she thought. Poor Scott. If someone killed him, it was because he was trying to help me, because he thought I would come into a fortune. She picked up her father's framed picture and carried it back to the reception room. Nan had already printed out the one she had taken of the portrait of Alexander Gannon. Monica laid them side by side on the table. As the detectives leaned over to study them, she said, "As you can see, the pictures are virtually interchangeable. I think Scott Alterman lost his life trying to prove there was a blood relationship between Alexander Gannon and my father. And I also think that it doesn't stop there. I believe that Olivia Morrow, the woman who was about to reveal the names of my grandparents, may have died last Tuesday night because she confided to someone else that I was coming to visit her on Wednesday evening."
"Who is that person?" Forrest asked sharply.
"I believe Olivia Morrow told her cardiologist, Dr. Clayton Hadley, that she was going to give me proof that I am a Gannon descendant." Monica turned to John Hartman. "I asked you to come here for a specific reason, and it ties into all of this." Once again, Monica went into her private office, and this time when she returned, she was carrying the plastic bag containing the pillow with the smear of blood that Sophie had taken from Olivia Morrow's apartment. She explained to them why Sophie had taken it, and described Hadley's response to Sophie about the missing pillowcase. Forrest took the bag from her. "You have the makings of a good detective, Dr. Farrell. You can be sure we'll take this to the lab right away." A few minutes later, they all left together. Declining John and Nan's invitation to have dinner, Monica got in a cab and went home. "Ryan may call any time," she thought. "I'll keep both phones right next to me and close my eyes. I don't think I'll fall asleep, but if I do, I just can't miss his call. I need him." At 9 o'clock, she awoke with a start. The buzzer to her apartment from the front door was being pushed repeatedly. "Who is this? What's the matter?" she demanded.
"Dr. Farrell, this is Detective Parks. Detective Forrest has sent me to protect you. You must leave your apartment immediately. Sammy Barber, the man who tried to push you under the bus, was spotted in the alleyway behind your house. We know he has a gun and is determined to kill you. Get out of there now."
She ran to the table and grabbed her cell phone. Not bothering to look for the shoes she had kicked off when she lay down on the couch, she ran from the apartment, down the corridor, and flung open the outer door. A man in plain clothes was waiting there.
"Hurry, hurry," he said urgently.
He put his arm around her and began to rush her down the steps to a waiting car. There was a driver at the wheel, the engine was running, and the back door was open. Suddenly alarmed, Monica struggled to pull away from his iron grip and began to scream for help. He clasped a rough hand over her mouth and with violent force tried to shove her into the car. "I'm going to die," she thought. "I'm going to die." It was at that moment from somewhere nearby she heard a command shouted through a bullhorn.
"Let go of her now. Get your hands up. You're surrounded."
Monica felt herself being released, but was unable to keep her balance and fell backward on the sidewalk. As her would-be assailant and the driver were grabbed by a swarm of undercover officers, the cell phone she was still clutching rang. "Monica, are you all right? It's Ryan. I'm leaving the hospital. Where shall I meet you?" "Home," Monica said, her voice breaking as strong arms lifted her to her feet. "Come over now, Ryan. I need you. Come over right now." It was Thursday morning, 2 days after Monica had been assaulted at her apartment.
"Looks as though we got the whole rotten bunch of them," Detective Barry Tucker commented with satisfaction.
He and his partner, Dennis Flynn, along with Detectives Carl Forrest and Jim Whelan, were at headquarters in the office of Chief Jack Stanton. They were rehashing the series of events since Tuesday night. When Dr. Hadley broke down and confessed the minute we walked into his office to question him, he told us that he knew we would be coming. He admitted he suffocated that poor old woman. He even handed over the bloody pillowcase before we asked for it, Flynn said.
Langdon isn't talking, but his girlfriend Pamela can't stop talking,
Carl Forrest said, his voice scornful.
She knows she has no way out of this. Greg Gannon got suspicious of her and found out about the apartment she was keeping with Langdon. Renee Carter's purse and a card with that address written in Scott Alterman's handwriting were both there. Pamela admits that Carter got into the car with her and Langdon. They promised to pay her the other $900,000 that Carter was demanding, and she fell for it. She went back to the apartment with them. They gave her a drink with knockout drops, and then he strangled her. They kept her body there until they could safely dump it.
Forrest picked up a glass of water and swallowed.
Pamela Gannon is one cold fish. She admits she gave Hadley and Langdon the orders to get rid of Olivia Morrow and Dr. Farrell. She also told us that Langdon had hired Sammy Barber to kill Monica Farrell. We got a search warrant for Barber's apartment and found a tape of him and Langdon talking about getting rid of Dr. Farrell. So they're both cooked. Not to mention Larry Walker, who tried to abduct Farrell outside her apartment. He said that Barber had hired him to kill her since there was too much heat on him. Sammy has taken off, but there's a warrant out for him. We'll find him.
Why was Scott Alterman ever fool enough to go to that apartment? Stanton asked.
Pamela was in the Southampton house when he got there. She told him she was divorcing Greg, that he had been miserable to live with, and she had found proof that his uncle had an heir. Alterman walked into her trap that night. When he went to the apartment, she put just enough knockout drops in his drink to make him look drunk, and then Langdon hustled him down to the river. The poor guy never had a chance, Forrest answered. Langdon planted the money and the shopping bag in Peter's office to set him up, he continued. Now the way it looks, Greg Gannon will spend the next 20 years or so in prison. Everything he owns will be sold to pay back the investors he defrauded. Everything Pamela Gannon has will be taken from her. Not that she'll have any use for it. She's looking at several life sentences.
I'll take it from here, Jack, Barry Tucker said briskly. The DA is going to dismiss the charges against Peter Gannon. The pity is that even if she could manage to prove she's Alexander Gannon's granddaughter, Dr. Farrell probably will never see a nickel of the Gannon money. Carl, does anyone know who Dr. Farrell's grandmother actually was? Dennis Flynn asked.
Dr. Hadley told us that she was Olivia Morrow's older cousin, a young woman who later became a nun and is presently being considered for beatification by the Catholic Church. He thinks that the file with the proof of her relationship with Gannon was destroyed by Morrow before she died.
Stanton took a long breath. Okay, guys, now it's time to do the paperwork and wrap this up.
On Thursday afternoon, with enormous pride, Tony Garcia washed and polished his newly acquired Cadillac. Finally, he opened the trunk, and it was then that he remembered that he had not yet looked to see if the file that Olivia Morrow had asked him to place in it was still there. With absolute shock, he had read that Dr. Hadley had admitted killing Miss Morrow. The nicest lady you'd ever want to know, he thought. The trunk was deep, and the lap robe that had been covering the manila file was almost as dark as the black interior. He lifted it up, and it was there, the manila file. He pulled it out and held it in his hand, wondering what he should do with it. Maybe he should turn it over to the cops. He walked up the 3 flights to their apartment. Rosalie was out in the park with the baby. Tony left the file on the table, changed, went back downstairs, drove the car to the service station where his buddy let him park it cheap, then headed for the Waldorf where he was working at one of the black tie affairs. When he got back home at 1 a.m, Rosalie was sitting at the table, reading. Her face transfixed, she said, "Tony, this file belongs to Dr. Monica. It has so many letters from her grandmother to Miss Morrow's mother and proof of Dr. Monica's grandparents. Dr. Monica's grandmother was a nun. When you read the letters she wrote about giving up her own child and spending her life taking care of other children, you'll want to cry." She wiped her eyes. "Tony, these letters were written by a saint." On Friday afternoon, Monica and Ryan drove to Metuchen to give testimony in the cause of the beatification of Sister Catherine Mary Kerner. Monica had taken the day off and had hoped to simply have a quiet morning before Ryan picked her up. But when Tony Garcia learned from Nan that Monica would not be in the office, he rushed to her apartment. Still in her robe, she answered the door. "I won't come in, Dr. Monica," Tony said, "but I couldn't wait another second to get this file to you. You'll understand when you read it." With a quick smile, he was gone. Puzzled, Monica sat down at the table, poured a cup of coffee, and opened the file. She could see that it was composed mostly of letters, and a quick glance told her that the early ones had been written in the 1930s. Puzzled by why Tony had felt it was so important for her to read the file right away, she decided to start with the earliest letter. Then she saw the name on the letterhead. Alexander Gannon. The date was March 2nd, 1934. "My darling Catherine, how can I possibly find the words to beg your forgiveness? There are none. The thought that you were leaving in the morning to enter the convent, the knowledge that all hope had ended that you would change your mind, overwhelmed me with my need for you. I am so ashamed. Last night I could not sleep, knowing that I was losing you. Finally, I got up and walked from the house to the cottage. I knew that the door was never locked and that Regina and Olivia would be asleep upstairs. I had no intention of coming in, I swear it. Then I simply wanted to be near you one more time, and so I came into your room. You, in your sweet innocence, were sleeping. Oh, Catherine, forgive me. Forgive me. There will never be anyone in my life except you. Examining my conscience and my soul, I believe that it was my hope that if you were to become with child, you would be forced to marry me. Oh, Catherine, I beg your forgiveness. If that were to happen, I implore you to become my wife. Alex." The next letter was from the Mother Superior of Catherine's convent. "Dear Regina, I am returning the letter Alexander Gannon gave to you to send Catherine. She does not wish to read it. But I did tell her it contained his profound apology. Please instruct him never again to contact Catherine." 8 months later, there was another letter from the Mother Superior. "Dear Regina, this morning in Dublin, at 5 a.m., your cousin Catherine gave birth to her son. The baby was immediately registered in the name of my nephew and his wife, Matthew and Anne Farrell. They have already sailed from Ireland with the infant. It took great courage for Catherine to give up her baby, but she has steadfastly maintained that she must follow the calling that she has always known was hers. She does not want Alexander Gannon to ever learn about the child, because she fears he would want to raise him on his own. When she recovers her health, Catherine will return to the novitiate in Connecticut and resume her role as a postulant." Sister Catherine is my grandmother, Monica thought, stunned. Alexander Gannon is my grandfather. For the next 2 hours, she read and reread the letters. Most of them were from Catherine to Olivia's mother, Regina. Some of them referred to her child. "Regina, there are times when my arms ache for the baby I gave up, and yet when I reach into a crib and pick up an abandoned little one, a child damaged in body or mind, I feel that need. Mother Superior placed my baby with a fine family. I know that. I can't know any more than that. He belongs to the people who are now his parents, and I am living the life that God intended for me." All of Catherine's letters were similar. Her eyes glistening with tears, Monica realized the struggles of the nun who had been her grandmother to open yet another hospital, to beg funds for urgently needed medical equipment. It was the call from Ryan that startled Monica into awareness of the time. "I'll be about 10 minutes late, love. There's a lot of traffic," he said. It was 11:15. They were due to be in Metuchen at 1 o'clock to testify at the beatification hearing. When Ryan called again to say that he was waiting outside in the car, she said, "Ryan, let me drive. There's something I want you to read." Monsignors Kelly and Fell and Laura Shearing were waiting for them when they arrived, barely on time. Monica introduced them to Ryan, then said, "I have something very important to show you, but if you don't mind, I'd prefer to do it after we give our testimony." "Of course," Monsignor Kelly said. His voice firm and sure, under sacred oath, with quiet intensity, Ryan testified that as a neurosurgeon he could find no medical explanation for Michael O'Keefe's cancerous brain tumor to have disappeared. When Monica testified, she said, "I cannot understand why I was so resistant to the idea that the power of prayer was the cause of Michael's return to health." It was only after she had completed answering their questions and Monsignor Kelly had thanked them for coming that Monica laid the file marked Catherine on his desk. "I think I would prefer that you read this after I leave," she said. "Then, if you wish, we can talk again. But if it is determined that Sister Catherine is proposed for beatification, I would like to be invited to the ceremony." "Of course." Monsignor Kelly stood up. "Dr. Jenner, perhaps you'd like to see a picture of Sister Catherine." "Yes, I would." "Dr. Farrell, I don't think you saw this picture when you were here. It was taken when she was quite young, in her early 30s, I believe." Monsignor Kelly reached into his desk and took out the photograph of a nun in traditional habit, smiling as she held 2 babies in her arms. Ryan looked from the picture to Monica. "Sister Catherine was a beautiful woman," he said as he handed it back. He and Monica did not speak until they were in the car. "After they read the file, they'll take that picture out and look again," he said. "Your resemblance to her is unmistakable, especially the smile." Before he turned on the ignition, he said, "Alexander Gannon loved Catherine so much that he never looked at another woman. I understand how he felt. That is how much I love you." 1 week later. It feels a lot different than the last time I discharged Sally from the hospital, Monica thought, remembering Renee Carter's impatient order to Christina Johnson to hurry up and dress the baby because she was late for lunch. Today she was releasing her into the welcoming arms of Susan Gannon, who had come to the hospital alone. "Peter is waiting for us at my apartment," she explained. "He said that he was afraid that if he met her for the first time here, he'd break down and cry." "I know what Peter has been through," Monica said. "I hope everything goes well for him from now on." "He's going to have to face some tax issues, but no criminal charges," Susan said frankly. "He'll weather them." Susan hesitated, then said, "Monica, now that you have proof that you are Alexander Gannon's granddaughter, I hope they'll be able to recover for you some of the money that is rightfully yours." "We'll see what happens," Monica said quietly. "If they do, most of it will go toward the pediatric center we need here. I am thrilled to know my background, and it is a joy to discover that Sally is my second cousin. No wonder she's always been so special to me. The great sadness is that 3 people died because of that money." Monica reached out and took Sally from Susan's arms. They walked down the corridor, then, with a final hug, she handed the baby back to Susan. "Bye-bye, Moni,"
Sally called as they got into the elevator and the door closed behind them. She felt a hand on her arm. It was Ryan. "Don't feel too bad. One of these days, you'll have your own," he said. Her smile radiant, Monica looked up at him. "I know," she said. "I know."